All right, anything we need to do before we bring jurors in?
No, Your Honor, not from the state.
Not for defense.
All right, go ahead and bring them in.
I already told her. There's just a few things.
Shane, where's that little note? I keep getting the date wrong. One thing we forgot to do was talk to the jury about with all the other stuff going on. So the 17th. Next Thursday. Right, next Thursday. All right, good morning. A couple of things to address with y'all before we get started. I was going to speak with y'all specifically and talk a little bit more about the day we're talking about taking extended lunch break, and then with the other things that occurred at the end of the day, we didn't bring y'all, I didn't talk to y'all about it. So next Thursday, the 17th, someone needs to do an appointment. As I said, I need to do an appointment too because I missed mine from my trial last week in the hurricane. So let's plan on at least a 2.5 hour lunch. So from say 11:30 to 2. And if y'all need to make any other kind of appointments, if y'all can get it in that window. I've talked with the attorneys. We can't prognosticate a week in advance exactly what we're going to be working on. If it's a good logical day for us to break and not do anything, then that may occur. We'll have a better idea about that probably Tuesday, Wednesday, as opposed to Thursday, and we might take a half day off. I don't want to get behind. So if I think we're making progress and we don't need to come back that afternoon and there's a logical stopping point, then that's what we'll do. I'm not promising anything there, but that's something that I was thinking about doing in the middle of the case anyway. That might be a good logical time. But for now, we're just planning on 2.5 hour window, and if you have an appointment you need to schedule, do it then. Another thing, we had an issue yesterday, and I don't know that everyone knows what was going on, but I don't really need to go into details with y'all, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that you're not supposed to be working. Okay? This is your job till this case is over. If you're some manager and there's some paperwork or stuff you need to do in the evening, that's okay, but you're not to be working another full-time job, which was an issue that we had yesterday. The bigger concern to me was that it was a county employee, and the county manual is pretty clear that they're not supposed to work, and they get paid leave off without any repercussions. And so I have talked to the chief of the fire department and straightened that issue out, which I expect is going to cause more discussions among HR and the fire department. But for now, the big boss says that you are good to be with us for the rest of the trial. All right, and I don't mean by me, I mean the head chief of the fire department. All right, anything else we need to take up?
No,
All right, go ahead, resume, Ms. Frankish.
Thank you, Mr. Farris, you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Okay.
If anybody else's boss needs a call from me, I will be happy to do it.
I wanted to ask you a few questions about your dad. Did you ever know your dad to be suicidal at any point in his life?
No.
Have suicidal ideations?
No.
You testified yesterday that you didn't like to go to the farm very much, and you attributed that to your parents' relationship was one of those factors. Did you ever share that information with your dad?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I wrote an email to him after he was in the hospital. I would say somewhere around May of 2018. And I just, because it's my dad, it was easier for me to communicate what I needed to say in an email because I couldn't really get through it in person.
And what is it that you communicated it to him?
I told him why I don't come up there as much.
Did he ever respond to you?
Yeah. Yes.
Did that response give you a glean into his state of mind at the time?
Yes.
How so?
He told me that he was very depressed, and he said that each day with my mother was pretty much the worst day of his life versus the day before. Like every day was the worst day of his life.
Chris, did you have anything to do with the murder of your father?
No.
Did you have anything to do with the concealment of your father and the grandfather of your children?
No.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
And Your Honor, it might be best to go ahead and turn the TV on. I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the Elmo and the computer. But maybe start with the Elmo. Good morning, Chris. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent your mother. I want to go back and you spoke at length about a lot of things yesterday, but I want to go into more detail on some of them. And first I want to go kind of back to your childhood and more of the family dynamics between the brothers and the sisters growing up. So you're the oldest. You were born in 1979 or 1980?
1980.
1980. And then who was born second?
My brother Scott.
Okay, what year was he born?
1983.
All right. And then what about Emily?
Emily was born, I believe, in, would have been, I think 1989, I believe so.
Okay, what about Amanda?
She was born basically a year and a half later, so it would have had to have been 1990. It could have been 1988, 1989, or 1989, 1990. I should probably know that.
So maybe your sister Amanda was born in 89, and Emily was born in 88 or 87?
Possibly.
Okay. All right. So you grew up in Hoover for the most part?
Correct.
And let's talk a little bit about the personalities of the kids growing up. So how would you say your personality was? How about, it's always, self-introspection is also often a very tough thing to do. So I'll ask you last. How about Amanda's growing up? Introvert, extrovert? Was she funny, not funny? Things like that.
Very outgoing and great personality, very funny.
All right. What about Emily?
Emily was, I think, a little bit more reserved, but very smart, very witty, and just very, very kind.
Okay. And how about Scott?
Scott was just a lot of fun to have as little brother. He just a sweet soul.
Okay. What about, so how did everybody do in school?
I did fairly well. I had my moments when I could have done better. My brother had a few issues. I'm not sure what that was. I wasn't, in the part of those discussions, but I think it was maybe some learning difficulties type thing, possibly. But I don't really know. My sisters, both, from what I understand, what I remember, did very well in school.
All right. And what about behavioral growing up? Who was well behaved and maybe less well behaved?
We were all very well behaved.
Never got in trouble?
We got in trouble.
Anybody have, temper, any anger issues? Never.
No.
Not at all growing up.
I don't remember that. No.
You don't remember your brother having any anger issues and a short temper as a child?
No.
Okay. Do you remember? Oh, scratch that. So you moved to Atlanta in 95?
Correct.
Alpharetta, roughly.
Yes, sir.
All right. And tell me what you remember about that move.
I remember it being a little hard on myself. It was in high school. But I was very excited. I loved Atlanta. I loved the Braves. I loved visiting Atlanta. So the move itself was very smooth. It was exciting. We were moving to a new home, and my dad was moving up in his career, and I remember being a good time.
Do you remember anything about why your dad was moving to Atlanta, moving the family to Atlanta?
Because of his career.
Right, but why? Why was your dad, do you know why your dad was chosen to open the Burn Foreman branch in Atlanta? Did you know any of that from your experience as a teenager?
I know my father was a very brilliant attorney and a very smart man and very good at his job.
Did he volunteer? Did in your experience? You don't know?
I don't know.
And that's fine. Now, talking about your kind of, yesterday you mentioned that everything kind of prior to about 2008 was good with the family. Mm-hmm. I think that's the way you would have described it. So can you tell me, I've heard and maybe understood that holidays were kind of a big deal. Can you explain to me, how you guys would celebrate Christmas? You mentioned a fond memory yesterday of Christmas, but if you could explain to the jury.
Everybody was always just happy, and my mama would cook. My daddy would...
What would she cook?
Oh, breakfast. We'd have a big breakfast and all the good, stuff, and bacon, eggs, and then she always would make a Christmas meal. It was very nice, and my father would always have his Bing Crosby on in the morning, and the night before we'd watch Christmas Vacation every year, and it was good times.
And this was from the time you were a child all the way until the final Christmas in 2017?
Yes.
And it's my understanding too that how would your mom decorate the house? Would there be a little or a lot?
A lot.
Could you explain a little bit?
We would not have just one Christmas tree. We would have a few of them. It was always decorated very tasteful. It brought a lot of joy to me personally.
Okay. And let's talk too about activities growing up. Did you guys play any sports? Were y'all involved in school activities, things like that?
Yes.
Like what?
Growing up, I played baseball. My dad actually would assistant coach. He would make time for that, even though he was very busy. My brother played sports. He played baseball. My brother played a little bit of football in high school until he broke his leg. I know my sisters, Amanda did color guard, I believe. And then I think Emily was, did some work with some athletic programs in high schools. I think she was maybe a manager for like the wrestling team, those things like that.
So would the whole family kind of participate, go to the games, your mom included?
For my games, yes.
Your mom would go to your games?
Yes.
Scott's games?
Yes.
Emily and Amanda? Anything and everything?
Yes.
So growing up for you, your mom was always there, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And growing up, even as a child, you would determine that your relationship with your mother was a loving relationship. Take your time.
I would say that's true.
And you would also describe your relationship between your mother and your brother Scott as a loving relationship.
I would describe it as a loving relationship.
And with Emily as well.
Yes. Yes.
And Amanda.
Yes.
And your father.
Yes.
So in the 1995 move, I want to ask this, and if you have any memory of anybody that moved over from Birmingham, the Birmingham office, to Atlanta with your father.
I'm not sure if it was then, but I know that his secretary came over.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Oh, yeah.
What's her name?
Angela Phillips.
Okay. So have you known her pretty much your whole life?
Not my whole life, but I'd say majority of my life.
Okay. Do you remember back then, did you ever spend any time with Angela?
No. I mean, not other than maybe seeing my father at work, or if there was like a Christmas. I remember in high school after we moved to Atlanta, they would host the Christmas party for the firm actually at my parents' house, and I remember her kind of being involved in getting food there for it and somewhat, but that's been so long ago. But no, not like a lot of time, no.
Okay. So I'm going to ask this question, and I just want you to kind of tell me when you found out. But yesterday you testified that you started knowing there were troubles with your parents' marriage in the fall of 2008. And I believe it was an incident where you thought something was just kind of weird with Ted Wiley.
Yeah.
And that is his name, right?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware in the 90s that your father was in a relationship with Angela Phillips?
No.
When did you become aware of that?
I never became aware of that.
Do you believe that to be true or not?
I don't believe it to be true, but I don't know. I mean,
you don't know that she's made a statement to detectives in this case that she had an affair with your father?
No.
So let's move into kind of the mid-2000s. Let's talk about where everybody, as we've moved into adulthood, you're in your early mid-20s, and then your younger sisters are still kind of in their teens, and your brother, he's also in his mid-20s. Let's talk about where everybody went in their lives. So where did you go, and what kind of work did you move into? And when did you get married?
I got married in June 2004 to Kendall Lee. She was pregnant, and we moved to Maine. I eventually...
What line of work were you in at the time?
Here or in Maine?
Either one, both.
When I went to Maine, I actually worked for LL Bean. I worked as in their returns processing center as I don't even remember really what it was, but like a technician, kind of like processing returns. We had a team, and this is a catalog company, and so there's a lot of mail order. So when people return things, we process them, that kind of thing.
Okay. So I do want to kind of go back in time. So this is about 2004, so you'd be about 24-ish by that point. But let's go back in time more towards 1998, 1999. That would have been when you went to college, yes?
Correct.
All right. And you went to the University of Alabama?
Yes.
Did you graduate?
No, sir.
All right. Why not?
I didn't do as well as I should have, and basically, eventually, my parents told me I need to come home.
Okay.
I also...
It was your father who told you to come home, yes?
I don't remember which one, but I mean, he would have, I assume so.
Well, I'm asking for your memory. When he told you, could you tell he was disappointed in you?
Oh, yes.
And how did you know that?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
I just kind of remember the feeling of that, dealing with that.
And how did you deal with that?
I don't know. I know that I wanted to strive to improve myself. That's kind of how I remember dealing with it. When I became a father, and I wanted to, be a good dad like he was, and I thought that would make him proud.
Okay. Now, you have an issue with alcohol, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been to rehab, yes, in Nashville?
Well, I went to rehab first in North Georgia, and then continued my treatment in Nashville.
Okay. Were you already struggling with addiction back then?
No.
Okay. So you move up to Maine and work for LL Bean. How long were you up there?
Right at 3 years.
So from 04 to 07.
Mm-hmm.
And why did you come back in 07?
My wife and I had made the decision to move back to Atlanta.
And this is Kendall Lee, not Jenna, correct?
Right, Kendall Lee. In the process of that move, we had to sell the house in Maine. Kendall Lee had come down here to go ahead and get the girl. They wanted to enroll them in school. And that was a kind of I'd have to say from memory, maybe 6-week period of time when I was in Maine. She was down here, maybe a little less than that. It's hard to remember. During that time, my grandmother actually suffered, I believe, a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery.
This was about 2007.
Correct.
And let me stop you right there real quick, because you brought that up, your grandmother. She had a number of years, and she subsequently passed, correct?
Correct.
And this is your mother's mother.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name?
Kay Walker.
Kay Walker, okay. So Miss Walker, she had heart surgery in about 2007, 2008. You mentioned earlier yesterday that your mother would go and stay gone kind of in the late 2000s for months at a time. But it's in fact true that she wasn't up there with Ted Wiley. She was with her mother, who was very sick. Yes? And if you don't know, you don't know.
I think both can be the answer to that question.
Both is your answer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But also with her mother.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going back to, you moved down here 2008 with your wife. Go ahead.
During that period of time, I think our relationship kind of fell apart. And when Kendall was in Atlanta and I was still in Maine, she told me she wanted a divorce. I got in my car. I drove to Atlanta. And she ended up going back to Maine, I think the day after I got finally, it's a 2-day drive. So I got to Atlanta and I stayed in Atlanta to, my whole plan was to come to Atlanta to work to begin with, to provide for my family better. And so hoping we could still move to Atlanta and fix the marriage, I stayed in Atlanta.
Okay, so you stayed, and then she left.
Correct.
And that was 2009?
That was 2007.
2000. Okay. All right, so now moving on to where everybody else was of the siblings. So Scott, he's the next youngest, next oldest, I mean. What was he doing in the mid-2000s? Where was he working? Where was he living?
Scott was living with my parents. For work, I don't remember what he was doing.
Was he between jobs? Would that be fair to say?
Well, he would have jobs. I mean, he was a very skilled mechanic. So I remember him working at some car repair places, and remember him working at a car dealership. But these are the jobs before he joined the Army.
Okay, and that would have been about 2007. Do you know?
I think that was maybe, from what I remember, maybe closer to 2008.
Okay. So he would have been about, what, 25 at that point if he was born in 1983?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So a little later, going into the military.
Yeah.
Did your, can you remember, did your father show any disappointment in Scott prior to 2008 as far as not going to college, things like that?
No.
What about being between jobs?
Never said anything to me about it.
He didn't say anything to you. Okay. Did Scott ever say anything to you about he felt like a failure or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever hear him say to you that he felt like going into the military was his second chance? He finally put it together in his life at that point.
I never heard him say second chance. I know he was very excited to join the military.
Gave him purpose for the first time. You ever hear him say anything like that? Would you have described your relationship with your brother? You gave a number of interviews for this case. And I believe in one of the interviews, you said that you have become closer after this happened.
Yes.
So back then, how much did you and your brother actually talk?
Not a whole lot about personal things. We weren't, I would say, best friends or anything. I loved my brother very much, but I had my life in Maine, and I had kids, and he was still in Atlanta, and there was that distance, before social media and all that. So.
Okay. All right. So briefly about Amanda and Emily, what were they doing in the 2000s?
College. Emily was at Alabama.
And she graduated.
She did, yeah.
And there was actually a condo that was bought by your mother and your father for her in Tuscaloosa.
Yes.
Okay. And did Amanda stay there too, or how did that work?
Amanda didn't go to Alabama.
Okay, where'd she go?
I think she went to Georgia Southern. Yeah, she went to Georgia Southern first, and then was there, I think, for half a year or a year before she came back home.
Okay. And that condo in Tuscaloosa, the family held on to that all the way until 2019, 2020, 2020?
I think it would have been 2019.
And that would have been when you were the executor, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you were unable to keep that property. You lost that property, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. You weren't able to manage the finances of that property.
I had no access to money.
All right. Let's go back to Ted Wiley. What you knew him from dating your father's sister for how long before? Like say 2008.
I don't know the exact number of years, but it was for a long time.
10 years, 5 years, 3 years?
It was over 10 years.
Okay. So was there any animosity there between your sister and your mother regarding any allegations of an affair?
Between my sister and my mother?
Yeah. Not your sister. Your father's sister. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Did you
No.
ever notice any troubles there?
No.
Okay. So it was a clean break between Ted Wiley and your aunt?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay. So what, if anything, did you ever know about this relationship with Ted Wiley and your mother? What you actually knew?
I knew what I saw, what I described in my testimony yesterday.
Other than that?
My father communicated things to me, and my brother communicated things to me.
Scott?
Yes.
What did Scott tell you?
Well, during that time, Scott was up there because Scott was helping, fix my grandmother's house and helping take care of my grandmother. So he was spending a lot of time there too. And he would just say, it's just kind of weird. Ted just seems very flirtatious with Mama and things like that.
Okay. So I want to talk about, it sounds like between 2008, 2010, your parents were going through some marital troubles at that time.
I would say so.
Fair to say. And you would agree with me. You've been married twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree to me that a husband and a wife have equal ownership of everything in a marriage. You got to say yes. You can't just shake your head.
I agree with that statement.
Okay. So yesterday you mentioned something to the effect of your mother took out a $50,000 HELOC on the home in Alpharetta. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was something that brought your father some frustration, yes?
Yes.
Okay, but they're talking about getting a divorce, yes?
I don't remember the timing of if the divorce stuff. I believe the divorce stuff happened after that.
But you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And so it's reasonable that somebody who has equal ownership in a home could go take out a HELOC in the home for things like hiring an attorney, finding her own house, things of that nature. Those are normal things, yes?
I guess so.
Okay. I want to move forward now to 2013. Did you ever hear, there was the troubled times through 2010, but did you ever hear that 2013, Purcell Lane, I'm just going to call it Purcell Lane instead of saying 2155, just Purcell Lane House, that was kind of the restart between your mom and your dad? Did you ever hear that or Scott talk about that?
That doesn't come to mind. I thought they had kind of restarted before that.
Okay, well, explain to the jury, please.
Well, when he called me and said, your mother's going to come home, I remember things being really good for a while.
So that would be...
And it wasn't just like, okay, we're going to buy the farm and like this is the big restart. I never heard anything of that sort.
Okay. But you think it was better before the farm?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And how do you mean? Could you explain that to the jury?
It's been a long time.
Well, I understand. Take your time.
It's just kind of a feeling. My mom was home. She would do things with my father. She would, they were sleeping in the same bed. They were affectionate. From what I remember, things were good between them during that period of time.
So I'm going to say this, and I know things change throughout marriages, especially 38-year marriages. And you're under oath, and you've sworn to God to tell the truth. But you do believe in your heart that your mother loved your father. Yes?
At a point in her life, yes.
At a point in her life. So how about on July the 3rd of 2018? Do you believe that your mother loved your father?
No.
How many times yesterday? You know, your testimony seemed very well put together. And I just want to ask you this. How many times did you practice that testimony? yesterday?
0.
0 times? You never went to the district attorney's office and practiced that testimony? Discuss
I
what
never
you would say?
practiced my testimony. No. I
Never.
went to the office and we prepared for the trial, but you know, there was no rehearsal of testimony.
So let's go to the 2016 wedding for Emily.
Yeah.
All right. And she married Chris Payne.
Yes.
What do you know about Chris Payne?
They met while she was in college. He was not in college. He owned a restaurant there, and I met him. It was right before she graduated, and she really loved him very much.
All right. And Chris Payne, he has some financial issues too. Do you know about that? Could you explain that to the jury?
This was all word of mouth things. I never heard it directly from him or her, but I think it was something along the lines of maybe there was a issue with finances at his restaurant. Possibly a check or something that had been, you know, bounced or something. But I don't know the exact details of that.
Something to the effect he was arrested for that. You know that.
I don't know why he was arrested. You know, you can be arrested for things related to stuff, you know, if it was a probation thing. I don't know exactly why when they showed up, the arrest warrant said. I don't know.
Okay. Reason I'm asking these questions, you know, there's been pictures shown, I think even yesterday, of that wedding. And everybody standing there at that wedding, but your dad and your mother were having to financially support Chris and Emily to some degree. Do you know about that? Chris Payne, not you, Chris, but also you.
I know that my dad co-signed on the mortgage.
In their house in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about that.
I know about the co-signing of the house.
Anything else?
No.
Right. You know, yesterday you testified that your dad would give money to all of the kids, except for maybe Amanda. Did Amanda receive any money from your father as an adult?
Yeah.
How?
I think insurance, cell phone, car, stuff like that.
All right. What was Amanda's work?
Let's see.
How many? By the way, how many years has it been since you spoke to Amanda?
6 years.
6 years. Okay.
Yeah, 6 years.
All right. So.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me correct that. I think there was a brief conversation. I mean, it's still about 6 years. I'm thinking of the last time I spoke with her, like at length at all. But it's still at the same time period, 6 years.
Right. So, but her job was what? What was her way of making a living?
I remember Amanda was working for Tory Burch. I remember that. That's a clothing company.
Okay.
And she worked for another clothing company called Club Monarch. She worked at the mall and at Phipps. I remember that job.
In Buckhead.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Scott? You said he, of course, worked at the farm from the time he came back from the military.
Yeah, he had a warehouse job for a little while. I just remember that because I remember telling him telling me about it. Excuse me.
Take time.
But mostly at that time working at the farm.
Right. Did when Scott got back from the military, how was he discharged? Do you know?
I have no idea.
No clue.
No clue.
Because y'all weren't super close back then, but you've become close. And you mentioned yesterday that you have undergone some treatment for PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Have you and Scott discussed his PTSD?
No.
He never brought that up to you?
No.
Even though he's brought that up in multiple interviews in this case?
Never brought it up to me.
Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being so close that you guys talk every day, 1 being, I don't even talk to the guy. How close would you say your relationship with Scott is today?
So 10 being like we're talk every day.
Talk every day.
I'd say about a 7 point. I'd say 7.
7, not a 7.57.
7, yeah.
Okay, all right. And how about 2015?
2015. Oh, I'd say about 2015. I'd say about a 5.
About a 5.
4.
So,
You know, it's hard for me to really. I'd have to think about that for a long time to really give a. You know. What I think would. You know, give the answer that would say how close we were. But I would say about a 5.
about a 5. So, closer now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So back in 2000, just real quickly at the wedding, you said after the wedding of Emily, y'all went to brunch or breakfast the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when your dad allegedly said that that's the last time she's going to embarrass me. I believe those are the words you used.
Yes, sir.
And who was at that breakfast?
Jenna,
Who else?
Scott.
Scott. But your mom was there too.
No.
Everybody was at this breakfast together.
No.
And it was a breakfast, not a brunch.
No.
Everybody but Emily.
No. It was me, Scott, Jenna, and my father.
It was at the hotel, was it not? What hotel did you stay at?
I stayed at the Cool Springs. It's a loft hotel. My father stayed at the Embassy Suites.
Right.
My
That's
mother-
where everybody stayed.
No, my mother did not stay there. My mother did not stay with my father.
You have no proof of that.
I mean, do I have like a video evidence that shows?
Like you just have no proof. You're just saying this to the jury.
I have proof of what I know, but what do you mean by proof?
Any evidence to the contrary.
Like,
Any evidence. You got no evidence. Pictures, photos, anything.
no, I don't
Okay.
know how I would have that.
All right. So let's go back to, you've been to rehab. You've had a number of issues. When would you say your substance abuse was at its highest?
When the day I went to treatment,
When was that?
April, I think 10th of 2021.
2021. So how about back in the mid-teens, around 2015, 16, 17, 18? You drinking then?
Yeah,
Pretty regularly?
yeah.
All right. The reason I bring that up, and I'm not sitting here just trying to, everybody's got problems in their life, and I understand that. But you made a point yesterday to talk about the fact, I believe, and the date is right around the 4th of July 2017, that you got into an altercation with your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Where your mother would not let your girls leave with you. And she swiped at you. You remember that distinctly. But you also remember you were going to a Braves game, were you not? And you'd been drinking. that day.
No.
And you were drunk.
No, sir.
And your mother was not going to let you leave that house with your kids drunk.
That's not true.
You got any proof of that? Anything? Prior to that, how about this? Had your mother ever took a swipe at you in your life?
Swipe at me, what does that mean?
Hit. Tried to hit you. You said yesterday she tried to hit you.
Has my mother ever hit me in my life?
Not when you're a kid and you got spanked. I'm talking about as an adult.
Has she ever hit me as an adult? No.
Okay, so that distinctly set out in your mind from that day.
It was shocking that she would do that to
And
her grown son.
Because, of course, you're testifying to this jury that you weren't drunk.
I was not drunk.
Okay. And you ultimately told her, I believe the words you used was something to the effect of, I can't wait till you're in a pine box. Or tell me how you said that.
I think I said, the next time I see you, you'll be in a pine box because I'm not going to talk to you again for the rest of your life.
All right, and Ella and Addison were standing right there. You said that right in front of them to their grandma, who they loved more than anything.
I think the girls were inside the house.
All right. But the girls continued to go up there, even in that time y'all weren't talking, yes? Whenever? No?
Mm-mm. Not the time when we were not talking. They weren't here.
They
were
went
in
back
Maine.
to Maine.
Yeah.
All right. But in all reality, in that time period, after you and Kendall Lee separated, every single summer, those kids would come down here and immediately you would take them and dump them off at your grandmother's house. Or at your mother's house, their grandmother's house, grandma.
I wouldn't really phrase it like that.
Well, then you phrase it the way you want to.
My kids love going to the farm. They wanted to go there, but it wasn't an immediate thing because Grandma would take them shopping. They're teenage girls.
Okay.
That was a big influence in them immediately wanting to spend time with her, and she also wanted to immediately spend time with them.
Well, let's do this. So, I'm trying, everybody that I ever cross-examine just knows that I just bounce around, and everybody I talk to in my life, and I'm trying to go as chronologically as possible. I'm going to go forward in time 1 year.
Okay.
On July the 4th, 2018, did you not testify yesterday that you just wanted to get Addison up there because you had a party going on? There was a party going on back at your condo in Buckhead. Mom, meet me on 400 somewhere. Is that not what happened?
Well, what happened was, as far as efficiency and time management and gas money and things like that, it made more sense. She's driving back from Lake Lanier. I'm coming up 400. Why not meet here instead of going all the way west? It didn't make any sense to me at the time.
Because you wanted to get back to your party. You said your friends were there. You were having a party at the pool.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I would rather be hanging out with my friends than sitting in a car.
Than hanging out with your daughter on a holiday.
No, I didn't want my daughter to go. Like what I said I did not want her to go, but it's very hard to tell Miss Addison Marie no. It still is. Miss Addison Marie really wanted to go see Cameron and spend the night at the farm. They had been talking about that leading up to this. With each other, with my mom, with me, with whoever they could talk to about it.
But you and your mother eventually reconciled at a bar in Nashville?
That's the first time I saw her after we didn't speak for a long period of time, and I gave her a hug. I don't know if that's a reconciliation, but it was I wanted to make things better. I always wanted to make things better with my mother. I wanted a happy family.
But everybody was reconciled by Christmas. Because you went up there for Christmas that year,
Went up where?
2017.
To the farm? Excuse me, went to the farm for Christmas of 2017.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So everything was good by 2017 Christmas.
I remember it being good.
Okay. Your mother had forgiven you for wanting her dead.
I'd never wanted my mother dead.
You said that.
I did not say that. I said the next time I see her, basically, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's a big difference.
All right. Let's talk about your father's spells. Now, you mentioned you never saw the spells.
No, sir.
But you knew about them from Scott, yes?
I knew about him from my mother and Scott and my sisters, and I think even maybe a little bit from my dad, even though he knew how much I worried about him, and he would kind of keep things. He didn't want me to worry. He knew I had kids, and
Yeah.
you know.
So you had, multiple interviews in this case, all the way through 2020, with Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall. And at one point, you were in an interview with Scott, and you're aware that these spells would happen even when your mother was out of town. Like, you knew that. You know that. It wasn't just after he would eat a plate of food from your...
Oh, the plate of food thing was just talking about that last instance before he's in the hospital. Like, he never told me anything about the spells before, like if they were around her or not around her, if she was out of town, things like that.
Right. But you knew that the spells would happen even when she was out of town. Even with Rusty. If she was with Rusty. Which, by the way, everybody knew about Rusty, right? And we'll come back
Suspicion.
to that. Suspicion? But other people knew. Scott knew.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Brazel knew. Everybody knew.
Apparently so, yeah.
Okay. Because your parents lived a separate life. Top of the house, bottom of the house. And you knew that. You may not have liked it, but you knew it, yes?
To some degree, they lived a separate life, yeah.
Yeah. Are we... You got any objections?
I do want to talk about.
Do we need to take the jury out? Okay. That's fine. This is the part where I need to... Well, I just did that because that's all yours.
Right. Okay. Judge, he's about to introduce an exhibit. I don't have an issue with the content, but I wanted to bring up a little bit.
We should do this outside
Yes.
the presence of the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
This one's you gave me.
I can run. Yeah, there were, but I don't mind.
And I'm not really getting into that. We're just...
I know, but I don't want to have this in the back and be like,
We need to jump up
you know what I mean? But it can't just be like. Here's the one that he wants to introduce is essentially a lot, it looks like maybe May through July text messages from Gary Farris's phone. I do not have a problem with the content. The only issue is the format of this report doesn't have contact names. And so the jury will not have context for most of these conversations. It is essentially just phone numbers.
We just go off a lot what we got from the state. And
So-
this is a version of that we got from the state. And for the simple rule, I've got some excerpts from text messages between the two of them. And just for the rule of completeness, we just took that and printed it out to put it as exhibit.
And my issue is there's like, for example, there's a text where it says, quote, gun. It's in a group chat that he's in with work people. Has nothing to do with this case, but we don't need them to make inferences and assumptions. It's just phone numbers. So I have offered to run this as a report, so it has names on it of the contacts. It would just take a minute.
Well, we can, if y'all want to we can do that and give that to them later, and you can just ask the questions based
Right.
upon.
Just my excerpt. It was just that was if the court preferred that we go ahead and put the whole thing in now. I wasn't going through the whole thing with this witness.
That's
But-
perfectly fine. If we want to go through with him, what you want to go through with, and then we can run it later.
Yeah.
I just didn't want this to go back with them because it has no names.
Right. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead and start that report.
I have to
Or
go
y'all
it's
can-
upstairs.
either
I mean,
y'all
the
can,
extraction is upstairs.
If y'all want to
And I
mark
need-
mark the names, either do your report or if y'all want to.
I think the report may be easier.
It would, and especially if it's if it's all of the messages, the format will be much more readable.
Okay.
I do not mind doing that. I will just need to, let me write down these dates.
Yeah, we'll.
Sorry, this is your
But
pen.
you can go ahead and do the
You can
questions
have
with them now, and then we can supplement it, and we can. I'll be happy to explain that to
essentially-
them later.
Make sure I'm doing, is this April 20th, 2018 through the incident date?
Yes, ma'am.
April 20th, thank you.
Well, we might as well take anything else we think of, we might as well take a short break since it's after 10 and they're already back there. Yeah, you can sit down. bring jurors back in?
Yes, Judge, and I have
Alright.
no objection to him using those
Alright.
exhibits. I'm currently running a new one for that.
Supposed to zoom in with it on the tape.
If I was practicing my zooming out.
All right, Mr. Hoover, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get them settled.
Well, before I get to this exhibit, I did want to go back and ask you about the spells one more time. So your dad was not a healthy guy. He had a CPAP machine, yes?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna factor in a few other things. He drank a lot of Mountain Dew. You knew that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cans a day would you say?
I would say at a minimum 2, at least.
Okay.
More than that, probably, but I don't know how many.
And you knew him to be a multiple pack a day Marlboro smoker.
Multiple, I don't know, but I would say he smoked frequently.
Okay. Well, this jury has seen a picture of a trash can that was full of nothing but Mountain Dew and cigarettes.
Sure.
Okay. So you wouldn't describe him as the picture of health.
No, sir.
Okay. So it's reasonable that he could be having some health issues based on these spells.
Sure. I mean, that's what I initially thought they were from.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about, so kind of generally the summer of 2018 and before we get to the condo trip down in Gulf Shores.
Okay.
But I want to talk about your access to your father's money. You said yesterday you had a credit card and his credit card number,
Yeah.
all right? And you said something to the effect of, I had his credit card number and I used it and he'd get mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so I want to show you what is now being marked as Chris 2.
Okay.
And I would ask to admit that over no objection. That's Chris 2. All right. And
Okay.
can you, the phone number, source address 678-59. Right. And then your phone number was 40. Right? So that's from your dad to you. And this is on June the 12th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
He sends you this message that says, what?
Your stealing money is out of control. I will change my accounts tomorrow.
Okay. So what happened there? Did you ever talk to him on the phone about that or anything else?
I don't remember. I never talked to him on the phone about it.
What did you do? I mean, if my dad accused me of stealing money, I think I'd be shocked.
Well, my dad, he could cut pretty deep with his words when he was upset with me.
All right. So what did you do?
I don't remember.
All right. Because you'd used his credit card before without his permission, as you said yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying this, and the statute of limitations is long past. You know that's a felony, right?
I'm not an attorney. I'm not law enforcement. I don't know.
You take somebody's credit card and you spend their money without their permission. That's a theft, right?
Yeah, but he would also allow me to use it too. So, you know, I guess, I don't know.
Okay. And you have no objection.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you some messages. So as June went on and you kind of talked about the condo trip, and maybe that was something that you were trying to help make up with your dad after this fight about him accusing you of stealing his money.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you some text messages. I've got them marked Chris 3, Chris 4, and Chris 5. And I'm just going to, it's between you and your dad.
Okay.
So this is about a week and a half, 10 days after the stealing message.
Hmm?
So from you to your dad, your source address, your 404.
The source? Oh, up here.
Yeah, you
oh,
see that?
Right. Okay, I see. I'm sorry.
All right, so you've sent what appears to be a VRBO link.
Correct,
Or
yeah.
Verbo, I don't know what it's called. Which one is it?
It's.
Is it just called VRBO?
I think it's VRBO.
Okay, all right. All right, so the next message, and that was sent on 6/22 at 15:57, probably UTC time, so we'll have to get into all that later. But is your dad responding? Saying, I like that building?
Yeah.
Because he tasked you with getting a condo picked out, and he was going to
Yeah.
buy it. All right, so what's the next message?
From me,
Yep.
it says, well, yeah. I mean, I think that was it's a building in Gulf Shores. Or Orange Beach. It's like, well, yeah, it is a nice building.
Okay. What kind of building? How big was it? I mean, you said it was.
Oh, well, there were two buildings we were looking at, so I'm not exactly sure. You know, I don't have I have the link to it, but there was the turquoise and there was the Phoenix. Both are nice, so I don't know which one. But they're big. I mean,
Yeah, they are big. And in one of the you were interviewed many times by Hayes and Kuykendall. In one of the interviews, I believe you used the word that this was a place that I could never have afforded, but Dad bought it for us.
well, rented it.
Rented,
Right, yeah.
right, rented it. And you offered in this message, I believe you say, go ahead and tell what you said.
I said, if you get the condo, I'll cover the dinners out and fishing if we want to go.
Okay. Starting at the top. This one, I believe, maybe it was a picture or something that didn't come through, and it's a blank, so I'll move down. And you say, it's you saying, I can look at other condos? Does that look like?
Yeah.
Okay. And this, Your Honor, would be Chris 4. Any more thoughts on the beach? That's you to your dad?
Yeah.
So-
Source. Yeah.
Okay, so had that kind of conversation gone dark? Because this appears to be 6/26, so 4 days after. Like you and your dad hadn't talked about it, he hadn't brought it up to you.
Sure. You know, my dad's a very busy man, so it wasn't weird for him not to get back to me on certain things.
Okay. And it looks like, I guess he didn't respond. And then you say, that's from you, right? Any
Yeah.
other thoughts on going to the Gulf?
Yeah.
Okay. This is from your dad to you. He finally responds and says, talk tonight.
Hmm?
And then you say, good place? Or he says that?
Source address. That's me saying good place. I don't. Oh, you know what? I know what that's about.
Okay. What's that about?
It's a place in. It's called Adele's. I don't know if it's still open. It used to be a really good Cajun place in downtown Roswell. I think because I was supposed to go eat with him on his birthday, and then I had to work late and ended up not being able to go.
And what was his birthday?
It's right there. It's June 27th.
Okay. So that was his birthday that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is your dad saying, I didn't have a chance to look at any more condo, or is that you? To your dad?
That's me.
Okay. Then you follow up with, sent a link to a condo last night.
That would be the following day. So yeah, I guess on the 28th I did have a chance to, look.
And we're and timeline-wise, just for perspective for the jury, we are now within the last week of your father's life at this point.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And then he said to you, or you said to him, who said what there?
It looks like I texted him. I would say book through the 11th or 12th, arrive on the 7th. So get there on the 7th, and we'd leave on like the 11th or 12th.
Okay. So this is again a message from you to your dad. Could you read it?
7th through 11th are available dates. So just do that.
So you send him the link. He puts in the credit card information and books it.
Yes.
That's how that went?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then he says,
I booked it.
and you say,
Great. Will be fun.
you would, of all the children, you would use your father's money the most, would you not?
I don't know that. I mean, doesn't seem an unreasonable thing to say. I was the only one with children, and he, like I said yesterday, he helped out a lot with that kind of stuff.
Well, who else? I mean, would you say you or Scott received the most from your father?
I have no idea. I mean, Scott never went to college. I did. My dad paid for it. I mean, I don't know the numbers.
Okay. But if you had to say for this jury, you or Scott received the most money from your dad, who would it be?
I don't know.
All right, let's move to July the 3rd. Well, no, scratch that. Let's back up and go to the birthday weekend. So birthday weekend, everybody's there. Everything's normal, yes?
Normal for us, yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And, you say normal for y'all were. It has been used and alluded to this term of a Ferris wheel. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No.
The drama of the Ferris wheel.
No.
You've never heard that?
No, sir.
Well, you've heard it now. So, why was it not normal for you then that weekend?
What do you mean?
You said it was normal for us, but not normal.
Well, my father had communicated to me how upset that my mother was that we were going to the beach. So there was some tension there. He didn't want me to really talk about it because she was very pissed off.
Right. Because less than a month before, you had been caught stealing off of their credit card.
Wait, can you explain what?
Oh, I'll ask it again. So, you make it unreasonable that your mother would be upset that your dad has bought you a trip to go to the beach, but a month before, you were stealing from your parents. So here's my question.
Okay.
It's not unreasonable for your mother to be agitated at that point.
Well, I think what was kind of funny to me was I talked to my mother about it, and she never said anything to me about my dad wanted her to go. I wanted my mom to go. Well, kind of. I wanted my mom to go because my dad wanted my mom to go so badly. He said, we've been through all this. I still love her. And I asked my mother, I said, hey, we're going to just come on, you know. And she's like, well, I've got stuff to do. She never said, no, I'm not going because you stole money from us. She never said that to me.
She never said that to you.
Right.
But that's a reasonable thought.
I guess it could be reasonable. I mean,
Yes?
guess what?
It's reasonable?
I guess a certain person maybe could think it's reasonable. I'll give you that.
Okay. Other than that weekend, y'all did the normal stuff. Y'all rode around on the RTV.
Yeah.
Did y'all grill out?
My brother smoked some barbecue.
Yeah? Birthday cake?
I'm sure yeah, my dad was a big fan of caramel cake. Yeah, there was probably one involved.
Grandma cooked a big spread?
I think she made the side items.
Good side on it. Coleslaw, things like that?
Yeah, we'd have coleslaw.
Your mom was a good cook.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So was that the Saturday of that weekend or Sunday? Which we've actually got so it would have been Sunday, July the 1st, or Saturday. Last day.
I believe it was Saturday.
Okay. How long were y'all there that day?
Oh, I would say, because I went to Academy to get his gift, got there, I'd say for at least a couple hours.
All right. And Amanda and Chad were there.
Yes, sir.
And Cameron?
I can't remember that for the life of me, but I kind of think she might have been. I just don't remember.
So Emily and Chris were there.
Yeah.
Chris Payne. And Olivia, the
Yes.
baby. How old was Olivia at that point?
She wasn't even a year old yet. She was still in a bouncer, like bouncing around, and I remember recording videos of. So she wasn't even a year old.
Okay. And the girls were obviously still up in Maine,
Correct, yes, sir.
coming down on Tuesday. So anybody else there? Scott.
Scott
bring
was
a
there.
date. Bring a
Scott was
friend.
there. I think Ted, his friend, was there.
Ted Pierce.
Yeah,
Okay. Who we play golf with a lot.
yeah,
Did you know Ted?
yeah.
Did you ever play golf with Ted?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
A few times.
Who's a better golfer, you, Ted, or Scott?
I would say me.
All right. How much would you say that your brother would play golf? Or like that?
I know he'd go play golf with his friends a lot more than me. I was always trying to get him to play, but our schedules, it was hard for me to play a lot as much as I would want to. But I know he played with his friends.
Like a
good
lot,
bit.
like every week.
Oh, I don't know that. To me, a lot is playing every month. Once a month, to me, is a lot. So.
All right. So on the 3rd, which would have been that Tuesday, which I can't even see that myself. So that would have been. So what did you do that Monday on the 2nd?
I don't remember. It was a holiday week, so I don't remember if I worked or what. I don't remember.
All right. So the 3rd, that was when you went to Hartsville Jackson to pick up your daughters.
That is
Still
correct.
alive? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what time was that flight?
Well, flights that leave Maine usually leave at like 6 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes they get delayed, but they're usually about 6 a.m.
6 a.m.?
Yeah.
So what time did they get to Atlanta at what time?
They would land. I would have to go in through security, depending on. It would probably be between around 9 a.m.
Okay. And you basically already said that there was kind of a plan that the girls were going to split up and go in kind of their own, one to hang out with Cameron. Who
Sure.
was going to hang out with Cameron? That was going to be Addison?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ella was going to go hang out with
Emma.
Emma, who was Terry Brazel's daughter.
Correct.
Is Terry Brazel's daughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But over at his ex's house in Cumming.
Well, that's where I dropped her off. She was a horse trainer, and
Right.
they had this facility somewhere over there, and she was all really excited to go. Like, they were gonna have a sleepover at the facility and ride
Yeah.
horses. Yeah.
So you took her up there,
I did.
like as soon as y'all landed?
No.
Okay. Where was it? Did Addison drive up there with you to drop her off? Or
Yeah.
did you leave her with Jenna?
No, she rode with me. Jenna was at work that day.
Okay. So, refresh, you've been testifying now for Oh wow.
Yes, sir.
So let's make sure we can get our timelines right. What did you do next after you dropped her off?
After I dropped Ella off,
Yes.
I remember backing out of the driveway and literally picking up the phone and calling my father.
All right. And what did your dad say?
He said, I said, what are you doing? He said, well, working. I said, oh, cool. I was like, on your way back, do you want to get dinner? I thought he meant at the office. He said, oh, no, I'm working at the farm.
Right.
You know.
And that was when they were pulling up. I believe there was the rose bushes, things like that.
There were some bushes in the back. I just remember them, not rose bushes, but I think box because they had boxwoods behind
Right.
the house, and they would they're my dog I think would actually urinate on them, and that might have been why they died. But I remember something of the conversation about that. But they were dead shrubs in the back of the RTV.
So he said, but him and your mother were doing yard work that day, which is not unusual, right?
Oh, that's not unusual.
That's what they did. And they did it together, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I never saw them doing it together, doing it apart. I just know what I saw that day, and it was him by himself when I pulled up.
At that moment. But that was later on. That's about 5:30.
Well, I mean, that's maybe 20 minutes after that phone call I had with him.
So they're pulling up boxwoods that day, and Addison had texted Grandma,
Yeah.
and Grandma said she's busy, and they're working in the yard, something to that effect, but come over tomorrow.
I'd have to see those text messages. I don't know.
You don't know for sure?
I know she said I'm busy. I don't know if she said you can come tomorrow. I don't know.
Come tomorrow?
The part about I'm busy is the part I remember. The other stuff about, oh, you can't come because we're working in the yard, or you can't come, or you can come tomorrow, that part I don't know. The part of I'm busy, I know.
So
But if you have them, I'd be glad to.
how about this? You don't know, and that's a fine answer. But you don't.
Oh, no. I know the part about I'm busy because Addison told me.
Right?
Yeah.
But she came over Grandma made it a point the next day, Addison's coming over with Cameron.
Made it a point, like on the fall.
The next
Because
day, on the 4th.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what
Absolutely.
you're asking me. You know, did she say on the 3rd? I don't
don't
know.
know.
I don't know.
All right, but on the 4th, she made sure that Addison was coming over with Cameron.
Yeah, she called me and said, hey, if she still want to have the sleepover.
And Addison goes by Addie, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's just call her Addie.
Yeah, that's fine.
Make sure she'd come over the next day.
She called me on the 4th of July to say, hey, does she still want to have the sleepover tonight?
Yeah.
I went, Addie's swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you still want to go over there? Oh, yeah. I took her over there.
All right, so then you get up to the your parents' house, the farm.
Yeah.
About
I went to
5.
Wendy's to get her dinner, then I came to the farm.
Okay. And because she just wanted to see Grandma real quick. Is that why? Or Big Daddy and Grandma? Addison?
Oh, you're talking about on the 3rd?
On the 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm bounced around.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My father had just seen Ella in May because Ella had come down. He hadn't seen Addie since Christmas.
Since Christmas.
And so we're like 15, 20 minutes from, if even that, from the farm. So I was like, hey, had that conversation with him. I wanted her to go see her grandfather. I wanted her grandfather to see her. And my mother too.
Right.
But I didn't know my mom was there.
Right. Because she
Yeah.
was working. You just don't know.
I just didn't know.
Didn't. But didn't y'all all walk over as a family that day to the barn to look at the ducks?
I drove my truck from the house to the barn. I think either Addie rode in the truck with me or she walked with my mom. My dad drove the RTV.
Either
But yeah,
way.
I mean, we all went from the house to the barn to look at the ducks.
But
from what-
everything seemed perfectly normal that day.
I mean, nothing at that time. Nothing stood out to me that wasn't wasn't normal. I mean, there was one thing that seemed not normal.
Go ahead.
Well, anytime my daughters asked my mom to come over there to spend the night or anything, she would jump at the opportunity to have that. And this time she said, no, I'm busy. And that just was that had never happened before. Like, I'd almost have to tell my mom, hey, back off. Like, I want to spend some time with my kids. And that's great. She loved my children. My children loved her. I loved that, loved that.
But working in the yard and it was hot that day, yes?
Oh, yeah, it was hot.
Hot that day. It's not unreasonable for someone to say, we'll do it tomorrow. I'm doing yard work today. That is not an unreasonable thing to say. It's not.
It wouldn't be an unreasonable thing for me to say,
This is just your interpretation.
Right.
After years and everything that's happened. So let's do this. You were never, really no one was ever asked until about 2019, 2020, what your dad was wearing that day. Mm-hmm. What was the last thing? You remember finally somebody asked you, what was your dad wearing?
Yeah.
What was your dad wearing?
My dad, when he would work in the yard, would wear, or when I say the yard, it's a farm, okay? So it's not like mowing the grass. I mean, there's things to do. He would wear long pants, almost like cargo pants. You like the type you get it like.
Not Carhartt, but just cargo.
Cargo.
Okay.
I don't know what brand, but outdoorish wear. And then I just remember him wearing like it wasn't a t-shirt. It was like almost those fishing shirts that.
Like a Huck shirt, something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't a Huck shirt, but I would have known if it was a Huck shirt. I like Huck shirts, but it wasn't. Maybe like a Columbia.
Something like that.
Yeah.
PFG, some kind of shirt like that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your mom wearing?
I don't remember really. When you're thinking about these things back and forth, and people are asking you, try to remember.
You want to know something? Nobody's ever asked you. Nobody's ever asked you or anybody what your mother was wearing that day.
I think somebody asked me that.
Well, what was she wearing?
Well, I don't really remember.
Okay. And so what was your last memory and interaction with your father?
I said, we'll see you. Maybe we can go watch fireworks when they. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
My last thing I said to my father was, all right, well, we're going to go back to Buckhead and, maybe we can go, see the fireworks tomorrow night or something like that. And I don't remember even what he said. I wish I did. That's all I remember.
But you do remember he was preparing a burn pile. A
Yeah,
large burn
preparing.
pile.
Oh yeah, he told me he was. He's like, I'm getting that ready to burn. I said, when are you gonna burn it? Tomorrow.
That evening you left and you went with Addie to the Poke Bowl. And take your time.
I don't know the name of the restaurant, but yeah.
I believe yesterday you said it was the Poke Bowl.
It's a poke bowl restaurant.
Oh, okay.
But it could be poke fin, poke what, I don't remember the
And you
exact
paid in
name.
cash.
I either paid or Jenna paid or Jenna was with us. I might have paid in cash. I don't remember.
And are you still married to Jenna?
No.
So y'all went back to your apartment. Is the Poke Bowl in the same building as the condo?
Oh no, Poke Bowls at Peachtree Battle and Peachtree Street intersect. The Poke Bowl restaurant was.
And then y'all went back, and what happened?
We, after Poke Bowl, I know we went and got ice cream they have these rolled ice cream places, and I always, like to take my kids to like cool places like that, and where they, freeze it and roll it and they make it all fancy. So we went and got ice cream.
Like Cold Stone Creamery used to be, or maybe still is.
It's like Sub-Zero. Anyway,
yeah.
It's not important. But we went and got ice cream. And then we went back to the condo.
Okay. And what time did you go to bed?
I remember I watched Jaws that night.
Jaws 1, 2, or 3?
Probably 1, because that's my favorite one. I don't remember what time I went to bed.
But you do remember that you went to bed in a room by yourself.
Yeah, Jenna, and when the girls would come, they like sleeping next to Jenna. Yeah, so I slept in the guest room.
So both girls slept with Jenna?
Well, Ella was, remember?
Up at Beth's.
She was
at Beth's.
At Beth's, yes.
So it was just Addie and Jenna sleeping in y'all's bedroom, and then you slept in the guest bedroom.
Correct.
All right. And then, is it not also true that they came down to see you at the Peachtree Road race the next morning? You were already down there.
Who?
Addie and Jenna.
Well, I know Addie walked down with me.
She walked down with you.
Yeah.
But what time was that?
It was early. It was a lot earlier than I normally would get up, probably on 4th of July.
What time were you up on the 4th of July?
It had to be. That race starts early in the morning, so it had to be 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And the farm was how far from your house?
It'd take you a good 45 to 50 minutes to get there from Buckhead.
45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And okay, so the next morning, so y'all go. Did you watch the whole race?
No, sir.
Okay.
Like we didn't see the actual competition people, like how they start with the professional runner and the professional.
Oh, I meant to ask you one more question, and then we'll move on from this topic. You was your phone ever dumped in this case? Like they did an extraction? We're always extracting phones in these cases, and it takes forever to actually do a case like this because so many phone extractions. But did they extract your phone?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, did they ever do any kind of a geofence on your phone? Do you know about that? To see where you were?
Yeah, absolutely. They told me they did.
They told you, but you don't know for sure. Did they show you a map?
I was shown a map at some point of something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I was shown a map at some point during interviews about this whole thing.
Okay, because you've been interviewed a lot.
2 or 3 times.
Have you ever been considered as a suspect?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. But you were the last person who saw your father alive, outside of your mother,
And my daughter.
and maybe even Scott.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Was your daughter already in the car when you walked away from your dad?
Was my daughter? I don't remember.
Don't remember.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But maybe I don't know.
Did you get in a fight with your dad about him regretting potentially paying that much money for this trip?
No.
And that maybe he was going to call off the trip?
Nope.
Okay, let's talk about the pool party. When did y'all went to breakfast? You went to Waffle House that day? Or was that on the 3rd?
Are you talking about the 4th?
The 4th, yeah.
We went to Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel that day because you went up to Norcross to give a check to an individual that worked for you in your painting
I think
business?
his name was Julio. Yeah,
Okay. So you go out there, and his name was Julio?
I think so. I think it was Julio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got back, and what time did the pool party start?
Oh, I don't remember. Sometime after noon, like after 12 p.m. But I don't remember exactly what time.
All right. And how long were you at the pool party before you took Addie up to the house?
Oh, man. A few hours. Maybe 2 or 3 hours at least, 3 or 4. I don't remember.
And you knew your mom was up at Lake Lanier Islands with
Cameron. And Scott. Cameron, Chad, and Amanda.
All right. But Scott was also over at Lake Lanier, but he'd been playing golf that morning? Do you know?
I knew he was playing golf because I saw it on Snapchat. And I remember messaging him on Snapchat saying, God dang, you're playing golf early, aren't you?
Like, what time was he playing golf?
It was early, I don't remember exactly what time. I just remember, how you look at a picture and you see kind of the haze.
Like, he did a Snapchat post that morning about playing golf.
Yeah.
It's like a selfie and...
No, not a selfie. It's just his Snapchat.
Okay. Just like of the golf course, happy 4th of July, maybe a beer or something, I don't know.
I don't know about a beer, but yeah, I think the happy 4th of July thing probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems to ring a bell.
All right. So you texted back, so you knew he was there, you knew your mom was up at the lake, your mom messages you, doesn't agree to meet on 400, you take her up to the house, Addie.
She called me.
Your mom called you.
Mm-hmm.
What'd she say?
Like I said before, she said, hey, does Addie still want to come have the sleepover at the farm?
Obviously she said yeah.
Yeah, I just remember, walked over, she's in the pool, swimming. I said, hey, you still want to go up there?
You didn't really want to go because you're at the pool party.
I didn't want to go just because it was so late in the day. I was like, well, we're already kind of here, and so, but like I said, if she wanted to go, I was going to take her.
Okay. I want to ask you a question right now.
Okay.
So you took your daughter up there, and there she was, and I'm going to very point blank ask you this question.
Okay.
Don't you think it's a little absurd to think that if your mother gruesomely killed your father and burned him on a burn pile, that she would invite your daughter up to her house? Her granddaughter, whom she loved more than anything.
I think it's sick and twisted.
So you think, is that what you think?
Yeah.
And that was, what'd you do the rest of the night on the 4th?
Went home, we shot fireworks, and just hung out with Jenna, and that's it.
Okay. So tell me about the 5th. Let's move on to the 5th.
Okay.
What'd you do? Tell me when you got up.
Woke up, I knew I needed to go up there, pick Addison up. At some point, Amanda called me, and she said, Daddy's missing. And that increased my haste to get to the farm.
And Judge, if we could switch back over to the computer. So, and I'm showing you what's previously been marked as Thrasher 51. Can you tell me, you walked up, where did you see Amanda and your mother sitting?
You see those steps?
I'm pointing, these steps right here?
Yes, those.
And so were they just sitting on the steps?
Mm-hmm.
All right, what were they talking about when you walked up?
Oh, I don't know what they were talking about. I know what I was talking about.
Okay. What about Scott? Where was Scott?
He was not right there. I don't know where he was at the time. I don't remember. I don't know. I didn't know. I hadn't talked to my brother.
So nobody was sitting on the back porch. Y'all never went back there?
Nobody was sitting on the back porch.
Okay. So where did you walk?
I walked into the kitchen first.
This is the kitchen, right?
Yep. I mean, that's where the door kind of goes in, right there.
Right. And this is
And then
this
you turn
is
right to the kitchen.
this is what the kitchen looked like that day. I gotta ask you a question. Do you smell any detergents or Cloroxes or anything like that?
I don't remember that. No. Mm-mm.
Okay. And this would have been the dining room,
Yeah, that's the formal dining room.
and this kind of behind where this orchid plant is, that'd be the door going down to the basement.
Correct, sir.
Did you walk any? Where did you go in the house?
Well, I walked in, and I remember going to the kitchen, and then I'm thinking I need to find my dad's wallet because that would tell if he's still possibly here or not. It would give a tell if he wouldn't leave the house without his wallet.
Right.
He's missing. I'm trying to figure out where he's at.
Right.
That tells me, well, if his wallet's here, then
Because,
he should be here.
and you've talked about, a number of witnesses have kind of talked about that your dad would just kind of go sometimes and be gone for a period of time. Meaning if he's at work, he just didn't tell everybody where he was at. Maybe go to
Right,
Birmingham.
yeah. No, I mean, he wouldn't text us every day and say, hey, this is my plan for the day.
He was kind of independent guy,
Right.
right? Kept to himself a lot. His world was small outside. He had his big business world,
He was pretty introverted when
but
he
he
was
was
at home.
introverted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of his domain was in that basement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you went down to the basement, right?
Well, I went to the garage first to look in the Mercedes.
All right. Are you aware? This is shocking, but nobody's ever taken a picture of your dad's Mercedes for this case. Nobody. To see if that wallet was in the Mercedes or anything that was in that Mercedes. It was never taken.
Well, the picture I just saw is while it's sitting on the counter.
Okay, but nobody took a picture of his Mercedes.
Okay.
This is your dad's. Was this just kind of a formal library, but nobody actually used it?
I don't know.
It's very nice. I don't know.
I never sat in there. I would sit in there and look at like old yearbooks or just look at, I mean, there's tons of, like all my yearbooks are in there. We had a lot of things in there. I never spent, hours sitting in there or knew anybody who did.
So you walk downstairs. I'm trying to get there as soon as I can. Is there a way, Megan, to get just a screen of all the pictures? My constant inability to use technology will never cease to amaze. That's what I need. Thank you so much. You. I promise I'm going to take a class someday. Okay. So this is the kind of living room area downstairs, yes?
In the basement, correct?
In the basement?
Yes, sir.
Did you go down there?
Yes.
And as you were walking around down there, did you ever see any blood?
No.
Did you see a bullet?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this. Are you aware? Now, at what point did Scott come up to you and tell you that a gun was missing?
He never came up to me and said a gun's missing. He just kind of was talking about it. That's what I testified to yesterday.
Well, I'm asking you again because sometimes.
Yeah, he never pulled me aside and said, hey, I have this gun. Like, he was saying it for everybody knew he
So
was
Amanda
talking
was
about
right there.
Oh, yeah.
Mom, right there.
Yeah.
Was that when you first came up?
No, I remember him saying that. This is after what we discovered in the burn pile and from what I remember after 911 had been called, from what I remember.
And did you hear your brother say something to the effect of, I was in Afghanistan or Iraq. He was in Iraq. correct? And I know what burned bodies look like.
I don't remember him saying that, but I think he told me he had said that, or somebody told me he had said that.
I mean, were you standing there when he was calling 911? Because he told 911 that.
Yeah, no, because he said, when he said, get the girls out of here, I'm calling 911, I got the girls out of there.
Right.
Yeah, so I didn't hear his actual conversation with 911.
So are you aware that your brother Scott says that there was a revolver of some variety in that drawer right there,
Yes?
that he found it? Now, again, going back to and the statement you said earlier, and I'm going to ask you the question, and the jury can hear the answer. But Grandma loves those grandchildren. How ridiculous is it that Grandma would leave a gun in open access for children to have access to?
Well, I sure wouldn't do it.
But your mom wouldn't either.
I don't know that.
You know her.
I'm her firstborn son. I know her.
Did you ever hear the story of the year before when she made sure that when Scott had surreptitiously left the .32 in the barn, that she made sure it was moved up high so that those kids could never touch that gun in a barn?
I never heard that story.
And this, just because you're more familiar with the basement and the basement arrangement, these candles, like, is this glass holding up these candles?
It appears to be glass. I mean, you can see through it. I doubt they're plastic.
And that's a glass table.
It is, sir.
And this is fine leather furniture.
I'm sure
And
it
your
is.
mother had the finest furnishings.
She had very good taste.
And when you were down there, nothing seemed out of place.
It didn't.
Nothing was broken.
Nope.
And then back to the dining room. These are fine silk chairs, are they not?
They are. I guess. I mean, I guess they're silk.
Well,
you say so. Like,
Well, I don't know.
I'll agree to their.
It was your mama's house. I just didn't know
Yeah.
if you'd ever sit there for a holiday or
I'm not
anything.
much on fabrics.
But it was a fabric chair.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And these are fine, ornate lamps. Wouldn't you agree?
They're very nice.
All these furnishings. But nothing was broken. Nothing was out of place. You were there this weekend, the weekend before.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Okay. So you would agree with me that it's a bit absurd that the state is contending that that is where your mother shot your father. You would agree that's absurd.
I don't agree with that. No.
But
I don't know where she shot my dad. I don't know if she shot my dad.
You don't know it. You don't know if.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I didn't see anybody do anything to anybody.
But you were the first man on the scene there, saying one of the first.
Yeah.
Nothing out of place.
Nothing was out of place, sir.
Same view in the basement, because that's also where the state is maybe contending where she shot your dad. Nothing out of place.
Right. I wasn't looking for bullets. I was looking for my dad's wallet. I was looking for my father.
Okay. Did your ex-wife, when did y'all get a divorce, Jenna?
Our divorce was final in December of 2021.
Okay. And are you aware that she did an interview back in 2018, and she ended that phone call very oddly with, "I'm done talking. Can I be done now?" Did you ever know that? Were you in the room when she was talking to
wasn't.
Kuykendall?
Nope.
Okay. And she never brought up any time ever seeing a gun. Did you find out later that all of a sudden she made up like she saw a gun, or do you know that at all?
No.
Okay. But again, when you went downstairs, nothing out of place. You went to his room.
I did.
CPAP machine was there. Did you check that?
I didn't check it. Like I didn't register in my mind to see if the CPAP was there. At that time, no.
So I'm going to ask you this. So you guys start then combing out across the property. You said you went out to the barn. Did you notice anything in the barn out of place?
No, sir.
Did you smell any cleaning chemicals in the barn?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the tractor?
No, sir.
There are a certain number of family members that know where the tractor normally is and things like that, but you wouldn't have been that guy. You didn't know that guy.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay.
I didn't know a drive tractor.
Right. Did you look through the barn? Did you go up to Scott's apartment?
I don't remember if I would assume I did, but I don't remember exactly.
So let's talk about Scott.
Okay.
We're almost done. We're getting close to lunch. I know the jury's getting hungry, and so am I. So are you. Scott was in the military.
Yes, sir.
What was his duties in the military?
He was infantry. I know he drove a Bradley, which is a armored vehicle.
Okay. Do you know any details about his service?
No. I mean, I know, I don't know the name of the town in Iraq where he was stationed, but I remember, him kind of telling me about it. I mean, he would call me from over there and say, check in, briefly. But I probably can't give you the most details about his exact service, like day-to-day type thing.
Did he ever mention, because he mentioned to 911 and a number of law enforcement in this case that he knew what a burned body looked like? Did he ever mention any stories, any situations in Iraq?
No. I
And
never asked.
and that's not unusual
Yeah,
for
I know.
vets.
Yeah.
But he's mentioned it, and so that's why I was asking you, since you guys are much closer.
Yeah. No, I never asked him, and I didn't want to ask him about that. I just kind of, if he wanted to tell me anything like that, that'd be fine. But no, we never talked about that.
But your brother, being in infantry division, was obviously well trained in firearms.
Oh yeah.
And had a number of firearms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this: did you ever know of your brother having a revolver?
No.
All right. Did you ever know of your brother having a .357 stolen from him while he was living in Columbus?
I know his apartment in Columbus got broken into, but I don't know what was stolen.
What proof of that do you have?
Because I remember I went with my mom down there, and there was something. He told me about it. That's all.
He told you about it.
He told me about it.
That's it.
That's it.
Did you know that Scott was married?
I found that out eventually.
So he hid that from the family.
He hid it from me, I know.
So when did you find out that Scott got married while he was in the military?
Sunday. What is that? That 8th? I can't see that
Sunday.
far.
Well, I'll help you. I'll help you. My eyes are about the same.
Yeah, let's say I can see a little bit. Sunday the 8th.
So that's Sunday, July the 8th, 2018. You
Yeah.
found that your brother had been married
Yeah.
and divorced, we
Yeah.
believe, I don't know for sure, for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there were some things you didn't know about your brother,
Sure.
right? And did you know that almost, for your brother to do anything on that farm, he had to ask your dad for the debit card? Every time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know every time, but
Would
I
it
thought-
shock you if I showed you text message after text message?
It wouldn't shock me that if he needed a debit card, but I don't know if he had a card that did, like an account for the farm. I don't know. I mean, that was never discussed with me.
Would it shock you that your brother, Scott, so it was his trail cam out there. Did you ever go see the trail cam?
No.
When you guys were walking the property, would it shock you that the last picture before the input that says delete is your brother Scott walking away from that trail cam? Would that shock you?
No. I mean, why would it shock me?
It wouldn't shock you that your brother deleted the trail cam the day you were looking for your father?
I mean, I don't know when that happened. If it was before, I don't.
No,
really
I'm talking right about 1 o'clock when you guys have called 911.
Right.
That he thinks to go to the trail cam and hit delete.
Yeah, I don't.
That's shocking, isn't
I don't
it?
really know the context of it, how that happened.
Did you know your brother had a drawer full of 38 special bullets?
Yeah, he told me
Yeah, and he had,
after this all happened.
like, how long after?
It was a while after. It was like a year, and we were just talking about things. And he said, "Yeah, I had some 38 caliber ammunition. It was some of it. It's kind of like a junk drawer." And my friends, one of my friends, because his buddies would come over and shoot at the farm, and they would bring their guns. And he's like, "Yeah, that's where that ammunition came from."
Like tactical shooting. Did you ever see him do any drills of tactical shooting? Like on Facebook?
Oh yeah. Well, I noticed he would kind of, I mean, he was, how would you say, his form was, he'd be like kind of walking, things like that. So at tactical shooting, I remember seeing a video of him.
You've seen him do it?
Yeah.
He was pretty good at it, you'd say.
Scott's always, we used to go hunting and stuff. He's always been a good shot.
In the multiple interviews that you had in this case, I mean, there's things, Chris, I got to tell you, you're a pretty smart guy. You are. And you could see you along the way. You could see you along the way questioning even things that even the police weren't questioning. They asked you, like, how could your mother have moved your dad? And you just, I don't know. I don't think there's any way. Someone must have helped her.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
Oh. I don't remember saying that, but I don't think it's unreasonable that I might have said that.
Okay. Well, and I'm not going to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you of this. It's this jury right here that I'm mostly concerned
Sure,
about.
I understand.
But let's just legitimately talk about this. Your dad was how big?
I mean, he's bigger.
Because you're tall, but you're skinny.
I mean, I'm skinny. That's like crazy here, but
How much?
my dad was a big man.
How much do you weigh?
Right now, I weigh 245 pounds.
All right. How much did you weigh in 2018?
Probably probably about the same. Maybe
Okay.
235, maybe, I fluctuate between 230, 245, 250.
Let's talk about your brother. He's bigger than you, right?
He's taller than me.
Yeah. How much does he weigh?
I don't know. I bet, I don't know. I've never talked to him about how much he
Y'all
weighs.
are all big. Y'all are big dudes.
Right.
Okay. So, but he's probably, if he's taller than you, it's reasonable to say he's between 250 and 300 pounds.
Sure.
Okay. And your dad was about how tall and how much did he weigh?
I would say anywhere, he's my height, around 6'4", and he probably weighed, anywhere from 280 to 300 pounds, I would say.
On the heavier side, wouldn't?
Yeah.
Okay. So you legitimately, you were questioning even Hayes and Kuykendall. How could my mom do this? You don't have an answer to that, do you? Because how much does your mother weigh?
Maybe between 100 and 120 pounds, or I don't know how much she weighs now. But at the time, maybe somewhere between that. I don't know.
She's a little lady.
Never asked her.
How tall is your mama? She's a little lady.
5'5".
Okay. You told the jury yesterday that when you left that evening, I mean, there was a lot of things that maybe you even blacked out on that day. It was a long day. I understand that. But you told the jury yesterday that as you were leaving, you couldn't even get a tank of gas because your checking account had been
overdrawn. Yeah.
bounced.
Not well. I can't remember if it was bounced or if it was like a security holder. I went. It said please see cashier, and I looked. I don't remember exactly what, but yeah, I think I told. I wasn't able to use it. Let's put it that way. And I didn't have a credit card on me.
Why did you, as time went on, you became the temporary executor of the estate and you lost it? Why did you lose that? What was that taken from you?
I don't think it was necessarily. From what I remember, I don't think it was taken. It was just kind of agreed upon because obviously my sister Amanda and my mother were very much opposed to that of me, and so she had an attorney.
Wasn't it?
But I don't remember if it was taken from me or if we just all kind of agreed, like, okay, let's just do.
Did Barry Bishop or Jeff Rustbridge ever tell you it was because of your inability to manage the assets of the estate?
Nobody ever told me
that you were losing assets of the estate?
No, Barry Bishop and Jeff Rutcher. I mean, we had a conversation that basically said, well, your mother is accusing you of doing these things. And I said, I have no access to the funds of the estate. It's all frozen.
Your Honor, if I may have one brief moment. Yesterday, you said something that struck me, and I think it's important that I get your words right. You said something to the effect, Ms. Frankish asked you a question about the finances and your father passing. And I believe you said his kids would financially gain if he died.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of fact. If your parents pass away, the money, like I have a will too. I have if something was to happen to me, my kids would, get what I have. I have life insurance, but both of my daughters' names on it.
I believe you said that they would be you would be better off financially.
I don't remember saying that,
But you would be financially better off.
If what?
If you were to get the estate in this case. Because it's still held up,
Like
correct?
right now?
Like nothing, nothing's been able to access because, of course, this case
Right.
is going on.
Yeah. No, I mean, nothing's been accessed at all.
Right.
So, I mean, which is
So you would financially benefit if your mother is convicted of murder.
I guess you could say that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Hi, Ms. Frazier.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about your mom a little bit. When you guys would have family gatherings, where would you find your mom? What would she be doing for the family?
She was usually in the kitchen.
Was that kind of like her domain? She liked to cook?
Yeah, I mean, she was always cooking at family gatherings. That was.
Would she cook for your dad too?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Weaver brought up guns quite a bit. Do you know anything about guns?
A little bit. I had a couple guns I bought in 2020 and 2021. I've gotten to the hobby of shooting. I'd go to the shooting range, and I had a buddy who managed the shooting think it's the shooting alley or quick shot in Buckhead. So he wouldn't charge me he just let me come. So, yeah.
Do you know enough to know the difference between a revolver and like a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever know anybody in your family? Now, when I asked you this question, we already know about the 32, the older one in the barn. Did you know about that one?
Yeah.
Whose was that?
That was my grandfather's.
Okay. And did he have other kinds of pistols?
Yeah. Yes.
What did he have? Do you know?
I just remember him. I spent a lot of time up in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Okay, so when he would close the hardware store, he armed himself, and it was almost like a shoulder. I don't know what the word is. Forgive me, but it's like a holster where you kind of put it around your arm, not around your waist, but kind of like, I don't know what that's called.
Like a backstrap type.
Right, and he had a revolver.
But you didn't know what kind.
I didn't know what kind. No.
When Scott's guns got stolen, around what year was that?
He would have just been back. If you can give me just a second to think about it.
Before 2012?
I would say probably so. Yeah.
Before 2016?
Yeah, I mean, because he was at Benning when he got back from Iraq. Well, he was stationed there. You know, he lived in an apartment there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
No objection.
Chris, I just want you to look at this and read it to yourself before I ask you some questions about it.
What kind of pistol? do you
Okay,
have?
to yourself.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Does that appear to be a text message between you and your brother Scott?
Yes.
State moves to enter into evidence C. Farris 1.
No objection.
If you could, well, I'm going to come back up to you because I don't have another copy of this. If you could read this to the jury for me and read the date and time.
On 7/10/2016 at 11:53 a.m., it looks like I texted my brother, "What kind of pistol do you have?" ? On 7/10/2016 at 12 p.m., he texted me, "I don't have one." Or don't have one. There's no I. It's just don't have one.
Thank you. Chris, do you recall ever seeing a revolver in any of the homes, in your Alpharetta home or the farm?
Yeah. I saw a revolver other than the 32 at my parents' house in Alpharetta, the Hampton Hall house, Ridgehaven Run, the house they lived in before the farm.
And where did you see that?
It was on the counter in the kitchen.
Do you know why it was there?
I don't know why. I had come over and it was sitting there, and I grabbed it and because it was just sitting out, and I grabbed it and I put it on top of the fridge. It was like a longer burger basket was up there, and I put it up there. Yeah.
And was did you say what kind of gun that was?
It was a revolver.
And have you ever seen it since then?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry, me.
That's okay. Did you ever ask either of your parents about it?
I don't remember.
You mentioned that the kids could possibly gain if your dad passed away. Scott was living at the farm, and your dad was funding his life. Is that true?
Sure, yeah.
When your dad passed, who did the farm go to?
My mother.
So if your dad had passed, Scott would essentially be homeless.
Yes.
And your mom was the beneficiary of your dad's 401k?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
very briefly. Oh, as to the gun back at the Hampton Hall house, what did it look like?
I remember it being like, kind of like a shiny metallic. You know, like the metal of the gun? It was kind of like shiny. And I almost remember it having like a, almost like an ivory handle to it.
Old gun?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a gun history
Not a gun
person.
guy.
Not a gun history person. You know, I know some stuff, but yeah.
Long nose or short nose?
Short nose.
Okay. And you know you've never told anybody in any of your interviews this before, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Well, hold on. Mr. Ray says I got something else. That's all I have.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
I can step down.
Thanks.
We got a 20-minute witness.
We do.
Okay, let's bring them on in.
You know me.
State House General, formerly Ferris.
Hey, y'all. Stand up the stretch.
It's already started. I'll just attach it when you know. I've already.
Unless you want to do your direct, and then you can come back and cross after.
Judge, Mr. Weaver has informed me she may be longer than I'm anticipating.
We'll get through your direct, and then
Okay.
then we can break.
And that's fine. I just don't want to hold these guys up to you.
Oh, ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, you can have a seat. And if you could, please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court
My
order.
name is Jenna Pawlowski, Jenna. Last name Pawlowski.
Thank you. And are you formerly Jenna Ferris?
Correct.
Okay. Were you married to Chris Ferris for a period of time?
That is correct.
How long?
About 6 years, almost 6 years. We were together for 13 years total.
Together for 13 total? And what years were you married?
2015, separated. 2021 in April, and finalized divorce December 2021.
If you could, you have a very soft voice. If you could please speak up just a little bit so
Yes.
all of the jurors can hear you. Okay. So you were married to Chris when his father was murdered. Is that
Correct.
Okay. What I want to talk about is we have a calendar up there. It's essentially that week, that first week in July. And you and I have spoken briefly before today, right? Okay. Okay. So, do you remember what you did on Monday, July 2nd of 2018?
Monday, I believe I was at work. Yeah.
Where did you work at the time?
Cooper Carey, architecture firm.
And did you have normal work hours?
8:30 to 5:30. It's downtown Atlanta.
And did the girls plan to come into town? Ella and Addison.
Yes.
Okay, and did you have a good relationship with them?
Yes.
What day were they planning to come into town?
I don't remember the day
Okay.
exactly. I had just started that job about a year prior, so I remember working a lot that week and having the 4th as a holiday.
Okay.
But I do not remember what day exactly they were coming in.
So if the day of the 4th was the day of the pool party, the day before that would be the 3rd.
Right.
Were they there on the 3rd?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember talking to law enforcement at any point after, during the investigation of this case?
Only on the phone, maybe within that week, on that weekend, that Saturday, I think, I was with my friend Carrie and her 2 nieces that were around the same age as Ella and Addie, and we had them at the pool, and I got a call from someone about the case, and they questioned me about Chris's whereabouts and where we had dinner, and that was the last time I heard anything.
Okay. During that interview, would you say your memory would have been better of that week?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if the girls were there on the 3rd, and you said that they were there on the 3rd in that interview, would that be accurate?
Yes, definitely.
So let's go into the night of the 3rd, the evening of the 3rd. Did you work on the 3rd?
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
So after work, when you came home, do you remember seeing Ella or Addison at your condo with Chris?
I believe yes, I remember seeing them. I know Ella wanted to go up to the farm, and I can't remember if she was already there or not. But I believe Addie, Chris, and I got dinner that night.
Do you know where you got dinner? You can just name a city if you don't.
It was around our condo in Buckhead where we lived. It was Asian. I don't know if it was sushi or some kind of Asian food, I think. I can't remember.
How long was your dinner that night?
Typical, maybe an hour or so. We didn't get any alcohol. It was one of those places I think you order and just sit down, or it's pretty in and out, quick.
Okay.
So,
What did you do after dinner?
as far as I can remember, from 6 years ago, I went home, back to the condo.
Okay. Do you remember if you went home alone and Chris and Addison went to go do something, or did you go do something with them after dinner? Maybe get ice cream?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that night, did you all stay at the condo?
Yes.
The 3 of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it typical for Addison to sleep with you when she came to stay?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
We just had a king-size bed, and I don't know, she just liked sleeping next to me
Where would Chris sleep?
in the other bedroom.
In the other bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
So the next day was the 4th of July. Peachtree Road Race was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get up and go watch the Peachtree Road Race?
Yes, I remember waking up, it was maybe 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that time, maybe around 8, and we walked up, because we lived in Buckhead, so we lived off Peachtree, so we walked up and watched the race go by, handed out waters and drinks, and watched everyone.
Who's we?
Addison and I and Chris was kind of, I can't remember exactly, but I don't think he walked up with us at first, but he was there.
He was there, and maybe you guys met him there.
Right.
So we're on the 4th, the morning of the 4th. After the Peachtree Road Race, do you remember what you guys did?
No, I really don't. I want to say we went to the pool. Other than that, there's really nothing that sticks out. was any different than any other 4th of July.
Sure. When you were at the pool, was it you, Chris, and Addison?
Yes.
Did Chris and Addison leave at any point?
I really don't remember.
Do you remember you and I talking about those days
Yes.
on Zoom? We met.
Yes,
we
yes,
Chatted on Zoom.
yeah.
Okay. And did I tell you what to say or anything? How to
No.
answer questions?
No.
Okay.
No.
And we talked about in 2018 on the 4th of July, Chris taking Addison to the farm.
Right.
Would that sound?
Yes, because Ella was there and she wanted to go up there too.
Ella was up north at the farm.
Somewhere up there.
Somewhere. Okay, and that's okay that you don't remember all these details.
Yeah,
So, do you remember, was it afternoon, evening, nighttime when Chris and Addison went up to the farm?
I believe late afternoon, possibly into the evening.
How long were they gone?
Not long, it was maybe a 45, 50-minute drive from Buckhead up there. So about whatever, double that. I would imagine he dropped her off and said hi to someone, or he came right back.
Chris came back?
Yes.
Was Addison with him?
No.
So then what did you and Chris do when he came back?
We hung out with our neighbors where we lived and just shot off some fireworks. They shot off some fireworks in the parking lot. That was it. Stayed around our condo.
Did Chris ever leave again that night?
On the 4th?
Yes.
No.
Did he leave the house the night of the 3rd?
To drop Addison off?
After dinner, did he ever leave again?
Not that I knew or heard or, no.
So on the 4th, you guys just went to bed?
Yep.
And then, did you have to work the next day on the 5th?
Yes,
Okay.
I remember that.
So, what happened on the 5th that stands out in your mind? Did you get a phone call?
Yes, so I was at work and it was about 12:30, give or take, and Chris called me and all he said was, "You have to come to the farm right now and get the girls."
And what did you do?
I said, "Is everything okay?" And all he did was repeat the exact same sentence. And I said, which was, "You have to come to the farm and get the girls." And so I left. I told my boss at the time I had an emergency, I have to go. So drove up there, was extremely worried and crying, and called my mom and told her, wasn't sure what was going on. And I got a text message that said, "My dad is gone." And
From who?
from Chris, as I was exiting off 400, and I just started crying. And I got to the farm, and there were tons of people everywhere, and my only focus, I was driving my Camry, my only focus was just to protect Ella and Addie and make sure Chris was okay. And I had no idea what was going on. I don't think he knew either. He was visibly shaking. He was so distraught.
Chris.
His voice was shaking. He was just in shock, I could tell. In complete and utter shock. I had no idea what had happened. So all I did, I took the girls, and Ella and Addie were sitting there. Addie was very quiet. She didn't have her phone with her. Ella kept asking, "What's going on? What happened? Why won't anyone tell me what happened?" And then that's when Kendall Lee called me, the girl's mother, and talked on the phone with Ella, and explained. She wasn't on speaker, but I still heard her. Said, "Ella, Big Daddy's no longer with us," and Ella sat there. And at this time, we had kind of pulled over off the driveway. And Ella just was on the phone, said, okay. And after that, I really don't remember what we talked about, but I took them back to Buckhead, to our condo. And from that day forward, when they were here, I just wanted them to have a normal, be kids. And we took them to Main Event, we took them to just things like that, Cheesecake Factory, and I just wanted them to get away from all of that and not have to worry about that and enjoy their summer. And unfortunately, they couldn't really be with their dad because he was having to deal with all of this. So,
Did you also bring Cameron back with you?
yes, yeah, she
To the
came.
condo?
She came with us too. Hmm.
So after that, did you see Melody again?
Yes.
When?
I'm trying to remember. She was in our condo unit in the hallway. I don't remember why or which day, but she gave me a hug and was hugging the girls, and that's really all I can remember. I don't know why, the circumstances, who was doing what.
Sure. Did she say anything to you that stood out that time?
She said, I can't believe this is happening to our family. And it was just a very weird feeling. Ever since I picked the girls up and had been, I don't know, it was just a weird feeling. It's just something did not sit right overall, just with everything.
Did Melody ever confront you and Chris about money, owing her money?
Yes. So after everything not calmed down, but I think about a couple weeks later, she started text messaging me about bills that Gary had paid for, like our Comcast bill at the time. Did I know about them? And I said no. That was basically it.
Okay.
And it was things that she was saying, I can tell you more, I can show you more, and show you what's going on, or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was things like that that I just wanted to avoid and get away from. I just
Sure,
did not
stay out
want
of
to
it.
be involved unless I needed to.
When you and I met, you had some information that you thought people needed to know, but you didn't get the opportunity to say back in 2018.
Mhm.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So I sort of just asked you, okay, what is that information? So at any point, well, let me ask you this. In the weekend prior to the first week of July, so June, end of June, was it Gary's birthday?
We were celebrating his birthday and Father's Day, I think, all kind of on that, whatever day we were there, Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, so prior to?
Yeah, it was late June.
Late June. And at that gathering, I will say, did you and Melody hang out with each other and converse?
Not specifically to be alone, but we were, I don't remember where, I think we were walking outside in the basement, towards the basement, the double doors out there. So I think, I want to say there was something in the kitchen that maybe was redone or remodeled, or there was something new down there that I was looking at, or she wanted me to look at, I think. I can't remember why, but.
And what stood out to you about that encounter?
Well, I walked down there and the whatever credenza, I don't remember exactly where, but she opened the drawer and she said, "This is my granddaddy's gun." And I said, "A revolver," and I said, I don't even remember what I said because it was so, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just kept moving on. So
when we met, I showed you a couple of photos. What room in the house was this?
this was the first room when you walk down to the basement.
And when we met, I showed you a couple of photos so you could identify items. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm showing you states Thrasher 45 and defense exhibit Thrasher D1. Are these similar to the images that I had showed you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that piece of furniture in either of these photos?
Yes.
Which photo?
I want to say this first one, the kitchen to the left.
Is that Thrasher 45?
Yes, Thrasher
Okay, I'm gonna go
45.
ahead and publish that one real quick so you can.
Okay.
Jerry can see it. Okay, this is the photo you identified?
Yes.
Okay, and which piece of furniture did Melody open to show you the gun?
The wooden cabinet on the left.
Do you know much about guns?
No.
Do you know was it a long gun, short?
Shorter.
What did it look like?
It was kind of curved.
Sure. What was the color?
I want to say like a silver color.
Let
I
me
don't
ask you
remember.
this. Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol, like what police carry, versus like a cowboy gun?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Which one did it look like?
Like the cowboy one.
The cowboy one?
Mhm.
And when we met, did I show you 3 different photos of a cowboy gun?
Yes.
3 different
Yeah.
versions? And did you identify one that it may have looked like?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, state moves to admit J. Ferris 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
John, I'm gonna
All right,
show
here.
you.
Wouldn't go out. But
Right.
We'll deal with that later. All right.
One of them is.
We'll deal
Yes.
with that later.
Yes. That is fine. Okay. This is one that I showed you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to keep them all up here. And this is the other one. And then the third. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can get that third one up here. Okay, and you identified one when we met. Whoops. Here we go. Out of 1, 2, and 3, which one did it look like?
I really don't remember which one.
So when we met, you had sort of mentioned it looked like J. Ferris 2. Would that be accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Again, do you know much about guns?
I really don't.
Do all revolvers may look the same to you?
I didn't even get a great look, and correct, yes. I really have not ever handled any or been around them, ever.
Had you ever seen this gun before?
No.
Did you ever see it again?
No.
And law enforcement, you didn't get the opportunity to tell law enforcement about this. Is that fair?
No. And I was never contacted.
Was the family, did you and Chris have conversations about talking to the police or not talking to the police or anything like that?
It was just mainly him keeping in touch with the detective, and once he was off the phone, he would just update me on what the news story, or not news story, but what happened,
Sure.
what was going to happen, what the next steps were, but there wasn't anything that we discussed that wasn't already out there.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, looks like a good time to break for lunch. Let's go for. Y'all be back at 20 after, so we can be up and running by 1:30. All right.
Subject of my investigation is the tragic story of a little 20-month-old boy from Georgia named Quentin Simon. Now, once you see a picture of this little guy, you will wonder how anyone could bring harm to him, but someone did. Here's his story. 20-month-old Quentin Simon was living with his grandparents, his mother Leilani, and her boyfriend. On October 5th, 2022 at 9:40 a.m., there was a call to 911 to report this little boy missing. The investigation began as a missing persons case. Was this an abducted child? Did little Quentin sneak away into the nearby woods? Soon, the investigation would change. It became a homicide investigation, with Quentin's mom as the prime suspect. Then the true crime community spotlight started to shine on Leilani and her family. Protesters began to gather outside of their home, demanding answers and making accusations. The police investigation continued and led to an expansive search of a landfill. Eventually, remains of Quentin were found. Leilani was arrested, locked up, and charged with his murder. And now a jury and the public will hear the evidence that hopefully answers all those questions about what happened to little Quentin Simon. All the stories we do are difficult. When it's little children like that, it takes it to the next level. Did you see his little brown? I mean, you look at that child, why would anyone do anything other than hug him? I don't understand that, but we've got to try to figure this all out. Got to figure this all out. And investigations often start, and really do start most of the times, with the 911 call. That's the first time that law enforcement is then intervening in whatever is happening. And that's what happened here. There was a 911 call made, and it's Leilani Simon and her boyfriend Daniel who have the phone and are making the call in the morning. It's about 9:40. Take a listen.
Shout 911, what is your emergency?
Yeah, I need we believe it's coming from kidnapped. Yeah.
Did you say someone been kidnapped?
Yeah, we...
I won't open the front doors open and the place is empty, please. Your 1-year-old son? Yes. When was the last time you seen him?
I saw him this morning when I left at 6.
Okay, have you guys gone outside to check the area?
Yeah.
How old is he?
And he can't open the door.
So you think someone broke in? Has there been any signs of breaking in?
No. No breaking in, the door was open.
Was it unlocked?
Yeah, but the front door had bolts though, but yeah, it was.
No, I can't find him nowhere. I was everywhere, and he's so scared. He's shouting everywhere. Okay, give me a description on him. Give me a description.
He's blue eyes, light skin.
He's got blue-green eyes, tan skin, dark hair. He's what now? He's got tan skin, dark brown hair. His eyes are like a...
I mean, because it has happened. We've covered that story where someone breaks into a home in the middle of the night and takes a young child. It can happen. It has happened. But you look at a case like this and a story and an investigation, and a child goes missing from a house. I mean, there's an obvious first question for all of this, and it's our first question of our investigation tonight, which is, who was at the house that day? Who was there? It's an important question. Who are the people that are in the house where Quentin was staying? Let me bring in my guests who are going to help us through all this. Joining me, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, and host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan, and podcast host and Pop Crime TV reporter, Lauren Conlon with us. Thank you both for being here. Great to see you. I wanted to put up a quick little timeline here because this is a story where a little bit of information has come out, not a ton, but some information has come out. This is significant. 5:29 a.m., Quentin's babysitter receives a text message saying no services would be needed for Quentin that day. That's 5:29 a.m. 6 a.m., baby Quentin is reportedly last seen in his playpen at the home. 9:39, Leilani and her boyfriend Daniel call 911 to report Quentin missing. Then we get to 1 o'clock and the FBI immediately jumping in to help with this search down in Savannah, Georgia. So Lauren, as we look at who's at the house that night, so Leilani's obviously there. It seems her boyfriend Daniel is there. Who else is in this home?
Well, Vinny, I first want to clarify that this home belongs to Leilani's mother, Billie Jo Howell, and her husband, Thomas Howell. And Leilani and Daniel and the 3 kids have a room downstairs while the upstairs is occupied by Billie Jo and Thomas, and also Leilani's older brother, Paul Simon. And yes, that's his real name, Paul Simon. But Billie Jo and Thomas were not there at the time. As far as we know, it was just Leilani, Thomas, and the 3 kids.
Joseph Scott Morgan, looking at that timeline, the first thing that jumps out to me, 5:29, canceling the babysitter. Mm-hmm. You don't need to come over. And this is someone from the neighborhood who has spoken about the case, but is, likely going to be an important witness in all this. And then at 6 o'clock, it seems that the boyfriend says, yeah, I saw Quentin at 6 a.m. when I was leaving for work. I'm looking at those two things. I wonder, well, why don't you need the babysitter?
Yeah, one of the things that we look for in investigations, then, is particularly when you're talking about, because, initially this is a missing child case, all right? So you begin to think about that, and one of the questions you're going to ask, is there anything that indicates that behaviors have deviated from the norm? So when you would question a parent about something like this, something so horrible, one of the first questions out of the gate is, do you ever cancel the babysitter? And if so, how frequently have you done this? And is this the normal time of day that you would do this? Remember, this is done from texting. So if there's a history of this, you can go back and look at the text if this is their normal piece, if this is the way they do it. And right you are, Vin, when you talk about this point of contact, they're going to be essential in establishing the timeline and also prior behaviors.
Yeah, Lauren, this to me, the canceling of the babysitter at 5:29, to me is a little odd. It's a lot odd. Like if you don't need a babysitter, you should know the night before. Would you wake up at 5 o'clock and say, oh, we don't need a babysitter today? That defies logic, I think, to anyone.
Yes, I agree with you. It's incredibly odd. As a mother, I'm not waking up at 5:30 a.m. and texting my babysitter. And I think that this babysitter really cared about Quentin. There are reports that this babysitter was actually the one that got Leilani to call 911 in the first place, or got Daniel to call. So it's interesting. I mean, this was just the start of Leilani's lies, but I know that you're going to get to that, so I won't give anything away. But yeah, it's the start.
Yeah, we've got a lot to get to. Well, let's listen to Billie Jo, who's Leilani Simon's mother, Quentin's grandma, and as Lauren said, the owner of the home.
Did she have her own rooms within that residence that were?
Yes, sir.
Who did she reside there with?
Danny, Youngkin, my husband Thomas Howell, and my son Paul Simon, and the three children.
3 minor children.
All right, Joseph, so we're laying out who's in the house. So you're investigating this, and everyone who has access to the house or lives in the house obviously needs to be interviewed, and their story has to be verified, because that's the first place you have to look when a child is missing.
Yeah, you're right. But, you know, one of the initial statements that came out relative to this person is that they stated that the child had been taken or snatched. You know, to think about that, just let that seep into the groundwater there and think about that a little bit. Why is it that your mind flies to that issue immediately? And if that's the case, and if you can come up with that supposition, the question is, who in the hell is coming and going out of that house on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, and why is that house unsecured? Those are the big questions that you're going to be asking, because first off, who knows who the occupants are in that house? If they have an awareness that this little child, this precious little baby, is in that house, who would have that information, that would know that that child is there, and that would be so motivated to snatch that child away from that family and run off with them? That's a big question here.
And the other thing, Lauren, that we heard in the 911 call was the door is open. But then the boyfriend says, yeah, but it's got bolts, but it's open. And very clear to say, well, Quentin can't open the door. But the door is open. You live in an area like this and there's woods in a neighborhood. It seems you should be spending some time outside searching for the child, like frantically searching for the child.
I agree with you. And I thought that was a little odd that while Danny is making the phone call, she's just kind of in the background adding context, because that's also not something that you would normally do on a 911 call. Start saying, well, it could be this. Well, it could be that. You're going to want to say, what should I do? Should I go search? You know, what, like everybody, come quick, come quick. My son is missing. You don't really get that. You hear more excuses.
Absolutely. All right, Lauren, Justice Scott Morgan staying with us. Coming up next, what will investigators be able to determine from Quentin's remains?
Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quentin's.
How could live ammunition have made it onto that set? An A-list actor charged in a fatal shooting on a film set.
Several members of the crew were already upset with the safety conditions.
This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime.
You need to be well aware of what is in this gun.
There is no way for the court to right this wrong.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. Season finale Sunday night, 8/7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
This afternoon, Chatham County Police Department detectives arrested 22-year-old Leilani Simon and charged her with malice murder, concealing the death of another person, false reporting, and making false statements in connection with the disappearance and death of her son, 20-month-old Quentin Simon. Leilani Simon is being held at the Chatham County Detention Center and is awaiting a bond hearing. We do not anticipate any other arrests in this case. She has been the sole suspect from the beginning. On Friday, our search teams at the Waste Management landfill found what they believed were human remains. This afternoon, the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia confirmed that they are, in fact, human remains. Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quentin's.
He was thrown out like garbage. This little boy that you're looking at was killed and thrown out like garbage. They had to go to a landfill to recover his remains. Unreal. Which brings me to my next question, which is about what happened to the little guy. What will investigators be able to determine from Quentin's remains? It's so sad. It is so sad. But the investigation must continue. You got to figure this stuff out. Still with us, Joseph Scott Morgan and Lauren Conlon. Lauren, the one thing about this search that I think people have to realize, I mean, this was like a massive search that was done, an incredible effort by everyone involved.
Yes, Vinny, it was a huge search. Tons of money was put into this, over $250,000 by the county. The FBI was involved. You know, they had local police, a canine team, helicopters. Everybody in the area was searching for Quentin Simon.
Joseph Scott Morgan, I want to read something from the state's filing just to give a little perspective on what happened to Quentin, and then you can help us answer the question about what investigators are going to be able to figure out from this part of the evidence. But hours after the defendant had discarded Quentin's body in the dumpster, the hydraulic forks of a front-loading garbage truck lifted up the dumpster and dumped its contents, including Quentin, into the large box that constitutes the back of the truck. Then a powerful compactor built into the truck compacted the contents of the box. Eventually, the truck gorged its load at the trash basin of a local landfill. A bulldozer then shoved the heaped garbage 300 feet from the trash basin to a cell. Once at the cell, the garbage and Quentin were compacted by a roughly 50-ton machine that looks something like a steamroller, but with rollers that are studded rather than smooth. Then there was the search. The process consisted of excavators scooping garbage out of the cell and loading it into dump trucks. The dump trucks unloading the garbage at an open area known as a search deck. The garbage then being spread out into an even layer on the search deck. Law enforcement combing through the garbage, then clearing it to make room for the next load. This is repeated day after day, load after load, ton after ton. Quentin's body, is what they're saying here, went through a lot. But they did it, Joseph Scott Morgan. They found whatever was left of these remains. What are they going to be able to determine from these remains?
Well, I got to tell you, Vin, tip of the cap, first off, to law enforcement and these people that were boots on the ground. You realize how unsuccessful most of these searches generally are? I know you realize that. We've covered it for years. And I've been a part of searches like this. And it is an absolute nightmare to work in this environment. And, you know, they talked about the truck or the piece of equipment that compounds everything that's contained in there. These landfills are split up into, they call it cells. You can call it grids as well, because you can't dump in the same area all the time. You have to keep it evenly spaced. And the upside is you know where that particular dumpster originated from that day. So it would be isolated in that specific topographic area for that site. One of the things you have working against you is nature. Remember, a landfill is there to break down all organic material. And I'm not being disrespectful here, but the human body is chief among these. And so decomposition is promoted. One interesting piece to this, Vin, is that they talk specifically about finding skeletal remains, which means that within weeks, his little precious body would have broken down very quickly, probably a lot quicker than, say, for instance, if this was a body that was placed out in the woods somewhere. You get it into this environment and it's greatly compromised. So if you're looking for, say, injuries to the tissue, like a bruise or even a gunshot wound or a knife wound, you're not going to find it most of the time because all of the soft tissue will be gone. So then you're reliant upon the skeletal remains, which they removed to Quantico. And that's kind of an interesting bit there. For me, it was, at least. They first went to Quantico, and then they came back to the state of Georgia to the state medical examiner's office. They quickly, early on, determined that these were a child's skeletal remains, which are completely different than an adult. They're not matured. And so they're very easily compromised. The bones are very soft. So that's why this is I'm not trying to be grotesque. I'm just saying this is a miracle that they even found him. And so that's why this is such an achievement on the part of law enforcement, and they couldn't deserve more credit.
And as you get those remains and you examine them, what are you looking for? What can you get from the skeletal remains of this small young child?
Yeah, one of the key things is they're being very cagey about this. Did you notice in the report it was very nonspecific relative to, well, the weapon or the instrument that was used? They talked about, and I'm going to get the phrase, maybe you can correct me here, but it was an instrument that was used, and it was nonspecific. Well, an instrument, or an object rather, can be any number of things. It can be a hammer, a baseball bat, it can be a knife. You know, those are all objects or instruments. Generally when you hear object, though, that implies blunt force trauma. So I have to ask myself this: if you're making that determination, and again, we don't have this in its final context, do you have some bit of the skull that remained where you could appreciate maybe some kind of fracture or something that had occurred? Because if you're talking about a knife wound, much more difficult to assess that on skeletal remains.
Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insight, and you do it so well and so delicately. Lauren Conlon, thank you as well. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
CR 007-359, State versus Johnny Abel Munoz. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Adrian Pettis for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Munoz?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Munoz, did you review the documents in each cause number entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
In the cause number ending in 6-1 and counts 1 and counts 2, you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. If the state is able to prove up the enhancement, your range of punishment will be anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. In the cause number ending in 5-9, you're charged with aggravated assault against a public servant in both counts. If the state is able to prove up the repeat offender enhancement allegation, your range of punishment will be anywhere from 15 years to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? Counsel, in each of the cause number, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And cause number ending in 6-1. According to the agreement, the state is proceeding on counts 2 and 3. Your punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 40 years in the prison. There's a $2,000 fine. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There are no applications. This is run concurrent with 2024 CR 007359. They're taking in consideration 2024 CR 007370 and 2024 CR 5164. And then also in the cause number ending in 61, you're to agree that you've been previously convicted of a felony before for purposes of enhancement. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement under that cause number? And then in 59, according to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count 1 and 2. Punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 40 years in the prison. You're to agree that you've been previously convicted of felony, 1 or more, for purposes of enhancement. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There are no applications. This will run concurrent with 2024 CR 007361. Understand that to be the plea bargain agreement in that cause number. Then in cause number 2024 CR 007361, how do you plead to count 2? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? And to count 3, how do you plead? And to the repeater enhancement allegation, how do you plead? True or not true?
True.
And cause number 2024 CR 007359, how do you plead to count 1? How do you plead to count 2?
Guilty.
How do you plead to the repeat offender enhancement paragraph?
True.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
No objections.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. All right. And the cause number in 61, court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty of count 2 and count 3. The court will find the repeater offender enhancement allegation true based upon your plea of true and based upon states exhibits 1 and attachments. And the court will review cause number 59 for sufficiency. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments and cause number 2024 CR 007359, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will find you guilty of count 1 and count 2. The court will find the enhancement true based upon your plea of true and based upon states exhibits 1 and attachments. All right, counsel, how much time do you need?
I'm thinking 2 weeks, Judge. We're gonna have, I would like ample opportunity to argue at sentencing. So I would think 2 weeks would be more than sufficient.
All right, Norma, if we recall this in 2 weeks, where would that put us? All right, we'll bring you back on September 24th at 9 a.m. And state, if you'll just give me a criminal history.
Your Honor,
Yes.
you mind terribly if we make that the 26th?
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you put it for the 26th? All right, we'll bring you back on September 26th. At that time, I will hear whatever evidence that is presented to me, and I'll base my decision on your sentence based upon, of course, the evidence that's already been presented to me and anything else. You understand? All right, do you have any questions about anything? All right, we'll see you back then.
All right, Johnny, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Okay.
No. Court is going to call 2024 CR 007361, 2024 CR 007359, State versus Johnny Abel Munoz. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Continuance for the state of Texas.
For the defense?
Adrian Bettis.
And are you Mr. Munoz?
Yes, ma'am.
You entered a plea in each of these cause numbers on September 10th. You entered a plea and the cause number ending in 59 to count 1 and count 2. You entered a plea of guilty and you pled true to the repeater allegation. And the cause number ending in 61, you pled guilty to counts 2 and counts 3 and true to the repeater enhancement allegation. In each of the cause numbers, the court found found there was sufficient evidence to find you guilty of each counts and found the enhancement true. According to your plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 40 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. There are no applications. The cases were run concurrently. In each of the cause numbers, counsel, you waived PSI, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The court has reviewed the defendant's criminal history without any objection from the defense. And it's the court's understanding. Do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then the court will hear argument. Defense, you're asking for, I'm assuming, 40 years. Is that correct?
State judge.
I'm sorry, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
In just one moment. All right, state, I'll hear your argument.
Judge, this case is an incredibly serious one. These were called out for suspicious person at this motel.
All right, just one moment. Excuse me, everyone. You all need to whisper as though you were spies. If you cannot do that, then y'all need to stop talking. All right, you may proceed.
They're investigating a suspicious person at this motel. When they arrived, they attempted to locate the defendant. And one of the officers was looking down a hallway. He was shot at by the defendant. The officers had to take cover. Several people from the motel from inside their rooms came out. The defendant at that point forced them at gunpoint to let him in the room. He then let them go, but continued firing at officers. He then also fired at others through the walls of the motel and could have killed several other people. Several people had to evacuate the room. Several people had to lie down on the ground to avoid any type of gunfire. This is incredibly serious. We think that 40 years is more than appropriate here. He could have killed multiple officers and multiple bystanders.
All right, defense.
Judge, this in fact is a serious case, but Johnny has serious problems. And I'm asking that the court give him mercy today. And I am asking for the minimum 15 years. I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of the court's file. In it, there's a competency report that was completed. And in that competency report, the doctor notes a few things about Mr. Munoz, which I think, frankly, should be taken into account and decided his sentence. Mr. Munoz appears to have a mental illness of some kind. It's never been diagnosed, but the doctor did review records, medical records, did talk to his family. His father did have a mental illness, and it's been suspected that Johnny has one. Johnny got locked up at 12 years old for the first time. He has had trouble with drugs and alcohol. He is an alcoholic. And on this particular occasion, he states that he was on a bender. And it certainly doesn't excuse what he did. He knows he's responsible for what he did. But he did what he did because he was on drugs, and he was on drugs because he has an addiction. So we have a cycle that Mr. Munoz has been having to deal with his entire life. And yes, this could have gotten very, very bad. But thankfully, it didn't get as bad as it could have. I think that Johnny needs to hopefully be put in a therapeutic community at prison. I think that he needs a whole bunch of counseling, a whole bunch of classes, and I hope that TDCJ is going to offer that and that he takes full advantage of that. But I don't think that he's a monster that needs to forfeit the balance of his adult life. I think that an appropriate sentence would be somewhere in the 15 to 20-year range, and that's what I'm asking that you do. Thank you.
All right, so I have several questions. My first question is, what is his mental illness?
I don't think it's ever been diagnosed, Judge, and I don't want to tell you that for sure he has one. Frankly, given the facts of this case, I thought from the get-go that I should file a competency exam, also based off of the defendant's initial behavior. That very well might have been just because he was on drugs, but there, as far as I know, there's not been an official mental diagnosis.
So he is competent?
Yeah, oh, yes.
And he was sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
All right. So then here's my next question. Previously, he went to prison for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why did he have a gun? Because he's not allowed to have a weapon.
I don't have a good answer for that, Judge. He shouldn't have had a gun. And I know that I'm asking a lot, but that's my job to ask for a lot.
No, I understand.
And I know very well, Judge, he might not be deserving of mercy. But that's kind of the point of mercy, is to be merciful to the people that don't deserve it. I'm just asking that you show him a little bit of grace today, Judge.
All right. I don't think 15 years is appropriate for this offense. For the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, how long was he in prison?
15 years.
So he was in prison for an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for 15 years. And previously in his criminal history, he was placed on deferred adjudication. What was that offense? Was that the deadly conduct?
I believe so, Judge. The ag assault, he was convicted and placed in confinement in 2008 for 15 years. Trying to find the deadly conduct, he was convicted and also placed on for 15 years.
All right. All right, this is where I'm at. And I will tell you, whenever you go to judges school, they always tell you, say as little as possible on the record, right? But I'm a firm believer that when you explain to people a little bit why you're doing the things that you're doing, so people won't think it's arbitrary. When I was a defense attorney, I would always feel that people were just randomly maybe throwing out numbers. And I'm not saying that the state is doing it in this case. I think the offer that they tendered is an appropriate offer in this case. A lot of times when people have cases that are aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, if somebody's pointing a weapon at somebody, if somebody's showing a weapon at somebody and threatening them, people focus a little bit of what might have happened. Well, this could have been a murder, so you should sentence him to 40 years. I do know that he has maybe some mental health issues. Maybe that's brought upon the fact that he has been in and out of custody since he's been 12 years old. And if you have somebody who's in and out of custody since they've been 12 years old, I know that there is an issue, perhaps parenting, because I don't take the idea that they're bad seeds. I don't think a child is born and everybody says, I knew since the time that child was born, time when they threw their bottle out of the crib or threw up on somebody, I knew that child was going to be a problem. So I think a lot of it has to do with environment. I think a lot of it has to do with parenting. Of course, there are issues with drugs, alcoholism. That really is not an excuse for behavior. So I want you to know that I reviewed everything. And the reason why I remember your case and I remember you, and the reason why I asked them to give me the stipulations again is because I want to be sure of everything that I read and make sure that my memory is correct on things. Of course, you know, this one is not an appropriate situation for probation because that's been tried with you before. All right. Is there anything you wish to say before I pass ruling? All right. I want to let you know that I wish you the best in your life, but you're going to be going to prison today. The cases will run concurrent with each other. And I want you to know, even though we're dealing a little bit in what ifs, you should really consider what ifs, because you could have killed officers that day. You could have killed people who were just at that hotel trying to get a good night's sleep. You understand? And each cause number, the court will take into consideration 2024 CR 5164. 2024 CR 007370. I'm going to recommend for you the therapeutic community mental health unit. I don't know if they'll accept you into that unit based upon your criminal history, but I do know that if you don't request it, you definitely will not be placed in that. I have no jurisdiction to order them to place you in that community, but continue to ask for it.
Yeah.
All right. And how old are you?
43.
All right. The court is going to sentence you to 35 years in the prison and give you credit for any time served. All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I realize that's, oh, and I'm sorry, in each case, there's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I know that's a lot of time. And I realize how old you are. And I realize that prison time is hard time, right? But this is what I want you to understand. One, this is a part of punishment. But two, nobody ever knows how long they're going to live. Nobody ever knows what's going to be happening with parole. But what you need to do is make sure that you get your life in order, right? And be the best that you can be. And at prison, do not become institutionalized, because it's easy to become institutionalized. It's easy to go to prison and become a part of this thing where you're just committing crimes in prison and other people are committing crimes around you or towards you at the prison. Don't become institutionalized. Just try to be the best that you can be each day. And, you know, look forward to go in there with the understanding that, hey, there's a great chance that I'm going to end up getting parole, and just try to better yourself. So when you do get paroled, that you're ready to be in society, do the right things. And if you need to be on medications, to be on medications. And if I'm still here, who knows what will happen, right? But if I'm still here on the bench and you are lost, don't know where to go to get help, you can always come back and see me, okay? And I say, if I'm still on the bench, who knows? Maybe I win the lottery or something. I don't know. All right?
All right.
So good luck to you, okay? You're welcome. Thank you, Counselor.
To that other news, people are wondering what seems to have triggered a man, leading to an hours-long standoff with San Antonio police.
According to SAPD, that suspect fired shots at officers and took over a motel room at gunpoint. Katrina Weber shows us how other guests had to do the best they could to stay safe through all of this.
What started under morning darkness would continue as trouble in the daylight. San Antonio police kept all traffic at a distance, blocking off a stretch of Fredericksburg Road near medical. Police say a masked man with a gun was holding officers at bay. They found him around 5:30 this morning at the Studio 6 extended stay motel. Police say he fired a shot at them, then ran into a guest room upstairs.
Took over their room at gunpoint. The two individuals fled the location. He went inside and barricaded himself.
It turned into a 4-hour ordeal with more shots fired at police and SWAT officers arriving. The commotion was an extra early wake-up call for guests.
From what I understand, we just got him in custody right now.
Finally, the standoff ended safely. Police arrested 42-year-old Johnny Munoz, whose criminal history dates back nearly 20 years. Had a rough reality. Katrina Weber, KSAT 12 News.
out with an 11-year-old boy. We got our hands on the criminal complaint against her, and we learned why her defense team says at least one of the serious charges should be thrown out. The problem is, she allegedly traded over 33,000 text messages with this child. We're discussing it all with an attorney who specializes in sexual abuse cases. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. Jesse Weber. We have quite the follow-up on a story that we did of a former teacher accused of making out with an 11-year-old. What a statement that is. So when we first brought this story to you, we're talking about when Madison Bergman was first charged back in May. She faced one charge: sexual contact with a child under the age of 13. But after an amended complaint was submitted in August, Bergman's preliminary hearing this week featured 10 charges: sexual contact with a child under age 13, use of a computer to facilitate a child sex crime, 2 counts of child enticement, 5 counts of sexual misconduct by school staff, and exposing children to harmful conditions. By the way, to give you an idea, the sexual assault charge, the sexual contact charge, carries up to 60 years in prison. I want to bring in attorney David Ring, who specializes in abuse cases, to talk more about this. David, good to see you. First, you're not surprised, I'd imagine, to see upgraded charges. Does that usually happen in these kinds of cases?
I'm not surprised at all. I think what happens is, the investigators want to get her charged quickly, and they have one count or a couple counts so they can get her arrested and charged. And then as they continue on with their investigation, they're going to obviously come up with more and more charges. I mean, they are obviously, and they should, taking this case extremely seriously. This teacher, this 5th grade teacher, deserves to go to prison for what she did. The boy was 11 years old. It's outrageous.
It really is. It's disturbing to think about, and it's also disturbing to think about what impact that had on the 11-year-old boy. Taking the allegations as true, she is innocent until proven guilty. I want to ask you this real quick before we move on. Facing a number of different charges, if she's convicted across the board, and you have right now only with respect to one victim, is this a situation where she could get 60 years? Are all the sentences run concurrently, consecutively? What would somebody in her position likely be facing if she's ultimately convicted across the board?
Well, if she's convicted across the board, ultimately they'll come down to the judge presiding over the case to decide what kind of sentence he wants to give her. He has the discretion to have these counts, that she serves these counts consecutively, which means she might be in prison 60 years. I think what typically will happen on a case like this, assuming, that she's proven to be guilty, she's going to get a substantial prison time, in excess of 10 years or so, and well-deserved.
And we will get into, how should I say this, more of the specifics of this abuse in a second, because it is an interesting legal argument, and whether it's a legal defense allegedly making out with an 11-year-old. We'll get back to that in a second. So authorities say that Bergman was a teacher in St. Croix County, Wisconsin, overseeing a classroom of 5th graders at an elementary school. On May 1st, school resource officer Tracy Hall of the Hudson Police Department was called to Rivercrest Elementary School to help the principal with an investigation into a teacher. Well, Officer Hall says that she was given screenshots of messages between the victim, an 11-year-old boy, and his teacher, Madison Bergman. Now, some of those exchanges were included in the criminal complaint, and I'm not going to lie to you, they will make your skin crawl. Here is an example from the victim. Ha ha ha, bro, I just want to make out with you. Bergman, I do too, like all the time. Also today, when you said, I know you're mad, but I want to kiss you, oh my gosh, I wanted to grab your face and just push you to the floor and make out with you. The 11-year-old says, ha ha ha, for real, I love to kiss you on the ground too, ha ha. Bergman responds, I almost kissed you when you were on the ground today, but I got distracted by your stomach. David, talking about stomach, I'm kind of sick to my stomach even reading this, but what stands out to me? The effort to normalize this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is what these predators do. It doesn't matter if it's a male teacher or a female teacher. They all have this predatory instinct, and what they do, it's called grooming. It's classic grooming of a young child in order to gain, sexual conduct with that kid. And so this teacher clearly what they do is they befriend the kid. I mean, he's in her class, so she already has a position of authority over him. But then it starts with the special favors and the privileges and the attention. This boy was coming into her classroom at lunchtime. It's just the two of them. And then the text messages start. I'll bet anything they started out as pretty vanilla, pretty innocuous. And then the teacher takes it to the next level and then starts introducing sexual talk into it. And that's how these teachers victimize these kids. They rope them in. And the next thing you know, the kid has stepped into quicksand and has no idea how to get out of it because he's a kid. And so that's exactly what this teacher did. She's a predator, pure and simple.
What a case. What a case. Look, it's important, though. It's important to talk about. It's important to expose what's going on. Maybe people can step up if they see something like this happening. And for us, look, it's a privilege to be able to bring you these stories and to break them down. And the truth is, we're able to continually do this in large part because of the support that we get from our sponsors. And I want to call out one right now, our sponsor of today's episode, Upside. So Upside's awesome, by the way. It's a free app that helps you get cash back when you buy food, groceries, gas, real cash back. Money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. I mean, I just used Upside. I used it to find a gas station. I claimed an offer. I pay with my credit card at the pump, and then I followed the steps on the app and I got cash back. It is so simple. You can use Upside at all different kinds of places, restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Hope you can check it out. How do you even defend a text message like this? Do you say it was taken out of context? It's not what you don't believe what you're reading?
Yeah, look, her attorneys went in and made a very technical argument saying, well, gee, okay, these text messages are bad, but they don't show sexual misconduct. There's nothing in there that says we're going to have sex or intercourse or oral copulation or anything like that. That argument, I mean, that's the only argument they could make, to try to say, hey, these are innocuous text messages. But the judge shot that down. The judge said, no, there's sexual misconduct in these text messages for sure.
I will get to that in a second. The specifics of it, normally we wouldn't discuss it, but as a legal matter, it's important. I'll get to that defense in a second. But going back to the story, according to Officer Hall, the victim's father explained that his mother had recently caught the boy talking on the phone with Bergman. And she says she took his phone away and told him that talking with teachers outside of school was crossing a boundary. She also reportedly emailed Bergman, asked her to stop talking to her son outside of school. So the next morning, the victim's father went through the phone and found all of these concerning messages. And we learned during Bergman's preliminary hearing that the two had sent more than 35,000 messages to one another. So how do you explain that, right? How do you explain that? Well, here's what the criminal complaint had to say about the interview that the school resource officer did with Bergman alongside several other people, including the principal, the head of HR, Bergman's union rep. Quote, as the interview started, I asked her if she knew why we were talking. And she stated she assumed since she saw the victim's dad at the school. As I asked her to explain further, she stated that she was having phone contact with victim. She explained that during winter break, she was invited to go snowboarding at Afton Alps with the victim and his family, which she did. While at Afton, she exchanged phone numbers with victim in case they were separated at the snow park. Bergman went on to say that since then, victim has called her 4 to 5 times for no particular reason. When I asked her if she had called him, she stated she did not recall. When I asked Bergman if there had been any text messages exchanged between her and victim, she requested a lawyer. I stopped all questioning at that time and all of us left the room except for Bergman. So David, seems to me, based on that, she was putting the blame on this child. And as soon as they mentioned the messages, she knew she was in trouble.
She sure was. I mean, again, despicable. You're going to blame the 11-year-old for responding to your text messages. And Jesse, think about this. 33 or 35,000 text messages. I did the math on this. If you, for 365 days, let's say this went on for a year, every single day, that is 90 text messages a day. And we know this probably didn't even go on for a year. It's probably a shorter period of time. That is an unbelievable amount of text messages. And so she's just obsessed with this boy. She's completely taken over his life with these text messages. And then when she's caught red-handed, she tries to blame him. I mean, that's another reason why she's going to go to prison, because her conduct is absolutely despicable.
It's crazy when you break it down, that number. Wow, that is frightening and incredible to think about. Now, authorities, they say that among the messages that the victim's father printed out was a photo of Bergman in shorts and a t-shirt that the principal said appeared that it was taken in one of the elementary school's bathrooms. Now, the school resource officer also did an interview with the victim, and the victim apparently agreed to talk and tell this person what had happened. Now, David, before I even get into this, these interviews, I imagine, are incredibly sensitive. They must be difficult to conduct as well when you're talking to an 11-year-old about this subject matter. How do they work?
Well, they are incredibly important, and it's amazing. You know, law enforcement in a lot of jurisdictions now have specialized units to interview these kids, and it's got to be done the right way. Look, the wrong way is that the kid gets interviewed 4 different times by 4 different people, and he's, you know, go over here and talk to them, go over here and talk to them. That is not how it should be done. It should be one interview in a very comfortable environment with someone who's a professional forensic interviewer of children, who doesn't suggest answers, who knows how to gain the trust of the child so they're comfortable and they give the interview and they give the facts. And they're almost always recorded so that, you know, the defense can't come in and argue that there's been foul play on the interview. So these interviews are incredibly important, and most law enforcement do a really fantastic job with them, especially if they have particular units set up for this type of thing.
So what did this 11-year-old reportedly say? Well, he allegedly admitted to communicating with Bergman almost every day, like you said, David. He also said that she would rub his thigh and calves during independent reading time and sometimes had him stay after class. The complaint reads, when the other kids left the classroom, she approached him and kissed him on the mouth. He described himself as sitting on the ground immediately after the kiss, as he couldn't believe that it happened and the fact that it was his first kiss. He then got up, gave Bergman a hug, and left the classroom to catch the school bus. I mean, you talk about how innocent this kid is. The victim admitted he and Bergman had kissed several times over the last few months. The victim also told the officer about love letters and drawings he and Bergman would write to each other. He said that Bergman kept all of the sheets of paper in folders, that those folders were found in Bergman's backpack in her classroom. And some of those notes, Bergman and the victim allegedly addressed each other with pet names like Pookie or Hottie. Bergman reportedly wrote to the victim that one of her cousins is in the 5th grade and she couldn't imagine a man talking to her the way that she was talking to the victim. Supplemental narrative was provided by a deputy who helped collect and catalog the evidence, and she noted that she found 53 notes to the victim from Bergman and 46 notes to Bergman from the victim. So this is apparently from Bergman, where she says, first off, I still can't believe we have actually kissed. You are the second person in my whole life that I ever kissed. That is so crazy. And I know your first kiss, and I'm so sorry you won't ever be able to tell anyone that. Bergman had apparently been set to marry her high school sweetheart, but when the allegations against her came out, I think you can imagine the wedding was abruptly canceled. By the way, talking about the amount of messages, Hull found more than 35,000 messages, and that amounted to 12,000 pages to go through. The report shows that the first text message was sent from Bergman to the victim on December 26th about meeting up at the ski hill. And based on some of the text messages, it was revealed that Bergman had said multiple times that the two of them messaging each other was inappropriate and that they needed to stop. But she also said there were no cameras in the classroom. So David, knowledge, knowing what you're doing is wrong, is a big component of a criminal case.
Huge component. I mean, she's basically admitted in some of these text messages, she absolutely knows this is illegal conduct, that she's engaging in misconduct. And then here's the other thing. She tries to guilt the victim into making sure that he doesn't say anything. Hey, this is wrong. No one can find out. Hey, this is just between us. You know, it's too bad you aren't able to tell anyone about your first kiss because this has to stay secret. Things like that. Classic behavior by predators to keep the victim silent so they can continue with the sexual misconduct.
And the texts, they got worse. They included graphic descriptions of sexual acts as the 11-year-old boy asked for details about sex organs. In one message, Bergman says that she pleasured herself to photos of the victim. She also says that the boy is a better kisser than her fiancé. Oh my gosh. Now, 2 teachers resigned in connection with these allegations. One, of course, was Bergman, but the other was also a 5th grade teacher. According to school sources who spoke with the New York Post, this other teacher might have known what was going on and didn't report it. She hasn't been charged with any crime, but very serious allegation to say the least. David, do we see that often in these kinds of school abuse cases, that there are other teachers who know what's going on and don't report it, or family members that don't report it? Because I haven't seen that too often.
Jesse, look, this is what I do for a living. I've handled so many of these cases, literally hundreds in my 30 years. And I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times, the abuse could have been prevented or at least put to an end very early on. And why is that? Because other staff members suspected or knew what was going on and did nothing about it. And so this particular case, I read that also about this other teacher resigning. And here's the thing. Every state has what's called mandatory reporting laws for child abuse, for suspected child abuse. And so if you're someone who works with children all the time, you're a mandated reporter of suspected abuse, which means if you have a suspicion that something is amiss between another coworker and a child, you are obligated under the law to report that to the police. And then the police come in and investigate. I can't tell you how many times there's been cases where there's another teacher who suspected something and does nothing. And this is a classic example. Apparently, you have another teacher who's either resigned or been forced to resign because she suspected or knew and did nothing about it. And here's the thing on this particular case is that it sounds like a lot of the misconduct took place in the classroom. In the classroom at the school. This wasn't, somewhere in a car or out in the neighborhood. This was in the classroom. That should never happen. There should never be a teacher alone with a young student behind closed doors for an appreciable amount of time in a classroom. If it happens more than once or twice, a person should be fired.
David, very, very well said. Appreciate you mentioning that because that is a disturbing trend. Yeah, I mean, the idea that this could be prevented, this could be stopped right even before it even begins. I want to talk about the defense, though. I want to kind of end there, something that we going full circle. So after the amended complaint was filed, the defense submitted a motion to dismiss the charge of first-degree child sexual assault, the most, 60 years in prison count. And they argued that the teacher didn't have sexual contact with the victim because the motion says the issue is whether defendant engaged in sexual contact of an intimate part of the alleged victim. Applying the facts as presented in the amended complaint, both the plain text, and they cite a statute, and relevant case law, support the legal position that defendant did not touch an intimate part of the alleged victim. Therefore, there are insufficient facts to conclude that defendant committed the crime charged. The defense argued that none of the areas that Bergman allegedly touched the victim, the chest, the hand, the shin, the thigh, that none of that is considered intimate parts. And the motion concluded count 1 in the amended complaint, however, clearly lacks probable cause and that defendant did not have sexual contact with the alleged victim. Therefore, there is only one way for the court to safeguard justice: dismiss count 1 of the complaint for failure to allege sufficient facts to establish probable cause. Well, during her preliminary hearing, the judge in this case, Judge Scott Nordstrand, rejected that argument, saying, I already concluded based upon a number of cases we cited and walked through together that it isn't necessary for that specific word to be used. David, thoughts?
The judge got it right. I mean, look, the teacher's text messages are the most damaging thing here because she admits, and not to get graphic, but this goes right to the heart of this particular felony charge. She admits to touching him, to him, being aroused, to her being aroused, to the groping and the kissing and all that. And so you take all that together and she makes reference that they're lying on the floor together and all that. That's absolutely sexual touching, and the judge got it right. The defense, they don't have much to argue with here, so that's kind of their Hail Mary pass to, like, hey, let's get the most serious charge dismissed somehow by saying she never touched an intimate part. And the judge, he read the criminal statute the way it should be read, which is in a broad sense. And he said, no, those charges are absolutely legitimate, and she's facing a very serious felony charge in that respect.
And the judge found that there was enough probable cause to move forward to trial. Not surprising when you have a preliminary hearing. The standard is very low. You just have to present probable cause that these crimes were committed, that there's sufficient evidence to move forward with the trial. Judge found that there was here, clearly based on everything we just went through. And according to court records, Bergman's arraignment has been set for November. David Ring, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
jurors back in?
No, Judge, we should go get our witness.
All right. All right, go ahead and round them up. I got some that I have some that Frazier gave me on Monday. They didn't say she was going to be in the gazebo. Are we ready to proceed? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And your last name is Podolsky?
Pulowski.
Pulowski, I'm sorry. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody in this case. So I want to talk about some things, kind of going back and, we're going to go ahead and talk about the guns. Leave that up now, because I'm going to ask you to switch it over to the Elmo. So earlier you stated, so there was, you believe you saw a revolver.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take this mouse, this purplish magenta mouse, and you tell me where to stop. Which one you think you saw?
It was either that one or the one with the brown.
This one or this one or this one?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't remember the colors.
Okay. But not this one?
No. No.
Okay, so longer muzzle, not the shorter muzzle, not a snub nose.
From what I can remember.
Right, and that's all I'm asking, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Now, Judge, if we can switch over to the Elmo. Thank you, Judge. You show me where the button is. I'll come up there and do it.
I'm trying to get a button installed down there. That's part of the source of my frustration.
Okay, let's see, back up here. Going the wrong way. All right, so this is a report in the state. You've stipulated to the admissibility of this report?
Yes, no objection, Judge.
So I would ask to admit this as Jenna 1.
All right, Sid.
You went to the district attorney's office on August the 27th, so a little more than a month ago, yes? Of this year?
Is this the virtual meeting?
I don't know. Was it a virtual meeting? This is a report regarding you talking to the DA's office about this gun.
I'm not. I don't. Is this?
Well, I'm not
was
saying
this
that
the? Was this the phone call that I had to come here?
I'm not, ma'am. I'm not.
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm just going to read the report. Okay, it says on August the 27th, 2024, at approximately 14:48 hours, I requested to attend a Zoom meeting with Jenna Pulowski. Present for the meeting was ADA Megan Frankish and DCA DA Jeffrey Fogus. Ms. Pulowski is the XY. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Ms. Pileski is the ex-wife of Christopher Farris, the son of Gary and Melody Farris. During the course of the meeting, Ms. Pileski advised of the time when the defendant showed her a gun, specifically a revolver. Once when she was at the home of for either Father's Day or Gary's birthday, both having just occurred in June, the month before Gary's death. She never handled the weapon, and it was merely a quick glance of the weapon when they were in the basement for other reasons. So is that a true statement?
Right. So
Okay.
this was the Zoom meeting that I had with them.
Okay. And it says then the following 3 photos were shown to her. And of the 3 weapons shown, and without certainty, she identified the black metal and wood-handled revolver as the one that looked most similar to the gun Melody showed her in the basement.
Okay.
Okay? And then you noted that there was where the gun was located in the basement, which I believe there was a picture of earlier.
A picture of?
Where you think you found, where you were when you saw the gun?
In the basement.
In the basement. All right. So, do you find it interesting that you never told anybody about a gun in the basement?
Nobody ever called me.
Nobody ever called you on this case? You never were interviewed?
I was interviewed shortly after.
Sure.
At that time, it was a week after this had happened, and my main focus was taking care of those girls and making sure they were okay and going into good wife mode and being there for my husband at the time. I really didn't think about anything else other than protecting them and being there for them.
All right, so you were interviewed. Do you remember that?
Over the phone.
Over the phone. Do you remember anything about that interview?
We talked about where Chris and I and Addie ate dinner.
Okay. Do you remember telling them in that interview that you slept with Addie that night and that Chris slept by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember in that interview telling the police that you and Addie met Chris out at the Peachtree Road Race? He texted you.
No, I don't remember those details.
All right. Your Honor, I've got to play the recording, if that's okay with you. We don't have a transcript of it that I know of.
Is testimony that she doesn't remember?
That's what she testified to. She doesn't remember. Your Honor, at this time I would admit, how long is the video, Michael? Or the recording?
The whole audio recording is 20 minutes.
And I think it would be best to play the whole recording.
No. Not to refresh her recollection of, how much are you wanting to ask her?
You got the timestamp on the question?
For the road race, you're probably looking at. Why don't you ask her all the other questions you want to ask her about the interview and see if she remembers any of that, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So you don't remember that you told the investigator in that case that he was out at the road race and you and Addie met him out at the road race?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. But you do remember that she slept with you that night?
I do. Mm-hmm.
All right. And but in that interview, you also stated that he couldn't have left. How would you know?
How would I know if he left or not?
Right.
Our house?
Yes,
I would hear
yes,
him.
ma'am.
I would
When you
hear
were asleep?
him. With Addie, I didn't sleep very much. So, yeah, I probably would have heard him.
Probably.
Yes, the way that our door shut at the time, the condo that we lived in, I would have definitely heard. He's a big guy. He's 6'4". When he would walk around, I could hear him.
And in that interview, I think you concluded the interview with something to the effect of, "Can I get off the phone now?" Do you remember saying that?
Probably, yeah. I remember.
Why is that?
Because this is stressful. This is extremely overwhelming and scary and awful.
You're no longer married to Chris, correct?
Correct.
When did you divorce?
We separated in April of 2021, and the divorce was finalized in December 2021.
Okay. Was that because he was having addiction issues?
It was for several reasons.
And what were those reasons?
What does that have to do with this?
Well, ma'am, you have to answer the question.
We divorced. We were together for 13 years, married for 6, and he did have addiction issues. However, that was not the main reason. We had had financial issues. We had to move out of our house. There was a lot of emotional damage done by then, by April, and therefore I felt like that wasn't what I wanted to be a part of, a marriage. I didn't think that's what marriage was, and I decided that I needed to step away and do what's best for me.
Did you struggle with any substance abuse issues?
No.
Can we switch back over to the other? I learned a lesson. Trying to get to a picture of the basement. So this bar, you're saying this piece of this furniture right here is where you saw the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you see the gun above the door here?
Yes.
So you're talking about a historic gun that was Miss Walker's or Mr. Walker's gun. Grandfather, her father, Chris's grandfather's gun, correct? That's the story you told.
Yes. I mean, you're saying that I'm talking about that gun?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That is a historic gun owned by Mr. Walker.
I've never noticed it, and I don't know. Don't know it.
So, don't you find it unusual that you didn't bring this story up to anybody for 6 years until August of 2024?
No, because when I divorced my husband, my ex-husband, no one had contacted me about any of this, and I didn't think that my role was important in anything.
Did Chris ever promise you any money? Of course, if Melody gets convicted, then he would stand to inherit quite a lot of money. That you would get a lot of money.
No.
Okay. Did Chris ever tell you that he saw a revolver at his parents' house in 2011, 2012?
Not that I remember, no.
And that it was a silver revolver?
No.
A snub-nosed revolver?
I don't know what that.
With a white handle?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Are you aware that Scott Farris says he found a revolver in this drawer
No.
that looks nothing like any of the revolvers that you've described?
Okay.
Your Honor, would this be an appropriate time to play the brief snippet?
Hey, y'all want to handle it? Y'all want to send the jury out and do that?
It won't take, I mean...
All right, y'all step out. I know we have a couple of jurors who are trying to get their steps in, but when we're doing stuff in the courtroom while they're back there, they need to stay in the jury room, not the hallway. All right. What?
If you'll just hit to turn this mic on, I'll spin it on that time.
Do what? No, I mean, it needs to go.
Just like, there's got to be a USB input that we can put it in.
Oh, if you just want, yeah, there's a HDMI cable that you can access, and I can switch it to Mr. Ray's laptop. Well, if you want to try it with the mic, if you can hear it from there, that's fine. I don't care. You got to push that button on the rack to 1.
Put it to 1?
Yeah. All right. If there's other sections you want to play to her, that's fine. Just, I don't. Yeah, we'll turn it down a little bit. But. Yeah. Oh, now if you have the USB. If you have it on the hard drive, then you can plug the hard drive into the other computer.
I had it pulled up to the...
Right. Yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah.
Hi, this is Jennifer returning your call.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I didn't have... I wasn't sure if I was...
Let's see, 4th.
That's the part we're going to talk about.
Well, yeah.
That's the part she didn't remember.
Don't wake up might be probably the best place to start.
Like 9 or 10. About 9 or 10. Chris was up around 9, I would say, possibly earlier, but I didn't wake up till 9 or 10. And he walked up to go watch the Peachtree Road Race because we live right around the corner, down the street from it. And he text messaged me to bring Addie, so I got up, walked the dog with her, walked her up there, and then I came back. And hold on, let me read through here. Hey.
That's it.
All right, is there anything else you're going to want to talk to her about?
That's it.
On there? Anything the state's going to want to ask her about that you want to refresh her memory with?
I don't think so, Judge.
All right. Oh yeah, well now ask her if that. See, now you got to ask her if it refreshes her memory.
Well, we can do that.
Well, let's do it here first before.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I can ask her in front of the jury.
Okay. All right, bring them back in. Did anyone go cover the rally and see Miss Roberts in the park? No one did double duty for, okay, whatever you did, okay. There was, they opened the Democrat Party headquarters, and so they had her and Stacey Abrams and some other notables in the park.
I think she's from Smyrna. Mystic Pizza. Another great one.
All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Mr. Pulaski, we refreshed your memory with a recording that you had with Detective Kuykendall back in July of 2018 on this break. And now I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you remember that Chris was already out at the Peachtree Road race and that you and Addie came out about 9 or 10? He texted you to come out to the race. So that means he was alone from bedtime all the way up to 9 or 10.
He was at our condo.
Well, he was also at the race. Do you know what time he went to the race?
Probably around 8, I would guess.
But you don't know.
I don't know exactly.
Because you slept in, yes?
Correct.
All right, so you don't know when he left that apartment that morning.
He texted me when he did.
He texted you to come out. He testified earlier that he was out there much earlier than 9 or 10.
He was out there earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't remember the exact timeline. So what I said on the call is probably more accurate than what I'm trying to remember 6 years ago, because I've been trying to push this out of my brain ever since the divorce was finalized. So I've been making every effort I can to forget about everything. So that's why I'm struggling to really give you an exact time when Chris got up and walked out to the Peachtree Road race.
And Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
Ms. Mankers, anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. Jenna, did you know Gary Farris?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to see Chris and Gary around one another?
Yes.
And did Chris love his father?
Yes.
Would he have ever wished him to be gone?
No, never.
Did he ever express to you that he wanted his money more than his father?
No, absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Oh, sorry. Philip Samples. The state calls Philip Samples.
I'll just stretch. You're welcome to get it stretched again, but I'm going to.
Before you have a seat, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Philip Samples.
Mr. Samples, how is it that you know Scott Farris?
Met him through my wife before we got married almost 9 years ago.
What's your wife's name?
Randy Samples.
Okay, I'm going to have you scoot a little bit closer to that microphone. Thank you. Okay, and how did Randy and Scott know each other?
I believe that they met a couple years before that Randy and I got together. My wife worked at a restaurant, so they met at the restaurant and became friends from there.
What is your wife's maiden name?
Pierce.
And does she have any siblings?
She has an older brother.
What's his name?
Ted Pierce.
Are Scott and Ted also friends?
Correct.
And is Scott close to the Pierce family?
He is.
And that would include you now?
Absolutely.
So how long have you known him?
Met Scott roughly nine and a half years ago, if I remember correctly.
So 2015-ish?
Ish, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Sure. And were you with Scott? What kind of things would you do with Scott?
Play golf, shoot guns, bowling, campfires, normal, regular, fun stuff outside.
Where would you shoot guns?
At the farm.
What kind of guns would you shoot? Shoot?
Typically just shotguns, shooting at targets, stuff like that.
Did you ever know Scott to shoot a revolver?
Off the best of my knowledge, no.
So you like to play golf?
Absolutely.
And how frequently would you guys play golf?
At least 2 to 3 times a month, as much as possible.
I want to take you back 6 years to July of 2018, that week of the 4th, so Monday through Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you do for work?
I'm in construction.
And did you do that back then as well?
I did.
You had the same job?
Different jobs, same industry.
Okay. Did you have to work that week?
I did.
Did you go to work on Monday, July 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to work on Tuesday, July 3rd?
Partially, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you do on July 3rd?
July 3rd, I went to work when I was working in Houston, Georgia at the time. Worked about a half a day. Most of the crews from the job site left early that day, being that it was 4th of July early, the next day. So I left midday and headed to the lake house.
Where's the lake house?
In Dawsonville.
Whose lake house is it?
My mother-in-law's, Nancy Pierce.
So that would be Randy and Ted's mom.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that was in Dawson?
Yes, ma'am.
Dawsonville, Dawson County?
Dawson County.
Okay. On what lake?
Lake Lanier.
So you headed up there in the afternoon? Early afternoon?
Early afternoon. It was after lunch.
Who was there when you got there?
My family, Nancy, Ted, Randy, Scott, and I can't remember who else, but there were people in and out.
What did you do when you were there?
Went out on the lake. We like to surf. We like to just spend time floating on the water.
And Scott was with you?
Correct.
Around what time did you leave the lake that evening?
I stayed the night that evening.
You spent the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Who spent the night with you?
It would have been my mother-in-law, Nancy, Ted, my wife, and our daughter.
And your daughter, who was how old at the time?
Not even one yet.
Did Scott spend the night?
He did not spend the night.
Okay, what time do you remember did he leave?
It was late in the evening. I don't remember the exact time, but it was very late.
So after 9?
Absolutely.
After 10?
Can't say for sure, but
after 11?
Late.
Okay. So maybe after 10. Did he stay past midnight?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. What time did you go to sleep that night?
Probably much after midnight.
Okay. But when you were awake, Scott left?
No, he was still there at the time, I believe.
Did he leave when you were awake, or did he leave after you went to bed?
I believe he left before we went to bed.
Okay. And so that was the night of the 3rd.
Correct.
And did you guys have plans for the 4th?
We did.
Did you have plans with Scott?
We did.
What were those plans?
We had golf at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 4th.
Where were you going to golf?
Hampton Golf Village.
Where's that?
In Cumming, Georgia.
Cumming is a big place, so
Okay.
Can you narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, it's just off of Highway 400, right next to Hubbardtown Road, Setting Down, Jotham Down area.
So east towards Hall County?
Correct.
Slightly east.
Yes.
When you get off 400, you go east?
Correct.
Okay. And your tea time was
7 o'clock in the morning.
7 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you go there with?
Scott and Ted.
Did you ride with Scott?
No, ma'am.
Okay, who did you ride with?
Ted.
And when you got there, what time was it?
About 6:45.
Okay. And who was there when you got there?
Scott was there.
He was already there. Did you communicate with him prior to that morning?
Just that we were heading to the golf course.
And how did you communicate with him?
Called him. Typically, if we play golf early in the morning, we all call each other and make sure we're moving.
How long does it take you to play a round of golf? 18 holes.
18 holes, average 4.5 hours.
Did you play 18 on July 4th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were with Scott the whole morning?
Correct.
What time did you finish?
We teed off at 7. We would have been wrapping up around 11:30.
Where did you go after you finished your round of golf?
Back to the lake house in Dawsonville.
That same lake house?
Correct.
Your mother-in-law's lake house?
Yes.
Who went?
Scott and Ted.
And you?
Correct.
Who
and
else was there?
My wife was still there with my daughter, and can't remember if anybody else showed up off the top of my head.
What did you do when you got there?
Back onto the lake, floating, surfing, enjoying the water.
And once you were all kind of tired of the water, did you go see fireworks? What did you do that evening? Did you cook out?
On the 4th, my wife and I left around 6-ish because we had to get back to the house with our daughter, and I had to work the next day.
Who was there when you left?
Nancy, Scott, Ted, and again, I can't remember who else was there.
So throughout the time that you were with him on the 3rd at the lake, did Scott ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
On the 4th, when you were with him from golf from that morning till about 7 a.m. till when you left the lake house first around dinner time between 6 and 7, did he ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Samples, that's correct.
Correct.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. I want to talk to you a little bit. How long have you been friends with Scott?
Roughly 9 years.
Before 2018?
Yeah, roughly. Before then, I mean, that was 6 years ago, so roughly 3+ years, just give or take.
Okay, all right. So did, in all y'all's time as friends, did Scott talk to you at all about his time in the military?
Very sporadic, but yeah.
Yeah. What did he tell you?
That he spent time in Iraq. I mean,
Okay.
we didn't go into the details, stuff like that, so.
All right. Did he ever tell you that he had experience with burned bodies in Iraq?
Not to my knowledge.
Never brought that up to you? Okay. And any type of weapons that he used?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did he tell you that he'd been previously married?
I did know that, yes.
Okay. How did he tell you that?
I believe just in conversation one night, sitting down with my soon-to-be wife and Scott, just it got brought up in conversation.
And that they were divorced.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you know back then about his life? Like how he made a living? What was he doing?
He worked on the farm.
He worked on the farm? Mm-hmm. Did you think he was getting a paycheck, or how do you think he was making money?
Didn't ask, none of my business.
Okay. Were you aware that on the morning of the 4th, which is when you guys played golf, early tee time because it's hot in summertime, you got to start early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So y'all get there at 7, maybe even a little before, but are you aware that he had, for his round of golf, he had to use his father's credit card? Did you know that?
I did not.
Didn't see it?
I don't pay attention to what people use.
Okay. And y'all played golf, and well, let's back up. Let's go to the 3rd. That day, when did y'all play golf on the 3rd?
I didn't play golf on the 3rd.
All right. When did you run into Scott on the 3rd?
After I got to the lake house from work.
Okay. He was already there?
Yes.
And what, if anything, what was his demeanor like that evening?
Standard Scott.
What is standard Scott?
Happy to be around his friends. Happy to be enjoying the lake.
Okay. So y'all were, How much did you see him drink that night?
Not
Couple
much.
beers.
Couple beers.
Any whiskey? Any bourbon? Crown Royal? Anything like that?
Not off my top of my knowledge, no.
No shots. You don't remember him taking any shots?
If he did, I don't remember it.
Did y'all ever do that when y'all were at the lake?
I do, yes.
Well, okay. But y'all been known to do that.
Yes.
But you did see him drinking alcohol the night of the 3rd.
Yes.
Right. And you don't remember a specific time when he left?
I do not.
Right. The next morning when you get out to play golf with him, what was his demeanor like?
Same as we always was, happy to play golf. I mean, when we woke up to play golf and we met, we always were a little sluggish in the morning, and he was just the same as the rest of us.
So he was a little sluggish, just like you guys?
Tired.
You could tell he was tired.
No, just same as the rest of us.
Right. So, which was tired? You said sluggish.
Yeah, we're 6:45 in the morning, we're all sluggish.
Then y'all went to the lake again that day.
Correct.
Did he drink?
Best of my knowledge, I don't remember.
Now, you went, you testified earlier that you guys had been out on the farm shooting. All right. Were you ever in a Facebook video with him where you guys were shooting what appeared to be an AR-15 and then you start shooting some sidearm? Was that you?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't recall ever shooting an AR-15 over there.
All right. When you guys were shooting, was it along the backs? What part of the property were you guys on?
Behind the barn.
Behind the barn?
Where Scott lived, yes.
All right. And did you, what would you guys do? How would y'all shoot?
Shoot at targets.
Would you do any like kind of tactical movements as you did that?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Y'all just standing there shooting targets?
Yes.
Tell me about Scott. How was he a good shot? Is he a good shot?
Average.
Wow. Okay. Explain why he's an average shot.
He didn't shoot much better than me.
All right. And you would define yourself as an average shot.
Absolutely.
And the type of guns you guys would use, what would you bring your own? Would you use Scott's?
Bring our own.
All right. What did you bring over there?
I would have brought my dad's rifle, I believe, if I remember correctly.
All right. And any handguns?
I didn't own a handgun at the time.
Did Scott?
I believe so.
And did he shoot with a handgun while y'all were there?
Possibly. I don't remember exactly what everybody was shooting.
Was there a lot of people over there shooting while you were doing this? Or just you and Scott?
No, 10 people or so.
10 people or
have
so?
A campfire at night. Let's shoot and hang out, eat.
How often would y'all do that?
It was sporadic, every couple months or so, once a month, just depending on what everybody's schedules was.
And everybody back then, y'all were in y'all's mid-30s?
Yes, sir.
Because now everybody's kind of early 40s, but back then mid-30s, mid to late 30s.
Roughly.
So y'all get together every couple of months, go out to the barn, shoot, drink, have a bonfire, things like that.
We only shot once while I was there. The rest of the time it was all riding horses, campfire, cooking out, spending time with each other.
Your Honor, I may have a moment. That's all, Judge.
Redirect.
That's okay. No, Judge.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness, Mr. Fergus. Take off Scott Harris.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Underneath.
Scott, state your full name for the record.
Scott Walker Farris,
How old are you today?
41 years old.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you identify your mother for the record, please? You see your mom sitting in court?
Yes, sir.
Just describe the clothing she's wearing.
She's wearing a gray jacket with a black shirt, glasses on her head, pearl necklace.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of introduce you to the jury. So let's go back and I want to talk about your childhood. If I asked you where are you from, what's your answer?
I was born in Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama was the hospital. Lived there short period of time, and then we moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where my dad went to law school.
Okay. Let me ask you about that. We're going to break it down and go through it. How old were you? What were your memories? What age do you remember law school with your dad?
I was very little. I remember going to the law school. I remember when my dad graduated and seeing him jump over like a big mud puddle in his cap and gown. There's very, very little I remember of actually being in Tuscaloosa because I was so young.
But how old again were you when you were there?
Probably 5-ish, around in there.
And how old was your brother Chris?
Well, he's 3 years older than me, so he would have been around 8, 9 years old.
Do you remember doing anything with your dad at law school? Did y'all play together or do anything when you were there?
Don't remember any. I remember going fishing with him. There was either a pond or a lake or river close by in the townhome that we lived in.
Do you have a memory of your when your dad was in law school, of him studying or coming back and studying or anything like that? Or what are the memories that you have of your dad while he was in law school?
I don't really remember any of that. I remember more in Birmingham when I believe he was he taught law school or helped out with a law professor, and helping him grade tests. I do remember that.
How'd you do that?
Well, back then it was like, when I was in high school, when you took, SATs or anything, it was fill in the bubbles, and, he would give me a kind of a cardboard cutout, and I lay it over, and anything that didn't have a pencil mark, I would just take a highlighter and hit it. So that was my way of helping him out.
He was grading tests?
Oh yeah, he was incredibly book smart.
How old were you when you were helping your dad do this?
We were living in Birmingham, so I was in elementary school, so I don't remember my exact age, but definitely between 5 and 10 years old, roughly.
And what were the age of your siblings at this time when you were in Alabama? Or it was you and Chris?
All 4 of us would have been born, well, except for, I believe Amanda was born in Tuscaloosa, and Emily. No, sorry, Amanda was born in Birmingham. Emily was born in Tuscaloosa, I think. Emily is 5 years behind me, and then Amanda is 18 months roughly behind Emily.
All right, so let's go through the kids. Who's the oldest in the family?
Chris is.
And how much older is he than you?
5 years. No, sorry, 3 years.
3 years? And then it's you? And then who's after you, below you?
Emily.
Okay, and what's the age difference between you and Emily?
About a 5-year difference.
And then Amanda's the youngest?
Yes, sir.
Were you who you were the closest with? Were you closer to your sisters or to your brother, or who did you line up with?
I was more protective of, Emily was closer to me, so I was protective of her, but...
How about Chris? Was he closer to one of the sisters?
Chris was kind of more of on Amanda. I was Emily. Chris and I did a lot of things together as kids. We were very involved in baseball.
Sports?
Yes.
Did you play anything else besides baseball?
At the time, no.
What kind of things did you do for hobbies and things when you were young?
A lot of fishing.
And how about your sisters? What type of things would they do?
Played with Barbies.
When you, as you've gone through this entire event, the murder of your father, how is there a division among the kids now?
Chris, Emily, and I, we're all together. Amanda had turned on us.
Did things get stressful, tense after the death of your father?
Oh yes, I mean, our whole world got wrecked.
Do you talk to your sister Amanda much anymore?
No, I do not.
How about your other siblings?
Yes, I talk to them at a minimum once a week, roughly.
Growing up, how close were you? How close were the four to each other?
I mean, as we got older, we all kind of started doing our own things. You know, Chris, you know, he was older than me, so, you know, with him being in high school and all, he's not going to hang out, you know, as much with me. He's a little brother. He's got his own friends and all. And, you know, Emily and I mean, we really didn't go do things together. It was kind of a normal childhood, just brother and sister type deal.
When it comes to your dad, as you're growing up through high school, did he work a lot?
Yes, he did.
Would you describe your father as was he a workaholic?
Yes, I would.
Did he love his work?
He absolutely did.
If you could describe whether or not he was an introverted or extroverted person, what was he like?
What do you mean?
Was he quiet, kind of isolated to himself, or was he the life of the party and would hang out with people?
So if there was something going on, if we all went out to dinner and stuff, he definitely sparked up conversations with everybody, you know, crack jokes and everything like that, but he didn't go out all the time. I mean, if there was only going to be two places he was going to be at, home or the office working. But whenever we went out, and like when we used to go on dove hunting trips, a dove shoot and all, he would get around and talk with people and have a good time.
Do you like to hunt?
Yes, sir, I do.
What type of things do you hunt?
Pretty much anything I can. But here in the state of Georgia, I mainly do deer hunting and dove hunting.
What type of hunting did your dad like to do?
Bird hunting.
Do you do a lot?
A lot of bird hunting, yes.
And what kind of guns would you use when you do bird hunting?
Shotguns.
Do you have a particular gun that he would like to use or anything, or y'all would use?
I mean, he's had several shotguns. You know, he started out with 12 gauge shotgun, and then he got a over and under silver pigeon. That's when he started getting more into quail hunting with clients. But he just mainly always had shotguns.
Do you like to play golf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did your dad like to play golf?
He did, but he didn't play as much as, say, I would.
And who would you play golf with? Who was the people that you usually would go out with?
I've gone out a couple times with my brother, but mainly my friends Philip, Ted, and Justin.
What kind of education background do you have?
Graduated high school.
Did you get any training after that?
Not besides military, no.
Yeah, we'll get into military, but outside of that, no college degrees or anything?
No, sir.
What kind of skills, though? You're very good at certain things, I think. What things are you good at?
Mechanical. I've always been working with my hands. Fixing things, repairing mowers, even washing machines and stuff like that. I've always been pretty good at diagnosing stuff and repairing it.
Are you more of a reader, or do you do something like hands-on?
More hands-on.
And what type of work are you doing now? You don't have to give some name of any business or anything, but what type of work do you do now?
I'm a manufacturer technician.
Okay, what's that mean?
The company we work for, we package, we mix ingredients and package workout supplements like pre-workouts, protein shakes. I take care of all the equipment like conveyors, massive blenders, machines basically that puts the powder into bottles and then puts labels on them and so forth.
Who has the highest education among the kids?
That would be Emily.
And do you know what she has?
She has a degree from Alabama, and I don't really remember what her specific degree is, but I know she's like in human resources now, I think.
Smart.
Yes.
Now I don't want to pitch your father's love against anybody, but how did your dad feel about Emily?
Oh, he loved her to death.
Did he love all you kids?
Yes, he did.
Did y'all at times disagree?
Between who?
Your dad and the kids? We all ever have disagreements with your mom and dad?
Oh yeah, everybody does.
Would you consider the relationship that you and your kids had before all this, was it pretty normal to you?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I felt like I had a pretty decent, happy child life. You know, we try to do as much things as possible. We went to the beach every year. I mean, we never got to go to Disney World or anything like that, but we had our family vacations, and you know, we always got together for birthdays and Christmas and holidays.
Would your dad give you anything you wanted?
No.
Would he limit what you could get money-wise or make you account for it? What kind of car did you have?
Which time?
As a teenager.
As a teenager, I had my first vehicle was an old 91 Silverado, regular cab, no extended cab, nothing.
Would he give you whatever car you wanted?
He bought my first vehicle and he gave me a price limit. And I believe it had to be $10,000 or less.
How about with your brothers and sisters? Was he the same way?
Chris was, yes. He was pretty much the same way. They gave a price limit. Emily, he kind of flexed more on. And then Amanda, she got a brand new one.
So as it went down, it got more generous?
Yeah.
Now, when you were in Alabama, do you remember moving from there to Georgia?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old were you when that happened?
Well, I just completed elementary school and I was going to be starting middle school here.
So is that 7th grade, or what grade is that? 8th grade?
6th grade, I would start here.
How did you feel about coming to the Atlanta, Georgia area?
I wasn't happy. I had friends.
Do you remember the whole move as a family?
Yes, I do.
And where did y'all end up moving to? What was the first house in Alpharetta is what I refer to it as, but where was the first house?
At Hampton Hall neighborhood.
Describe this home. What was it like?
To me, I thought it was, you know, the biggest house I've ever seen. I mean, growing up, we either lived in a townhouse or an apartment. Our first big house was in Birmingham. I mean, thinking back now, it's, you know, probably no bigger than the house I live in now. But when we moved there, I thought this was, you know, very nice house, very large.
What stands out about the house for you? What do you remember?
That I finally got my own bedroom. So I shared a bedroom with Chris up until we moved to Atlanta.
Financially, your father, was he doing better as he came from Alabama to Georgia?
Yes.
When y'all started out, he was in law school and all that. He was not making as much money as he eventually made.
I assume so, yeah. I mean, back then I really didn't look at, you know, how much money my dad was bringing in.
Did things get bigger, though, and more expensive, or I guess better things in some ways? Was the house a nice house, your first house in Alpharetta?
Yes, it was. I mean, I noticed my dad liked to do projects, so we were able to do a lot more projects. We did projects at the old house, too.
What do you mean by projects? What would he like to do?
Oh, tear down a deck and build a new one. I remember doing that in the house in Birmingham, and building a tree house in Birmingham. And when we moved to Atlanta, there was a lot of projects. I mean, backyard, any yard work, just improving the house.
2-story house, the first house?
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 stories if you count the basement. So you have the basement, the main floor, and then the top floor.
How about the backyard? How big is the backyard?
Where you actually used, it wasn't, I mean, if I had my back against the wall of the house, the fence would have been at the wall at the back of the courtroom. But the property extended past that, but that was woods.
Or some woods and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you talk later on about, but at some point did your dad set the woods on fire there?
Yes, I do remember that.
I want to go into now and talk about, as you got older out of high school, at some point, I guess, did you have several jobs or before you went into the military, or what were you doing before you went in the military? And what age did you go to the military?
Well, in high school, I was on work program, so I got to get out of school right after lunch. I worked for Jiffy Lube. I was taking automotive in high school. Started working there. Once after I graduated high school, I moved up to working for other mechanic shops, like Tires Plus and American Service Station. Did that for quite a while, and then I just got kind of burned out on turning wrenches all the time, and I got into selling cars.
And what age are we talking about here now?
Well, I've already graduated high school, so, you know, between the ages of 18 to all the way up until I joined the Army, which is, I was around 23, 24 years old.
And all this time, where were you living?
At my parents' house. I moved out for a while, lived with some friends, and made bad decisions and, you know, partying too much and all, and wound up moving back home. And then that's when I started getting into selling cars.
So you were in your 20s drinking, partying a little bit?
Yeah, I was being your typical.
Sure. And then at some point, you decided to go into the military?
Yes, sir.
And which branch did you go into?
I went into the Army.
And when you went into the Army, do you remember how old you were and what was going on at that time?
So when I joined, I started joining around 2007. It took me a little while to actually join because I had to lose some weight to be able to get in. But I remember, you know, after I graduated basic, I turned 25 years old, so.
Where'd you get, you were in the Army, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to basic at?
Fort Benning.
And what do you remember about that experience?
Most challenging thing I ever put myself through.
Are you proud that you did that?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do in the Army?
Infantry.
And what does that mean? Tell us, if we don't know what that means, what does that mean?
If anybody's ever joined the military, especially the Army, we're called 11 Bang Bang, bullet catchers.
All right, say that one more time for me.
We're called 11 Bang Bangs, bullet catchers.
Okay.
I fought on the front line.
And at some point, did you have to be deployed and go overseas?
Yes, sir. I went to Iraq.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about it, but you may be asking questions. But what I want to know is, what year was that you went over?
I went in 2009. I want to say it was April.
How was your relationship with your mother, the defendant, at this time?
Pretty much, you know, normal to me. We got in arguments and, you know, got in arguments, had our good days, had our bad days.
Do you describe it as a typical relationship with your mother?
Yeah, I mean, nothing really stood out of the normal. I mean, the only thing, I definitely remember the day that I told my parents I was joining the Army. When I told her, she just flat out said, "You can't do it." And then when I told my dad, he was like, "You need to become a sniper."
That's what your dad said?
That's what my dad said.
Was he proud of you?
Oh, yes. He was a history buff, and biggest history he liked was war history. So I do remember him telling me that he planned on joining the Air Force prior to my brother becoming pregnant with my brother.
What do you want to do in the Air Force?
That I don't remember.
But it was the Air Force.
Yes, sir. My grandfather, his dad, was in the Air Force.
Now, when you had to fly, I guess, and go overseas, you probably went to an airport or something like that. Did your mom come see you off?
Yes, she did.
And did your dad?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that moment?
Yes, sir.
And how was she with you at that time? Was she proud of you when she sent you off?
Oh, yes.
What were her emotions like then when you were going off?
She was crying. I mean, she acted like, a mother would be.
How about your dad?
That was the second time I've ever seen my dad cry.
There's some tissue back there, Scott, if you need it.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. There's some tissue right behind you there if you need some.
All right. But yeah, I remember it very well. They both dropped me off at the Atlanta airport. I left the Atlanta airport and went back out to Fort Bliss, El Paso, Texas.
What year was that you went over?
2009.
And how long were you overseas?
Just shy of the 1 year mark. I believe it was 10 and a half months I was over there.
Did you see some hard things while you were there?
Yes, sir.
When you came back home, did you get out of the military? When you came back home, were you still in the military for a while?
From
being
Iraq?
overseas?
No, I actually re-enlisted while I was over in Iraq. And at the time, they gave out options. You could either go to, say, Ranger School or Airborne School, or you could choose duty station. I chose to go the route of choosing duty station, so I selected to go to Fort Benning, which I got stationed with 3rd ID.
And how long, when you came back, did you stay in the military?
I was released, my official last date was in 2013.
2013. Do you remember, was that before moving into the Purcell Lane property?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the military, infantry, they teach you how to shoot?
Yes, sir. They
Teach
did.
you how to shoot rifles?
Yes, sir.
What type of rifles did you carry when you were in the military?
M4.
And teach you how to shoot pistols?
Very, very seldom.
You didn't get a pistol as a sidearm as an infantry?
No, sir.
Mainly just the M4?
So in the military, in the Army, the only people who had pistols were officers and MPs. But the rest of us, we had either M4s or you were a assault gunner, which that's what I was on that deployment. Assault gunners, it was a machine gun that I was able to carry around with me all the time.
Does that have anything to do with your size?
Possibly. I mean, they weren't going to give
someone my size that gun?
I mean, you could carry it around. You wouldn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy carrying that gun around with me all the time.
How big are you?
Currently, I'm 6'6", about 285 pounds.
And what size was your dad?
I outgrew him and my brother by 1 or 2 inches, and my dad was anywhere from, I'd say, 290 to 300 pounds.
So at the time of his death, around 300?
Yes, sir.
Was he a little bit short, just a little bit shorter than you?
Yes.
And when you were in the military and you got the training that you received, at some point did you just decide to get out and go do something else?
No, sir. I actually was let go from the military for reduction of force. It was during the Obama administration, and they basically kind of did a lottery system. If you join between a certain time and you've done so many days of service, that's how you were selected. So on my DD-214, it says reason of separation is reduction in force.
Now, Let's talk about this secret marriage of yours. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them about this secret marriage that you had and what was going on. Who was it with and what was going on?
So it was with Gina. We both in processed at Fort Bliss together. She was in the military as well. She did financing. We both got to Fort Bliss at the same time, and we met during the in-processing, which took several weeks. And we all had a group of friends hanging out, and we eventually started dating. I deployed, she didn't, and you know, she was my girlfriend, and I was, you know, in love and scared and just had a lot of different emotions.
Where'd y'all meet?
Where we meet?
Yeah.
In El Paso, Texas.
You're working together, the same thing, or not really?
Well, we didn't work together.
How did y'all meet is what I'm asking.
During the in-processing, we wound up ending up sitting next to each other, and then pretty much all the group of people that, you know, we were sitting around, we all became friends and hung out all the time.
How long did y'all date?
We were together until after, till all the way until I moved to Fort Benning. But going back on, you know, to us getting married, we talked about when I came home on R&R from Iraq, she came to Georgia to be with me, and, you know, we talked about getting married and all. I never got down on one knee and proposed to her, anything, but at the time of the wars, 2 states did a proxy marriage. You had a single proxy, I believe, state of Texas, and then a double proxy in the state of Montana. So basically all you had to do was just fill out paperwork, get it notarized, pay the fees, mail it off, and you were legally married. So we went ahead and did that. And what the plan was is I was gonna come back and we were gonna move to Fort Benning together and actually do it the right way, you know, have a wedding and, you know, tell everybody. But things didn't work out once we were together for quite a period of time and decided to split ways.
So how long were y'all actually together? How much time were y'all together, whether dating and married?
Besides deployments, man, it was several years.
Did y'all live together?
We did live together out in El Paso when I got back from Iraq. We lived in an apartment for about 4 or 5 months.
Did you hide her from your family?
No.
Did you bring her around your family?
As much as I could. I mean, we lived out in Texas, so.
Did they ever lay eyes on her and see her?
Oh, yes, sir. She actually wound up getting out of the Army before I did, and she moved back here to Georgia because she was originally from Rome, Georgia, where she lived with her family, and she used to go and have dinner with my dad while I was deployed.
Did they like her?
Oh, yes. I mean,
here's a $1 million question. Why didn't you tell your family you were married?
It was kind of a thing that, you know, I'm kind of old school in a way, kind of like my dad. I mean, I've wanted to do the whole ask her father's hand in marriage, but he lived in Colombia, so couldn't
Columbia,
really do
South
that.
Carolina?
No, Colombia, South America. So I've met her brothers before, but didn't get to meet a lot of her family. But she met all my brothers and my brother and my sisters, my mom and my dad.
Well, did y'all divorce or separate because of something bad, or it just didn't work out?
It didn't work. She wanted it. I didn't, because I loved her. But I wasn't her first or her last marriage, put it that way. So we were just young, and I was just going through a crazy time. I mean, I was being deployed to Iraq. I mean, I didn't know if I was going to come back.
When did you end up telling your family about the marriage?
After all this happened, and we were sitting in the law office, and Manny Aurora's, and he said, if there's anything that needs to be told that could come out of this, it needs to be told now. And that was the only thing that I was like, oh crap, I might as well tell them. I mean, we were already divorced, and if it just, I didn't know how extensive it was going to become.
Sure.
So
Did you tell Amanda too? Does she know?
they were all in the room.
Chris, Emily, and Amanda.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about what your dad was like. You said he's smart. When you say smart, how smart was your dad?
Very. In my eyes, he was the smartest man I knew.
In what ways did he show that?
Oh, growing up, he always, was grabbing our books from school and reading stuff, and he always loved watching Jeopardy, and, constantly watching that, and he just, Alex Trebek will ask a question, boom, he'll give out the answer. I mean, put it this way, my dad was so smart, he talked in his sleep. And if you caught him talking in his sleep, you give him a math problem, and I'm not saying 2 + 2, like something big, he'll give you the right answer in his sleep.
How did he do in law school?
If I remember right, he was top of his class. He was either number 1 or number 2. I kind of want to say number 2 because I do kind of remember him being ticked off that he didn't get the number 1 spot.
When it came to his work ethic, what was that like?
He worked a lot. He loved his job. He was very good at what he did. If he wasn't doing law, he was working around the house.
When he was doing his legal work, would he take a lot of vacations, or is he one of those guys that would just work a lot?
He would work a lot. The only time that we took vacations is when he had to do law seminars down. It originally started off in Gulf Shores, and then eventually it moved over to, Sandestin area. That's how we did our vacations.
So he would go get training at a very nice resort or something. Y'all go with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you enjoy those?
Oh, yes.
Whole family go?
Every year we had to do it.
He had to get his continuing legal education hours in. Did he go do that?
Yes, that's what I presume it was.
Would he be checking his, now, I know you said your dad is very smart, but when it comes to, when you talk to your dad, or the kids would talk with your dad, when they talk with Gary, would it be odd for them to text or email him to have a conversation or solve a problem with him? I mean, is he somebody that communicated by email or text message with the family?
Both. Before really texting became a thing, it was, email. So that's how he would communicate with me when I was over in Iraq, or when I lived in El Paso, Texas. He would send me emails.
You remember his email address?
I want to say it was gferris@bird.com, I think it was, something along those lines.
What about your dad's wit? Could he cuss you with his wit? Was he quick-witted? If you did something, would he say something? What was his personality like when he would have banter or debate with you or anything like that?
I mean, he would have responded fairly quickly and all, but not aggressively.
Well, I'm not saying that. Was he sarcastic? Was he straightforward? What was his personality like? Was he a joke?
He always cracked up jokes. I mean, to me, they were corny, but that was always his, response to it.
How about the Mountain Dew?
Yeah, you didn't take those Mountain Dews away from him. It was like water to him. He didn't drink alcohol. He occasionally drank coffee, but no, 99% of the time it was a Mountain Dew.
And your mom, how did she feel about him smoking and drinking Mountain Dew?
She didn't enjoy it. I know more of the smoking she didn't like. Mountain Dews, I know as he got older and the health got worse, she tried to start buying caffeine-free Mountain Dews, and he wasn't a fan of them. So
where would he keep the Mountain Dew?
In the garage refrigerator.
Now, is it true that he wouldn't even go to ball games anymore because they wouldn't let you smoke and things like that? I guess didn't enjoy going out because of couldn't smoke at certain places, or?
No, I wouldn't really say that. I mean, he still went. I mean, we went, before he passed, we went to, you know, SEC championship. I believe it was the year prior.
And who went with you to that?
It was my dad and I, Chad and Chris.
When you say Chad, I know who you're saying. Who is Chad?
Chad is Amanda's now husband.
Chad Bruce.
Yes.
And I think he started dating your sister Amanda. Is that how he came into the family?
Yes, man. At that time that we went to the SEC championship, he was dating Amanda.
At the time of your dad's death, would you say he had a lot of friends he would hang out with, or was he more close at home and homebody?
My dad was a homebody.
This must be the time. Dude, I was about to ask you, can we take a break? Let's get a little bit. Okay. All kind of close over there we go.
Would he have, to your knowledge, would he have friends though? Or is he more just kind of around the family?
He was more around the family. Every once in a while he will go skeet shooting. I don't know if they were with clients or work friends, I would say. I mean, I really don't, you know, he wasn't friends with like the neighbor down the road and go play golf with him. It was always either somebody from the law firm or somebody he's done work for.
When he would get home at night, he'd get out of the car, would he go look at the pasture, just walk out there, have a cigarette, or what was he like when he got back?
So my dad was very routine. You can read him like a book. He always, you know, depending on traffic, there was a certain time frame he would always come home, and he would immediately come in, you know, pull into the garage, grab a Mountain Dew, and go change clothes. And once he changed clothes, it varied. He could have gone, he would have either gone up to the, you know, sat in the driveway and looked around and had a cigarette and stuff, or he would go straight down to the office and start working.
Now, the type of law practice that your father did, was it corporate law?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't doing divorce law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing criminal defense law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing anything, I don't want to say exciting. He wasn't doing anything dangerous?
No.
He worked in an office in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did your dad have any enemies whatsoever at the time of his death?
No.
Did you ever see anybody that had a beef with him or a problem with him or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you even see around the time of his death that anybody outside the family that he had even disagreements or arguments with, or any something like a road rage or something like that?
No.
Could you think of anybody outside your family that wanted to do your father harm?
No.
Did he have concerns about someone doing harm to him that you saw at that time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Your dad's health, he would have some things called spells. Tell the jury what that was.
So, best way I can describe it was he would get very weak. He talked very thick tongue, like his tongue was swollen up, and some people would think he was drunk the way he kind of slurred, but he just got very exhausted and wanted to go lay down. And when he would have them, that's what he did. He would go and lay down, you know, either on the couch or go lay in bed, and he would sleep for a couple hours.
When did these spells start occurring?
I think they kind of started possibly at the old house in Alpharetta and Hampton Hall, but they got more prominent after we moved to the farm. They just started occurring more and more and more.
Now, is this, when he would have these spells, is it any sign that it was coming on, or were it just all of a sudden start happening?
We talked about it, and he said, yeah, he could kind of feel, you know, the first thing that he would notice is he'll feel, you know, really tired. like he wanted to go lay down and take a nap. So once he started feeling that, that's when his speech started getting slurry, like he had a real thick tongue. And once that happened, that's when he would just go and lay down.
And when he would lay down, did he miss work because of these spells or anything that you know of?
Well, you mean, yeah, he was sleeping, but
How the frequency? How often would these spells come on, and how long would they last? Is what I'm trying to get at.
He'll have, it'll happen like one day a week. I really don't remember him having like 1 or 2 spells a week. So he'll have about, he'll have one day during the week, and then 2 or 3 weeks down the road, he'll have another one.
Was it to a degree that it dramatically interrupted his life and things he was doing? Or was it not that?
I remember one time we were working on the farm. I think it was when we were building the fence, and he said, I feel like I got a spell coming on. And he will go and sit on the RTV, and I'll just kind of look over there and check on him. And I remember that day, I was like, are you feeling all right? And he was like, yeah, I need to go lay down. I'm like, okay. I was like, I'll, come over there and check on you.
Outside of that, did he, I think you told law enforcement he didn't even have kidney stones or anything like that. Is there anything else about his health that you saw that was an issue at the time, around the time of his death?
I know, well, before his death, there was one night, Melody called me up and said, get over to the house, your father's acting very strange. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, he's seeing like I think she said like seeing palm trees and stuff like that. He's just talking weird. And so I immediately jumped off my couch and left the barn and went over to the house. And yeah, I've never seen my father like that. He was kind of talking like a child would. And we wound up taking his blood pressure, and she bought a blood sugar thing, whatever. She pricked his finger and tested that. I don't remember what it came back as a reading, but I called a friend that was a nurse and asked her, what should we do? And when I told her the reading, she was like, get him to emergency room now. And we took him to the emergency room.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was definitely within a year prior to his death. So it was fairly,
Was that the last time, was that when he was in the hospital? Was that possibly April, or was that something else you're talking about?
That was probably it then, because it was within that same year of 2018. It was just prior to his death, within a few months, I would say, but I really don't remember the exact date.
Did your dad want to stay in the hospital?
No.
What did he do?
Well, so, we get to I remember we got him into the Sequoia. I drove, and we pull up to the emergency door there.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to, I guess that's Northside Hospital in Forsyth, right. Exit 14. Pulled up to the emergency door, and I looked at Melody, and I was like, okay, take him in. She's like, no, you take him in. I'm like, no, I got to park the vehicle. Take him in. He's your husband. You know more of his medical history than I do. So, take him in. So she took him in. And then he was still very lethargic, I guess, would say. He was, but he was starting to get better. And by the time, the doctor finally came in and all, he was kind of back to his normal self. And then they said they wanted to keep him in the hospital and kind of keep track of everything. And he stayed.
They want to keep him just to observe him, or
yes.
Run tests, or what was it?
Yeah, they were trying to figure out, because, we brought up about him having spells and all this stuff, and he's been to the doctor. He went to his physician all the time. They thought it was a vitamin B deficiency, and maybe a testosterone problem, or nobody could figure out what was causing these spells. And this was a bad one. I mean, I was worried for the way he was acting. So he stayed in the hospital, I want to say 1 or 2 nights, but he was back to his normal self before they even moved him upstairs.
And did he check himself out of the hospital and come back home?
Yes.
Did you see him have any other symptoms after that? Or
No, I did not.
did he have to have surgery?
No.
Do you have to have any procedures?
Not that I remember, no.
Outside of just going to the hospital, nothing really from that?
No, not that I can remember.
Did he bleed at all during this?
No.
Did you see any blood coming from his throat or his mouth?
No.
Did you ever see your dad around this time or in this time cough and spit blood up?
No, sir.
Did you ever find bloody rags or Kleenexes, or the idea that there was some type of blood, or your dad's had some type of throat cancer or problems, anything with his throat?
No, no.
Was your dad suicidal?
No.
Did you see anything about your dad that made you think, my dad's got thoughts about hurting himself or killing himself or anything like that?
Never once in my entire life.
Outside of the spells, is there anything else health-wise that you think the jury should know about?
The man had high blood pressure. Pretty much everybody knows that. It runs in my family. But yeah, I was always worried he was going to have a heart attack one day. That was my biggest concern, was him having a heart attack, because of how much he smoked and the amount of Mountain Dews he drank, and he didn't go out and run. Last time I ever remember my dad jogging is when we lived in Birmingham. So,
Did your dad like to walk a long distance?
No.
He liked to drive that RTV?
That RTV his butt was glued to it.
You talk about your dad's, I think you could almost, I don't think he said set a clock by him, but write a book by him or something about his habits when he would come home. Would he do the same thing? His procedure, his routine was the same thing?
Oh, yes. I mean, like I said, if you were around him enough, you would be able to pick up on his routine very quickly. He always did the same kind of thing every day.
I hear you're a good cook. Is that true?
Well, in the kitchen,
or I guess grilling, barbecuing?
I could do some barbecue.
I think your mom, did y'all buy near your dad's death? Did y'all get a new barbecue or grill or something?
Yes, I got for my birthday that year, I was asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted an electric smoker.
Smoker, that's right.
Yes.
And did your mom and you use that to smoke something for the family or friends?
It was my dad's birthday, I think it was, just prior to his death. Smoked a whole bunch of barbecue chicken.
Now, on July 5th, 2018 is when you found the remains, and that's that Thursday. Was your birthday 2 days later?
Yes, sir.
So July 7th?
Yes, sir.
And when was your dad's birthday? Was it in June, the end of June?
June 27th is his birthday.
All right, so you have some cooking skills, grilling skills, things like that. How about your dad?
Not so much. I don't ever really remember my dad grilling. He did I do remember when he did it when we were younger, but once I got old enough to start cooking on the grill, I was the one who did it.
Now, was your mom a good cook?
Very.
And did she do most of the cooking in the house?
Yes, sir.
When your dad wanted something to eat, food, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, who would cook it?
When?
What was his routine? If he got home so do this for me. He gets home at night. About what time does he get home, and what's he do till he goes to bed? What was his routine?
Well, I mean, when I'm asking when, I mean, at the farm or back at the old house?
At the house and the farm.
At the farm?
His routine around the time of his death. That's what I'm interested in.
Okay. So he'll be home roughly 6, 7 o'clock, like I said, depending on traffic. And cooking dinner wise, if Melody was in town, she would fix something. But towards the later part of, closer to his death, she was not home a lot. She was constantly going up to Tennessee. And then I would be the one that would either have to fix dinner or go get us something to eat.
When your dad would come home in the house, you've got in Purcell, 2155 Purcell Lane. If I said what floor in the house would be his domain where he would hang out, which one would that be?
No, it'd be the basement.
And if he wanted to get something to eat, how would he get in the house? He didn't go anywhere, and the defendant would actually, your mother would cook him food. How would he do that? Would he?
He'll come up to the kitchen and eat it at the kitchen island.
Would he eat upstairs?
Yes, sir.
He wouldn't take it back downstairs and eat, or he'd eat at
The only thing he would have taken downstairs to eat was dessert, key lime pie.
He liked dessert?
Oh, he loved his key lime pie.
So he'd come upstairs, eat dinner?
Yes.
If you were sitting in the kitchen, where in the kitchen would he sit? I know there's a table kind of outside of it, but where in the kitchen would he sit and eat?
So in the kitchen, we had a very large island, and there was 3 or 4 bar stools, and he would sit at one of those bar stools.
See this photograph here of Thrasher 72?
Yes, sir.
You wearing this photograph, or is it a different one?
Nope, it's so yeah, right there where your mouse is, that's where he would sit and eat dinner.
How would he, when he'd come up and just sit down, would he eat with other people, eat by himself? What would he do?
Well, there was nobody else there. It was only
If
me.
the defendant was fixing dinner or anything, would she eat with him, or he'd
No.
eat by himself?
He would be eating by himself.
Would you eat with him at all, or would you be doing something on your own?
I would, if I came over there to cook him dinner or get food, I would go down to the basement and eat in front of the TV. My dad loved to read, so he would read while he ate dinner.
What kind of things would he read when he was eating dinner? Leisure stuff, not law stuff, or would it be work?
No, it would be, history books or, war books or whatever book he was reading at the time. We had a library or office in the house, and there was a lot of books in there, and that's what, I do know a lot of his books were in there that he's read.
When he was done eating, would he go back downstairs or stay up on the first level?
He would pretty much go back downstairs.
What would he do when you go back downstairs?
He would go into his office and probably check emails and stuff and have, cigarettes and, just, kind of finish up the day for work.
Judge, do you mind if we can take a break right this moment, if that's okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, we'll take 15. And we'll stick to the 15 if I say that. You can sit down.
Okay.
The autopsy report, I didn't have time to do anything but that. A gun. They brought guns. They had machete. When I told the detective they had plastic, I could have mistaken that rollout big sticker as plastic. I wasn't technically on it, but it looked like they were about to roll it out. I mean, you know, it didn't look right. Adam's sight, or that laser that's by the door. And I don't know. I didn't start it. I could have never started it. I didn't have a gun. And like I said before, Adam's gun was already out. It was never in his waist. And I had previously on the Q is my Ohio officer, peace officer.
Before the witness could say anything,
Do you
Close quarters.
Submit it now. You probably sustained. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon, move on.
So basically, these messages show that there was some type of.
So that's argument for closing arguments.
Yes, ma'am. And so Your Honor, in my testimony I gave today, I stated a few things as far as time duration from when Brian came up to the apartment and his demeanor when he came in the apartment and the actions that he did. I would like to play Adam Wright's interview with the police.
I'm not going to permit that. I mean, I've heard your testimony. I heard his testimony. I heard Adam Wright's testimony. It's my decision or my, I guess, responsibility as the trier of fact to make those decisions. But you cannot impeach. I think that's what you're trying to do.
No, ma'am. I was just, I was basically trying to, he did say different things to the detective, what he said on the stand and what he said on the stand. But what I was basically trying to do was prove the validity of some of the things that I said in my
which you cannot use extrinsic evidence to corroborate your testimony. So it's not permissible. So that request is denied. What else do you have, Mr. Nixon? A direct examination of yourself.
I have my OPATA certificate.
Identify it, please, and mark it as MNOP. Q? Exhibit Q, I guess?
Yes.
What was the O and P?
So P was the flash drive we just showed the texts.
P was the celebrate.
I missed N and O. What's N and O?
So this is Okada is Q. This will be Q. Put it on the screen here. On the screen.
Yes.
Yep. Please show it.
Okay, I have it. Thank you.
All right, just look up there at the camera and identify that document. I changed it over to DocuCam. There you go.
The document, Exhibit Q, is my Ohio Peace Officer Training Commission certificate.
What's the date on that? March 18th?
March 18th, 2018.
And when's it valid through?
You have to recert every year, but it's valid for 5 years.
All right. What else, Mr. Nixon?
I would also like to submit the toxicology report
From where?
from the forensic lab of,
Ms. Westover?
yes, ma'am.
Is that included in your autopsy report?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's already been included in the state's exam, and since no one's here to identify it, you can't submit it now. You probably should have asked the medical examiner. But it is, I've been told that it's part of the state's autopsy protocol that they submitted, so it is into evidence. So whatever's on that report, you can clearly argue in your summation or closing arguments.
Yes, ma'am. I don't believe we had anyone come in and testify about the BCI report, which states my DNA wasn't on anything. So I was wondering, am I still able to submit it as evidence?
Someone testified.
The detective testified.
Detective
Your Honor.
Hornacek, yeah. Are you prepared to stipulate to the BCI report?
That is fine, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be PQR, Exhibit R. And the state is prepared to stipulate to the authenticity of that report.
Yes, ma'am. And are we doing that? And yeah. This is a live cartridge that was found in the kitchen.
You're marking that photograph as Exhibit S?
Yes, ma'am. And Exhibit S basically shows that.
Don't tell me what it shows. Just tell me what it is. It's a
it's
picture of a
bullet.
live round,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
With a red tip on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you see that
Yes, Your
cartridge
Honor.
in the, no, not you, Mr. Nixon.
Pardon
Did
me.
you see that cartridge in the house before that picture was taken?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. All right, anything else? Any other exhibits? I think that was testified to by Detective Hornacek regarding, that's in the kitchen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
I was making reference to the cartridge with the red tip.
Right.
Is a
Well, that's for argument. And you've already testified about it, so I understand that. So
okay. And then
what's that?
this is the projectile recovery from.
This is going to be you. Is that pictures from the, I'm sorry, T. Is that from the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am. Part of the medical examiner's PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Fragments. One victim.
And this just shows.
Don't tell me what it shows. That's my job to decide what it
Yes, ma'am.
shows. All right. Are you done with your direct examination? Go ahead and take a seat. Well, then we all better go back in here in the jury room. Jerry, come on back. We're going in the back room for a minute.
All of us.
Yes, you're representing yourself, so you can be part of it. Adjourn for the day out. Well, then we all better go back in here in the jury room. Jerry, come on back. We're going in the back room for a minute.
All of us.
Yes, you're representing yourself, so you can be part of it.
grab got the cameras. And officer.
Examiner. But it is, I've been told that it's part of the state's autopsy.
Tip.
Right.
The
Autopsy, right. Are you done? Yes. Part of it.
what is it?
Sustained. Go ahead, Mr. Well, then we all better go back in here in the jury room. Jury room, go back. We're going in the back room for a minute. Because Detective McConnell suited, discussing with the parties in chambers, we believe it would be best suited to halt that testimony. But because Detective McConnell is here at my request, because of requests the Mr. Nixon made earlier in the day, we are going to proceed with Detective McConnell's testimony, and then we are going to adjourn for the day after that. So, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Nixon.
Detective McConnell, on.
Well, let's start with your full name, please.
Can you state your due for what
assigned to the
and so when so excuse me, on this case. Are you able to visibly see the highlighted paragraph?
I am.
Can you read for the court what it says?
Tony Westover was shot and killed inside the apartment at 2260 Maryland Avenue. The suspect and several witnesses were inside of the apartment when the homicide took place. The suspect fought over the gun and holster prior to the victim being
and
At least have an update. Ms. Easter, did I hear you're here today, tomorrow, and Friday morning, correct?
I'm here tomorrow, and I could have
No,
made
no,
myself.
I understand that. I'm just thinking maybe I will have Mr. Nixon brought over tomorrow, just so we can get an update, and then we can also get a list of what needs to be done. Now, Mr. Perry won't be here, but if you need the assistance of an attorney, I will get you one.
Your Honor, I would also like to go over evidence as well.
So until you rest, your exhibits don't get admitted. So technically, you haven't been cross-examined, and if there's one or two more witnesses that you may call, then at the end of your case, you'll move those exhibits into evidence. So you'll keep those until your case is rested, and then we'll talk about your exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right, so I'm gonna have him brought over tomorrow after lunch. That gives you all the morning to kind of maybe get some information, and then we'll at least have an update.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to do around 1?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Those are the shows, and I know you like the TV show The Office. He liked watching that as well too.
And would he be kind of by himself when he would do that?
Yes.
Now, where did you live on the property?
I lived above the barn in an apartment.
Okay, so not in the house
No.
with your mom and dad. After he would, was it pretty much this is his routine? Every night he comes home, dinner, go downstairs, work a little bit, go watch TV, go to bed?
Pretty much. The only time that it would change would be, on a Friday, he would come home and start doing some kind of project, doing some kind of work on the farm.
And where would he sleep?
He slept in the bedroom down in the basement.
Every night?
Yes, sir.
Would he sleep? Would he lock his door?
No, he would not.
When your mom, where would she sleep?
She would have slept in the master bedroom.
Would she ever use something to brace or lock her door?
I didn't see her do it, but I saw one sitting behind the door of the bedroom.
Saw what was it? Describe for the jury.
If I remember right, it was kind of like a prop bar. It had a flat surface on one side and kind of a fork on the other. It was white, I want to say, but it was, you put it up under the door handle.
The doorknob itself?
Yeah, so it was kind of like a state-of-the-art version of propping the chair up underneath it for keeping somebody from opening the door.
How would your dad sleep, and what kind of clothing?
He always slept naked.
I'm sorry?
He always slept naked in the nude.
That's just what he did?
Yeah.
I believe your dad was about, is it 58 at the time of his death?
Yes, sir.
Was your mom about the same age?
Yes.
I believe they've been together for 38 years.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk to you about your mom. I think I understand, but you've referred to her as Melody. Do you not call her mom anymore?
No.
Because of this?
Yes.
Now, up to this point, though, until this occurred, did you get along with your mom?
We had our good days and bad days. We did a lot of stuff together. Because my dad was at the office, and whenever she was home, she liked to decorate the house, and I did a lot of the projects there at the farm. Like I did the backsplash on the bar down in the basement, and finished out the so-called wine cellar. And she would always be, decorating or wanting to paint something, and so we would do a lot of stuff like that together, and go and get, go to Scottsdale Farms and buy plants to plant out around.
Did your mom graduate from college? Do you know?
As far as I'm aware, no, she did not.
Was she smart? Is she smart?
Not like my dad, but she's not dumb.
Common sense?
Oh, yes.
She hardworking?
You know.
She work outside?
Oh, yes, man. All the time we worked in the yard.
She hands-on?
Yes.
Would she get in there and do projects with y'all or with you?
It depends on what project. I mean, she didn't help my dad and I do the stone wall between the house and the pond, but she got out there and planted plants and, you know,
Did she
shoveled mulch around.
Did she get her hands dirty?
Yes.
Could she get things done if she wanted to?
Yes.
Would you consider her strong-willed or weak-willed?
Strong-willed.
Does she have opinions?
Oh, yes.
Is she afraid or shy to share those opinions?
No.
Would she have opinions about you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
About her other children?
Oh, definitely. Chris, she kind of favored Emily and definitely Amanda.
How about your dad?
My dad was harder on my brother and I. He was a sucker for my sisters. You know, they're his baby girls. My dad was old school. He, you know, I remember growing up, if I needed $5, I needed to tell him 5 reasons why I needed it. So.
Is that just how he was?
Yeah, he tried to just, you know, instill discipline in us, make us, you know, a good person, a better person.
Did your dad like things like extravagant things, or what was his taste in? What kind of things did he like? If you said my daddy really liked fill in the blank, what would it be? It's kind of tough. I mean, he always wanted to take care of other people first. He always put everybody else first. He made sure Melody had what she would want to have, and all of us. I mean, he always made it a point to make sure, you know, we all had the best Christmas as possible. And he wasn't really, you know, he drove a Suburban. He drove it until over 200,000 miles, and it was me who convinced him, go buy yourself a Mercedes. I mean, you deserve it. I mean, he wasn't a flashy person, so it's kind of hard to say. What kind of Mercedes did he have?
It was an E-Class.
Tell me what that means. I don't know what that means.
E-Class is kind of your mid-size sedan. He looked at the S-Class, which is the big, fully sized Mercedes, and he was just like, it's just too much car. I don't need that.
How much of those cars cost that he had?
Well, his, I mean, brand new, that was, at that time, probably would have been maybe $60,000, $70,000 car.
What kind of car did your mom have?
Well, she drove Infiniti G35 for the longest time, and then she drove the Toyota Sequoia.
What kind of car or vehicle did you have?
At which point I've had.
Around the time your dad's death.
I was driving the so-called farm truck, which was a Chevy 2500 diesel, non-dually. It was just a regular back axle. We didn't have the wide tire ones.
That was your dad's truck. You purchased it?
Yeah, he purchased it, and it was titled for a farm truck for tax write-off, but it was I drove that vehicle.
The vehicle / the work truck?
Yes.
If I said, what kind of things does your mom like around the time of your death, or the death of your father? Just fill in the blank. What things did she like? What were her things?
What do you mean, and what she liked?
She have expensive things like furniture. What was her things that she really?
Everything she had was like top of the line, Tory Burch or Chanel or, all high-end clothing. It was.
She liked Christmas trees?
Oh, yes.
Around Christmas time, would she decorate the house?
Yes, she would.
Tell the jury how she would decorate the house and how many Christmas trees y'all have.
What? 1, 2, 3, There was about 4 or 5 Christmas trees. She did all the inside stuff. She was very good at it. I will say the Christmas trees we had were something you would see in like a Southern Living magazine. She liked to collect the Christopher Racco ornaments, which is a very sought after ornament because they're hand blown, hand painted.
Say that again? I didn't catch that.
They're called Christopher Racco ornaments.
Okay. Take it they're expensive?
They vary in price. They can range from $10 a piece to several $100s a piece. It just depends because he changed his ornaments every year. That's why they were collectors.
She do things like that?
Oh yeah, she very enjoyed it very much.
Did she have parties for the law office or go to parties for the law office?
I remember, you know, when I was in like middle school and maybe early parts of high school, my dad would have firm Christmas parties at the house. So there would be a lot of people over there, and that kind of ended before I graduated high school.
Did your dad take care of your mom when it comes to things that he provide nice things for?
All the time, yes.
Like, did she have fur coats, mink coats, whatever you call it? Did she have nice clothing?
Yes.
Did she have nice jewelry?
Yes.
She had nice dishes and things like that in the house?
Yes.
Clothing?
Yes.
She liked to shop?
Oh, yes.
Did you give her money so she could shop?
Yes. Well, she had, you know, pretty much our entire life, she always had full access to the bank account. It was just the last 2 or 3 years prior to his death that it got restricted.
Things kind of, how would you describe at the time of your father's death, how would you describe their marriage to each other?
Not good.
Why so?
Because she was constantly disappearing, taking off, spending an abundance of money. Said she was going to do one thing, and that's not what she was going to do. And, you know, they were constantly arguing with each other. Never out in public. It was always at the house. But
Did your dad ever hit her?
no,
Lay a finger on her?
no.
Was he a screamer, yeller, cusser? What was your dad like when they would argue?
I wouldn't really say it's screaming, but I mean, he raised his voice, but he never like was screaming so hard that someone would lose their voice. He was never like that.
And what was she like?
Oh, she screamed. She definitely, you know, expressed her feelings in a way, I guess I would say. She was...
What do you mean?
She definitely would scream and cuss and, you know, show aggression.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted used to date my Aunt Sherry, which was my dad's sister.
Your dad has how many brothers and sisters? Or had, I'm sorry.
My dad has an older sister, Patricia, then my dad, and then my Uncle John, and my Aunt Sherry.
So what was Ted related? How was he related or involved with the family? So was Sherry?
Ted was dating Sherry.
And what time was this, and about how old were you when this was going on?
If I remember right, they started dating roughly maybe when Amanda was born. So they were together for a very long time. Pretty much all of ours
How many
childhood.
years do you think they were together? Are you talking about 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever?
Oh, yeah, definitely north of 15, I would say.
And did you see him often?
Every Christmas and Thanksgiving.
And at some point, did you notice something or did you learn of something going on between him and your mom?
Yes. So when my grandmother, Melody's mother, Kay Walker, when she had a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery, I basically went with her and I helped stay with my grandmother in the hospital, especially when she was in the ICU.
When was this? What year are we talking about?
This is 2005 or 6. So, you know, I was up there for quite a period of time. I ended up, you know, quitting my job at Regal Nissan to, you know, help out, you know, with this situation, because my dad was still, you know, working. And
so how long a time would your mom and you be separated from your dad?
we would stay up there for several weeks. It depended on what condition my grandmother was in and all. But for the beginning of it, we pretty much did not leave from being up there. It's once she got out of, you know, the ICU and got moved into a more private room, that's when we kind of, you know, didn't have to be up there as much.
So this is taking care of your mother's mom?
Yes.
Maternal mother, grandmother?
Yes.
And the defendant was there to help her mom and you were with her?
Yes.
How did Ted come into the picture?
So, you know, Sherry and Ted, they live there in Muscle Shoals, Florence area and all. So, you know, whenever we would go out to eat, you know, we a lot of times went to eat with them. We always went to Logan Roadhouse or somewhere like that. And then after a couple months, I remember the night we went to Logan's Roadhouse and Ted came up and grabbed my mother's rear end like somebody would be doing who's in a relationship, like a full-blown relationship. And that right there triggered. And from there on, she started disappearing. She would leave, say, well, I'm going to run to the store, and not come back until either very, very early in the morning or till the next day, and leave me stranded with no vehicle.
Did you talk about this to your brothers and sisters? Did they know, or just you?
I think I've probably told Chris. Don't really remember if I told Emily or Amanda. I did get my dad. I told him, I was like, she keeps running off of Ted. And, you know, they keep going and doing things together and leaving me stranded at the hospital or the house with no vehicle.
Would your dad help take care of your mother's mom, your grandmother, her mom? Would your dad do anything financially or anything to help her?
If I remember right, I know he kind of helped. I want to say my grandparents had like a mortgage on the house for some kind of project, something with the foundation or something. I think he kind of took control of paying for that. I don't know if it was my grandmother's money or his money, but he kind of, you know, took controls of the, you know, finance side of the mortgage.
Did you ever know anything about a $50,000 home equity loan or something like that involving Ted Wiley?
No.
Did your parents, because of Ted or anything, did they ever separate or have an issue that you saw?
From what I remembered, it was, by this time I was in the process of joining the Army. I went through basic training and I was deployed to Iraq within 4 months of coming out of basic training. So I was over in El Paso, Texas, not here. And I do remember I deployed, and I remember getting an email from my dad, and he, you know, stated that he was going to be filing for divorce. I responded with, do what you got to do, but I really don't want to be, I don't need to know anything else. I got too much going on over here.
And that was over Ted?
Yes.
What year was that?
That either had to be 2009 or 2010, so I was deployed to Iraq.
And after you got that email, did your Dad ever say anything else to you about what was going on?
No, sir.
Did he fall through any more on the divorce, or was that the last you heard about that?
That was the last I've ever heard about it.
And then you came home?
Yes.
Just at this time, I'm continuing to evidence S. Farris, number 10. I don't think there's an objection to it.
No objection.
It's a move.
Scott, you should have in front of you a monitor. Is it working?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this to you, so you can look whichever one you want to. This is State's Exhibit S. Farris 10. We're taking your name and using numbers with that. But can you tell us what, at the top, it has an email there. Can you read that email for us?
The Gary4250@gmail.com.
And what is the company that sent this?
That would be from Bank of America.
And if you could just read out loud what it says.
Hi Gary, credit transaction was made above your chosen alert limit. Amount $165.82. Credit card, Bank of America, Visa, Platinum Plus, ending in 1727. Where at Scottsdale Farms and Company, Alpharetta, Georgia. Type retail. Transaction date July 1st, 2018.
Did your dad have several credit cards and things like that?
Yes, he did.
Did he have the ability that he would get notice if anything was, I think, over $20 or something like that?
As far as I'm aware, any kind of transactions, he would get some kind of notification.
And if he was notified, would he ever ask you about what you're doing with the money or what was going on?
Yes.
How quick would he be on that? Like, if he got a notice, how quickly could you get a phone call or text message?
It varied. It could be within 5 minutes, or it could have been later on that evening.
Now, this one in particular, do you know what that card was or who had it?
I presume that might have been the one my dad had. I'm not 100% because there was several different credit cards.
Now, your dad controlled the finances in the family, is that right?
Yes.
If you would just tell the jury, when it came to your finances, what type of access to a debit card, a credit card, whether it's personal or for the farm work, tell the jury what you would have.
So I would either have, beginning off, I would, get his debit card. I'll get it for him to go buy horse feed or, fertilizer or anything like that. And then he wound up giving me a credit card that I kept all the time. And that's, a lot of purchases were made doing that. I do know at one point he gave me a debit card, and that was, I don't know if it was his main account. I don't think it was, because he would constantly have to put money into it. So if I, needed to go get food or fertilizer or something like that, a lot of times there wasn't enough money in it, and I would have to send him a text saying, hey, put some money in it, in the account, so I could go and buy this and this and this.
And would he do anything to, would he ever get on you about your spending?
Every once in a while. So I worked for my dad, when I got released from the military, I got back into selling cars for a little while. And then I worked at a warehouse, and then by the time we lived on the farm, we realized it was kind of a full-time job, and also I kind of maintained it. And we had an agreement, because I lost my job at the warehouse, and we sat and talked, and he's like, well, look, this property is a lot of work and everything like that, so I'll give you a credit card, and you're able to go and have lunch and stuff like that and all. But if any time I really want to go buy myself something, which I never really did, I'll let them know, or so-called, hey, is it okay if I go buy this?
Let me ask you about, let's go and talk about your work you did on the property. 2155 Purcell Lane, that's a hobby farm?
Yeah, I would say.
Were y'all looking at several places before your dad bought that?
We looked at a couple of different properties. Some we just didn't like at all. It got down to this property and one other property. I do know.
What was the difference between this one and the other one?
This one had a lot more land. The other one sat on I wouldn't call it a lake, very large pond. And it was on the back side of it. And, when we looked at it, the cove was pretty dried up. And so it wasn't much of a lake. So,
So who wanted in the family, including all your brothers and sisters, who won the one at the lake, if you would, and the farm that you moved into? Who was up for what? Let's start with Amanda. Which one did Amanda want?
I don't think she ever saw it.
How about Emily?
I don't think she ever saw it either, too, and neither did Chris.
Which one did you want?
I went with my mom and dad to look at the properties.
What, did you have a favorite out of the last two?
The one, yeah, I liked the one that he ended up purchasing more.
How about between your mom and dad? Did they like one over the other?
I mean, realistically, I think it would say a coin toss in a way. I mean, I gave my points. I was like, look, you got a lot more stuff you can do, on this property versus the other one.
So when you end up, your dad going after and buying the farm, what year was that?
Around 2013.
And how old were you at that time?
Oh, you're gonna make me do math.
I'm not very good at myself, so we can figure out together.
I had been around 30, maybe.
Well, let's see. You was it 35 when your father?
Yes.
You were about to turn 36?
I just turned that July 7th. I would have been
35. Okay, so that was 2018 for 5 years, so around 30.
Mm-hmm.
And so, did you live so you were working and living on the property about 5 years?
Yes. From the time they purchased it to the time of his death, I lived there.
And Scott, I'm not trying to be insulting. I don't know any other way to really ask it, but what I want you to tell the jury, and what I'm interested in is what kind of contract, I imagine it's just a word, just a spoken agreement, but did you get an allowance? Did you get a stipend? Did you get a salary? How did you make a living and buy stuff, and what was the arrangement between you and your father while you worked the property?
There was no contract or anything like that. It was basically, so around the time that, the recession was kind of starting to turn. When I first got out of the military, I tried to join Milton Police Force. Couldn't, since I was not post-certified, they didn't have the funds to hire me on. And once I started looking into other cities and counties, it was all the same thing. So work was still hard to find, like decent paying. So, and the job I had at the warehouse, I was making $10 an hour. And once I got, I was let go from that job, we sat down and talked, and I was like, look, I want to still pursue, law enforcement, but there's nothing I can get into right now. And that's when we came on the agreement that, I would manage the farm, because since he was working Monday through Friday in Atlanta, that, basically he would give me a credit card, debit card, and, I was able to go eat lunch and stuff like that and pay my cell phone bill. I didn't have much bills at all. So he never really gave me an allowance, except for the time that, he decided to open up the other bank account, and he didn't keep a lot of money in it, because around that time Melody kept asking for the card I had and going off and buying stuff.
Did your dad want her to have that card?
No, especially the credit card. When he gave me the credit card, I remember he sent me a text saying, "Hold on to this, like your life depended on it," or something. But
to keep it away from the defendant?
Yes, he basically said, "Don't give this card to anybody."
Which credit card would that be?
I believe that was the Ducks Unlimited Visa card.
When you work the land, there were horses and animals and things, pigs, goats, chickens. You all had all kinds of stuff on there, didn't you?
Yeah, we had everything pretty much except for cattle.
All right, now your first house, now your mom's background, her father and mother had it's Ace Hardware or some type of hardware store?
Ace Hardware, yes, sir.
So more of kind of a country background or a rural background?
No, Muscle Shoals it wasn't a huge town, but it was.
So from the country, or from the country, or from the city is usually how I ask people. Would you say your mom was from the country or from the city?
Man, honestly, I want to kind of say in between, but it was.
Fair enough.
No, there was no,
How about your dad?
Not country.
Okay. Did they grow up having horses and things like that and animals?
No, none of us ever had that.
So when they got this hobby farm, did any of y'all know anything about horses and how to take care of them and ride them?
No, we did not.
Was it a learning experience?
Yes.
How many horses did y'all have on the property, and where'd you get them from?
We had 4 horses. The first horse we got was Rebel. Some people down the road, they were moving. He was an older horse. They gave him to us along with a pony, but the pony was already promised to somebody else. So we just kind of took care of it for a little while until that person was able to come and get it. And then we got Bluebell, Chester, and Blackjack, the other 3 horses. And that was, we purchased them through a friend of the neighbors, Jackie. She lived down the hill from the farm.
Jackie has some type of place for donkeys or something like that, or rescue, or?
At the time, she had a buttload of chickens, all kinds of fancy little hen ones and pigeons and big chickens. She had a whole bunch of chickens.
Was her house stand out in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, you had to pass it every single time you came to the farm.
And was Jackie close to your mom?
She hung out with her quite a bit.
Now, these horses, who would ride the horses?
I would, my mom would, my nieces, my dad once in a blue moon.
Did he get thrown from a horse or anything?
He did get thrown one time. He got on Chester. Chester was a more high-spirited horse. And what I mean by high-spirited, that, if a squirrel jumped from branch to branch, he would jump. He would get startled. So it took a more experienced rider to ride him. But my dad wanted to ride him. And I was nervous about it. And sure enough, when he got on him, he started bucking and bucked my dad off.
Did he get hurt?
He did. He hit his head when he came down, and we ended up taking him to the hospital to get a CT scan because my medical training from the Army, I noticed that he wasn't answering all the questions right that I was asking him, and
got his bell rung.
Yeah, he definitely.
How about your mom? Did your mom ride the horses?
She did.
Did she ever get hurt by the horse?
There was one day, it was first day of college football, and my Aunt Sherry was on her way into town, and I was up in my apartment about to start watching football. I think the Alabama game was about to start, and she called me and said, "Get down here, I just got kicked by a horse." And I go down there, she got kicked in the leg, and her kneecap was on the side of her leg.
What year was that?
I want to say 2016.
Did she ride the horses after that?
When she was finally able to, yes. I think I remember her getting on. I don't really remember, but I know my dad didn't get back on the horse after he got bucked off.
When it came to taking care of the animals, part of your, I guess, duty or job that you would do, how many animals, what was your routine every day for the animals? What time did you have to feed them? What did you have to do?
I would wake up in the morning, and depends on, a lot of times we left the horses out in the pasture. But if I knew there was bad weather coming or it got more winter time and all, that's when I would start bringing them in the barn. So I will wake up, we had a whole bunch of goats. I would feed the goats, make sure everybody had water, feed, and just kind of along those lines. And then I would start, blowing off driveways and stuff like that, keeping the place looking nice.
How long would it take to, you feed them how many times a day? Or what were your routine?
About twice a day. So in the morning, it depends on the animals. So the horses, they would get a little bit of feed in the morning and then some in the evening. Same with the goats. They would get feed in the morning and feed in the afternoon and be grazing out in the pastures.
How much interaction would your dad have when it came to taking care of the horses or the animals or anything?
He didn't. I do not ever remember my dad feeding animals.
How about your mom?
She would do the chickens up by the house, occasionally come up and feed the chickens and all. But no, it was not on a regular basis. So,
about the goats?
I don't ever remember her feeding goats.
Did y'all have to bottle feed the goats at all or anything at times?
Oh, yeah, we did. I mean, we had a lot of baby goats that were born. Not all goats are going to accept their babies. Some of them reject them. And, lo and behold, I mean, a lot of times, when a goat gives birth, they can pass away from it. It's just like humans. There's a lot of life and death on a farm. You're always having something born and you're always having something die.
And did you ever have to dispose of any animals, dead bodies, or anything like that?
A lot of chickens, I mean, they get sick very easily, or a fox will come and kill them. Ducks as well too. We've had some goats that pass away. They either get sick or, first group of goats we had, we bought them from somebody that was, their parents, I believe, passed away or something, and we bought all the goats they had. That was our first goats.
Would you ever burn goats?
No.
Did you ever throw them on the burn pile?
No.
That's not something you would do?
No. I would have buried them.
Where would you bury them on the property?
Majority of the time the goat pen, because that was the softest, easiest ground to dig. Because the goat pen was, one of the previous owners built a very large retaining wall and filled it in. From what I was told, there was a lion in that. So,
I'm sorry?
A lion. I don't know if it was
like lion, tigers, and bear lion.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of lion, but the neighbors told us at some point there was a lion in that
And that's where
cage.
the ghosts were at.
So that it turned out to be a perfect goat pen because it had a high fence, barbed wire coming out, had a metal.
Where is that? If I was looking at your house, where would that be?
It would have been right behind the barn. Backside of the barn along the property edge.
This is aerial 3. This is the house here. Where I'll take the cursor of the hand
You need to go up to the barn.
to the barn, all right?
To the barn. Okay, now I'll go to the left. Now I'll go straight up. Right there would have been the goat pen.
Okay, so behind the barn.
Yes.
Did the horses get out a lot?
Every once in a while they would.
Now, when I say get out, that's what, in this case, you're talking about the horses get out. We're going to be talking about that. What does that mean to you? If the horses got out, what would that mean?
They were not in a pasture. I
Were
think
they-
soft pasture.
Were they running on Purcell Lane up the road and things like that?
Sometimes, yes, they would get actually off the property and be at a neighbor's house. I mean, I've had to go all the way to the very back end of Purcell to get a couple horses.
And when they would get out, what would you have to do to get them back in?
I would just grab a feed bucket, put some feed in it, and walk down and start shaking it, and they follow me like little puppy dogs.
How often would that happen?
It was rare.
Do you know
but
what?
it did happen.
Do you know how or why they would get out?
99% of the time it was because somebody left the gate open.
And when it came to all the horses and things on the property, was there a certain pattern, like they would be put up at night, or were they just left out in the fields?
The horses, like I said earlier, it depend on weather, temperature, and everything like that. Goats were put up every single night. Chickens always went back into their chicken coop at night. So the door had to be closed on that. So the main animals I always had to be put up were the goats, the chickens, and obviously Luke and Leroy, the labs.
Would you do anything different around 4th of July when fireworks are coming out or anything for the horses, or like on the 3rd? Did y'all do anything different on July 3rd for the horses?
We always left them out because, yeah, they will get scared from fireworks, but it's always safer to leave a horse out in a pasture than in a stall because they would jump around and everything like that, and you don't want a horse getting hurt. So they would be left outside. So if they got scared, they had room to run. But if they were in a stall, they would, jump and hit their head or something on the stall walls.
Did you like the animals?
I loved them.
Was that something, a passion you enjoyed, or?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, the horses were like dogs to me. I mean, I took care of them all the time. I mean, horses do have personalities just like dogs.
Do you miss them?
I do.
This time I'm tuning into evidence, Stacy's exhibits S. Farris 1 through 4.
No objection.
Thanks, dude. I'm gonna look at some stuff and ask some questions. You can't hear that, others. This is S. Ferris 1. We have some photographs from the property. There were some drone photographs and things like that. But as we look at this photograph here, tell the jury what we're looking at. Now, this is taken at a different time after the July 5th, I believe. But just tell us, what are we looking at?
So we were looking at the bottom section of the house, the basement. This would have been below the big half circle deck. Those double doors right there would have gone right into the basement with the leather chairs and the TV, and behind that would have been the bar.
Are these sliding doors here?
Yes.
And then our French doors over here?
Yes.
Are these doors, the doors that slide, what is behind this?
That would be, there would have been the leather couch, a couple chairs, coffee table, And
It's where your
TV.
dad would hang out.
Yes, that's where I would go if I ate over there. That's where I would go down and sit and watch TV and eat dinner.
If I walked open these doors and walked in, would I run into the bar, the kitchen bar area?
Once you pass the couch.
Yeah,
and
assume
all
the
that.
couches are not obstructing my walk. If I walk in, when I walk before the bar, if I turn right, am I going to come down the hallway to your dad's office?
Yes, that's where the hallway was.
If I go and turn left, I go down the hallway to your dad's bedroom.
Yes.
If I walk a little bit further, I can go to left and go up the steps. Is that
Yes.
right? This is S. Ferris 2. Looking, you see the officers, this is when it took some drone photos, but looking here, what I'm going to try to help orient is over in this area where the burn pile is. Can you tell the jury kind of where the burn pile is in relation to the kind of the corner of the house?
So from the corner of the house,
Let me do it this way. So this is S2, S3, and S4. This is the burn pile area looking back. Is this a view of it?
I would kind of say the burn pile's more over on this side.
Indicating to
So
the
if I was
right?
the cameraman, I feel like it would have been a little bit more to the right.
But in this area?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, if you would, if you're walking from the house going out towards the burn pile, are you going uphill or downhill?
You're going to be going downhill.
And is your property, is the house on the crown of the top of the hill for the most part?
Pretty much, yes.
Now, behind this, going back to 3, this tree line back here, did you have any trail cameras or anything on?
Yes, it was actually further south, further down the hill from the burn pile.
Going towards the pond that way?
No, this was on the back side. There's the fence. Where your mouse is, that's about roughly where the fence line is, the property line.
Okay.
And there was a little trail that goes all the way down to the bottom corner.
So back in the woods.
So it was down that way. I had it set up on a tree pointing towards my neighbor's property.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them what you would do with that trail camera and what you did back there.
So my neighbor, Ray, he allowed me to deer hunt on his property right there on the hillside, because all the deer would come either running from our property to his, or they would come from that way. So I just had a better angle of, hunting deer.
How many deers did you harvest from that hunting spot?
Somewhere between, I want to say 6 or 7 deer.
And what would you hunt with?
I would use the first deer I took was with a 20 gauge slug, using a shotgun. And then the second deer I took, I borrowed a friend's AR-15 and took that deer. And then the rest were with a 12 gauge shotgun slug.
Which direction did the trail camera point?
It pointed towards my neighbor's property.
All right. In relation to the burn pit, where's the trail camera in relation to that?
So if I'm leaned up against the tree that I have the trail camera on, the house would have been to that direction. So the trail cam would have been pointing to you, the house would have been to my left, up the hill.
Let's see if I can figure out which one. Is it in this area? Is it another? Do I need to?
Yeah, it's nowhere.
All right. Which way with the mouse pointer should I go where the trail camera is?
Go right. So give or take some yardage, but it'll be, kind of right there pointing, north in this picture. So yes, that way.
So in this area on aerial 9 is where the trail camera would be?
Yes, somewhere in that vicinity.
And then the camera itself is pointing this direction. So left, straight, or right?
Straight.
Straight. Not pointing back to the burn pit?
No.
Not pointing back to the house?
No.
And did you put that trail camera up?
Yes, I did.
How did you look at the pictures and things on that?
At the time, I had like a little SD card thing that I'm able to connect to my cell phone, and it pulled up, you know, I believe at the time I had an app that I was able to use to pull it up. Over the years, I was just able to, you know, click on a, you know.
Do you remember what brand it was or what truck it was?
No, I do not remember.
Is it one of those where you could just sit in the house at night and you get a ding on your phone and tells you ding?
At that time, no.
You have that now?
I do have one like that now that sends it to my cell phone, but I haven't used it in years.
I want to ask you something about fires. Does your dad and your family like to like fires, burning fires? Does your grandfather or something burn fires?
Well, always growing up, my grandfather burned leaves, and, you know, I remember every Christmas after we all opened presents and all, my grandfather would collect up all the wrapping paper and go take it out on his burn pile and light it. And
was there a fire? Tell us about the fire, the first fire at the first house in Alpharetta back in, I think around 2008.
Maybe, yeah. I really don't remember the date on it.
What happened? Just tell us what happened there.
So I remember that night. I remember waking up and fire trucks being out in front of the house, but it was the weekend prior. My dad burned some branches and stuff like that, and some old grass clippings or something like that. It was a little pile back there.
In the backyard or in the woods behind the yard?
In the woods behind the fence. So it was, no, not right up on the house. He burned the stuff, and he, I guess, presumed that he had it put out. Well, it went an entire week. Nothing happened, and then I think it was like the following week or that weekend, I remember waking up in fire trucks being out there.
How big of a fire was it?
It was not no roaring fire. It was like a very, very low to the ground, like small brush fire.
How close were the houses in this neighborhood?
There, between each house, there was at least, 50 to 80 feet, maybe, roughly. There weren't like the cookie cutter style houses where you could put your hand on one house and on the other.
How did your mother feel about this fire?
Really don't remember.
Okay. Let's go to another fire your dad. So your dad said that one wasn't intentional, though, I guess, the fire?
No.
The second fire, I guess, wasn't intentional at the 2155 Purcell, the farm. He caught the house on fire there, too, didn't he?
The basement?
Yeah.
Yes.
In 2016, I think, is when that happened.
Yes. So
tell the jury what happened with this fire that your dad did.
So it comes to find out. So my dad put a cigarette out in the ashtray, and I guess he dumped the ashtray a little too soon into the trash can. But I was up at the barn doing work. He left to go somewhere. I don't know where he went to. But I was up at the barn, and Melody calls me, and she goes, "Do you smell smoke?" I'm like, "No." She goes, "Well, do you see smoke out there?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Well, I'm smelling smoke." Well, I'll look over to the house. I see smoke pouring out of the basement, my dad's office door. I go, "Holy crap, there's something on fire over there." So I run over there, I open the door, and all I see is the trash can burning. So I grab it, throw it outside, grab the water hose, put it out.
This is in his office? Or
Yes, it was in the office. So, I put it out. I go and I check the walls. I didn't see anything burning. I put my hand on the wall, didn't feel hot. I looked at the closet that was in the office. That had all the controls for the home audio throughout the house. I opened that up, didn't see anything. So I went upstairs and made me a sandwich, and I came back down and was sitting in that room with the leather chairs and all, watching TV, eating lunch, and all of a sudden the fire alarm started going off again. I go back to the office and I open the closet door, and then it's just a wall of fire. And I scream for her to call 911, and I run out, I grab the water hose, and I'm spraying. I'm punching the wall, trying to get holes in it so I can stick the hose in it. And then next thing I know, 2 deputies show up, and I look at them. They're like, "Sir, is this your house?" I'm like, "It's my parents' house." "Yep, yeah, wow. Do you have a baton or anything?" They're like, no. And so I continued to, you know, spray water and punch holes. And then the fire department showed up, and, you know, the firefighter told me, he's like, if it wasn't for you, their house would have burned down.
How bad of a damage was done to the house?
There was more smoke damage than actual fire damage. So the fire was mainly contained to that closet. So all the electronics burned up. It was an unfinished closet, so there was a lot of, you know, wood.
Was your house like a smart house, had technology?
A good amount. It wasn't like what today's standards would be,
But that was destroyed or damaged?
All the components, the audio components, yes.
How did
you had
your-
exposed rafters, so the fire could have spread down to the home theater if I did not put it out in time.
How did your mom react to that fire?
She was pissed.
Did she get on your dad?
I didn't see her get onto it, but, you know, knowing her, yeah, she probably, you know, chewed his ass out.
Was she concerned with your dad when it came to fires?
Yeah, we both were, because he would start a fire to burn, you know, branches and stuff like that. He would stay around it for a little while, but then walk off to go check emails or do something.
So no common sense when it came to fires.
No, yeah, man. There was a lot of times that I'm like, why are you burning right now with the winds blowing like this? He wouldn't think about, you know, the
Did y'all leave him alone with fires?
I mean, I wouldn't stand there and hold his hand while he was burning stuff, no, but, you know.
Did you have concerns with him in fires, though?
I mean, I always told him, it's like, don't burn a fire when it's, you know, the winds are gusting up to, you know, 15 miles per hour. And
Did he take hoses and things down there, or would he just let
Not really, not over there. He would he would clear off around the fire so nothing was spread out, but I don't ever really remember him dragging the hose all the way down there.
Your mom and you kind of had a joke about you hoped your dad was having a spell so he wouldn't tear anything up.
I mean,
was your dad able to tear stuff up and y'all would have to fix it?
Yeah, my dad would start projects and I would end up having to finish them. That would either because, you know, he had to go do something for work, or, you know, he had to go back to work. He would.
Would you and your mother joke about him having spells, hoping that maybe he's having spells so he's not going to mess it, get in anything, and y'all could have an easy day?
That, I mean, I don't remember really, but yeah, that could be, you know, a possibility that would have happened. I mean, when he started a project, he would do some pretty big projects.
Would you describe your parents' marriage as living married but living separate lives?
Towards the last, you know, 2 years before his death, maybe, but for the longest time I remember my mom and dad have always slept in different bedrooms because of my dad's sleep habits. He snored a lot. He had to sleep with a CPAP machine. I remember them, they officially kind of slept in different bedrooms after one night. My dad liked to, you know, toss and turn a lot, and he ended up, you know, flipping over, and his hand went flying over, and it hit her in the face and broke her tooth. So he wasn't a very, you know, steady sleeper. You know, he wasn't out cold. He talked in his sleep. He snored. He slept with a CPAP machine, kicked, jerked.
So they slept on separate floors?
I mean, even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she would sleep down in the guest bedroom area. My dad would sleep in the master. And
So how many years were they having this sleep in separate places?
for quite a while.
10
Like
years?
I said, after, you know, that happened, they kind of stopped sleeping in the same bed.
10, 15 years? How long?
I would probably say that, yeah. I mean, it's before I want to say since I was kind of in high school.
Your dad had, how many CPAP machines did you know your dad had?
I only knew he only had one CPAP machine.
How many did you see?
I mean, he got new ones every so often, but
At the time of his death, how many CPAPs did you see that your father had?
he only had one.
Now, you and your dad, fair to say, like other fathers and sons, y'all have disagreements and argue about stuff at times?
Oh, yes.
And did your dad have disagreements with your mom about finances, especially after Ted Wiley and things like that?
Yes. When I came back from Iraq and about the time I got out of the Army, it seemed like everything was normal. I mean, they decided to put the house up for sale and go buy the farm. I mean, it seemed like a normal, normal marriage. And then a few years after moving back into the farm, that's when she started disappearing again, and then the trouble started back.
Just this time I'm moving to evidence, S. Ferris number 6, it's a cell bri extraction between Scott and his dad.
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Put it up on the screen. Let me get those. I'll take those from you. Scott, I want to turn your attention now to page 6. Number 18. It's on the screen there. You can't see that.
Yes.
Now this is, you see number 18. I kind of, with your dad's numbers, your mom's numbers, everybody's numbers, I look at the last 4 numbers there. But 9032, your dad's cell phone number, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So it's a message from him to you, your 2667. Can you tell us what the date that was?
Timestamp says 10/20/2017 at 9:13
a.m.?
a.m., yes.
All right. So it's an incoming. So it's from your dad to you. And this is, I think, is your extraction from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
What was the message? Can you read the body of the message he sent you? Read that into the record for us, please.
So you have my credit card? Question mark.
And then you reply to that in number 19. What was your response?
Yes.
And then number 20, from your dad to you at October 20th, 2017 at 9:14 a.m. After you say you have it, what is his response to you?
Hang on to it as if your life depended on it.
Do you know why he would send you that message?
To me, that was, do not give this credit card to anybody.
Including your mom?
Yes.
Was there, up to a point in your parents' marriage, did things, you said you thought everything was going all right at a time, but was there ever a time that did you ever see your mother get upset with your dad?
Quite a few times.
Would she outwardly manifest her anger or upsetness with her husband?
I mean, yeah, she would talk, she would talk trash about my dad to me, to my sisters, my brother. I mean, yeah.
I want to talk to you about an incident So July 5th, 2018 is when you found your dad remains.
Said 2019?
2018.
Okay.
Go back, I think a couple, you tell us, was there an incident with seeing your mom break a plate?
Yes. I've tried my best to remember the exact date. I know it was prior to his death. It wasn't really, I don't want to say it was several months, but it was within a few weeks or so. We were working on the project between the house and the pond, the big stone walls and everything. And I remember I was either planting some plants or doing mulch or something. My dad was on the other side of the property, and she came out of my dad's office doors and screaming and cussing, and she threw a plate up against the wall of the house, and she screamed, "I can't wait till the day he fucking dies. I can't wait till the day I don't have to live with him anymore."
How close were you to this when she did?
I was within 10 yards.
How far was your dad away?
He was over 100 yards away.
Do you know if he heard it or saw it?
I know he didn't. He never said anything to me that he noticed it, and I don't remember him seeing him. So I knew he was up on the other side of the property.
So she walks out, and where does she throw the plate?
So if you walked out of those French doors, there was a wall right there, and right next to it would have been the hot tub. It was up against that wall, right?
How bad was what kind of plate was it, and how bad was it broken?
Well, I mean, if only plate like that would have been, used was just the white kitchen plates. We had like two different sizes. We had a bigger set and then a smaller set, but they looked the same.
Did you confront her or say anything to her about that?
No, I don't remember saying anything to her about that.
Do you know what she was upset about, or?
If I remember right, him leaving the plate in the home theater room. And it was probably a plate that he probably had some kind of dessert, key lime pie on. So he would occasionally leave a Mountain Dew can or a plate in the home theater, and her being, she cleaned a lot. She liked to keep a clean house. So stuff like that.
So how mad was she when she did this?
Like I said, she came out yelling and cussing and threw it as hard as she could up against the wall, and it shattered into several pieces.
And you were certain she was talking about your dad?
Oh, yes.
She ever say anything like that any other time? That you witnessed?
That I witnessed? No, I don't really remember, no. She always, talked bad about my dad. It's like she always tried to brainwash us, like he was, such a horrible person. But no, other than that, I never heard her really ever saying, "I can't wait for the day he's dead."
I'm going to ask you some questions. We're going to get into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This is, just to refresh me, this is Riley One's calendar. It's July 2018. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up to those dates, do you know whether or not your mom, the defendant, was upset about a trip that Chris would use some money, your dad's money, to rent a condo or something for a beach trip?
I do remember, so they all planned to go down to the beach. I remember her making comments to me that, she wasn't happy about it.
Did she ever complain to you about Chris's spending or using money?
I took everything with a grain of salt from that she said about money.
Did she talk about money often?
What do you mean to talk about, you know?
People using money or spending money or things like that.
She always tried to say, you know, Chris is stealing money, or, you know, your father's paying for this and that and this.
She tell you to get a job or anything like that?
Whenever she would get pissed off about something. But then, you know, an hour later, she'd be like, oh, let's go and do this.
Did she ever say anything or do anything because around July 3rd, July 4th, with Chris and the money he was spending to go on the beach trip? Did you ever see her say or take any actions because of that, or confront your father or anybody else because of it?
I didn't see anything. I know she wasn't happy about it because, you know, I don't really remember exactly why she was not happy about it. I remember her asking if I was going, and I remember my dad asking me if I wanted to go, and I said no, because, you know, somebody's got to stay here and take care of the animals.
Was your dad going to go?
Yes, he was planning on going.
How about your mom?
No, she was not. And the reason why I said I didn't want to go is I said to him, I was like, well, somebody's got to take care of the animals because I'm sure she's going to run off and go to Tennessee.
Up to this point, you said your mom would kind of just disappear or during the week. How often would that occur? If you took it week by week, how often was that happening?
For quite a period of time, it was just at least once a week she would disappear. It always seemed like a Tuesday or Wednesday or somewhere, you know, in the middle of the week, it seemed like. And then a lot of times she would just send me a text saying, hey, I got to go up to Martha James. I got to take her to the doctor. And she wouldn't be back until the following week. Or
how consistent was this where she would go week per week?
For a while, for the last year and a half.
Up to the week of July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. When was the last time you remember her just leaving?
I mean, that probably would have been the week before, maybe. Or,
So it was up to that the week before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was always had an excuse to go. You know, Martha Jane had to go to this doctor.
And she would be gone. Would she just take day trips, or would it be
Sometimes it would be a day or two. Sometimes she would be gone, you know, 4 or 5 days.
Around this time, did you ever see your mom with more than one cell phone?
Oh, yes.
Tell the jury about that, please.
I noticed that she had 2 cell phones when she'll be on the phone talking, and I walk into the house and her cell phone is laying on the counter. And then a lot of times I kept, you know, I'll walk around the corner and she would grab her phone and tuck it into her waistband. So I knew she had 2 cell phones. And I told my dad she had 2 cell phones.
Did she use the phones out and open, or where was she using
No,
them?
she tried to hide it from me. I do know that.
Did you ever see her on it?
Well, like I said, that one time I saw her on the phone, but yet I walk in and her phone's laying on the kitchen island.
Did she ever, where would she keep that other phone?
I have no clue.
Did you ever see her on her person or anywhere on her body?
Like I said, there was many occasions where I walk, you know, into a room or around the corner, and she would move swiftly and tuck it into her pocket or waistband, depending on what she was wearing.
On July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I want to go through that on July. I think July 2nd, which is was that Monday. Did you go play golf that day?
On the 2nd, no.
Do you remember if you went and played golf and then with your friend then went into a restaurant afterwards? Were you playing golf that week?
I mean, I played a lot of golf during that time because Hampton Hall, it was fairly cheap to play. There was only 20-something bucks, I believe it was, to play Twilight golf. So we played a lot of golf.
Let's go to July 3rd, that Tuesday. Did you work at the house that day with your mom?
Yes, so the morning of the July 3rd. It was either the day before or 2 days before. We went to Scottsdale Farms and bought some bushes to plant on the back side of the house, so the opposite side of the pond. Some holly bushes.
So this is the day before July 4th. Did y'all go to Cherokee Ranch restaurant for lunch?
We always went there.
All right, who did you go with?
It depends. If my dad was home, him and I would go. If he was at the office,
Well, on
Melody.
July 3rd, did you go with your mom?
So on the morning of July 3rd, yeah, I went over there with, we drove separate because I was leaving from there to go up to the lake house with all my friends.
And did you see your dad at Cherokee Ranch?
Yes, I did.
But y'all weren't together?
No, he was already there when I came in, and he was sitting, as soon as you walked in the door, there was a booth, only a one-sided booth, so only either one person or 2 people could sit there, and that's where he sat. So, I ended up sitting at a different table.
Did he walk out without talking to y'all?
I ended up, he was still there when I left.
You don't know whether or not your dad walked out or paid and left before you and Melody?
If I remember right, no, he was still there when I left. Because I left, I drove up there separate from Melody. She was in her car, I was in the truck, and they both knew I was going up to the lake house.
And then what did y'all do after that?
So we ate, and I left, and I went to the lake house.
Where did she go?
I have no clue.
Whose lake house did you go to?
Nancy Pierce, it was her lake house, which is basically my second family. I've been friends with them for over 10 years now.
What time did you go up to the lake?
It would have been, around 12, 1 o'clock time frame, lunchtime.
And how long were you there at the lake on talking about July 3rd now?
I left there, and I was there until she called me and asked when I was coming home, and I said, well, I haven't really decided yet, but wow, what's going on? And she said, well, the horses are out. I go, what do you mean the horses are out? She's like, your daddy left the gate open and they're out. And I was like, well, I guess I'll, be on my way as soon as I can. And that was, I want to say, somewhere around 10 o'clock-ish.
I said around 10:52 p.m. Would that be about right?
Yeah, it could have been around that time. I know it was dark out.
So did she call you or you called her?
She called me.
And she called and what? She was talking about the horses being out?
She called me and asked, when are you going to be home? And I said, well, I haven't, I haven't really decided, but wow, what's going on?
And what did she say?
She said, the horses are out. You need to come home and get them up.
All right, July 3rd, you're at the house with your mom working, go to lunch, your dad's at the restaurant, but you don't remember whether or not he left or anything like that.
I'm like 99% sure my dad was still sitting there.
But whenever y'all departed, he was in a separate car, you were in a separate car, and your mom was in a separate car?
Yes, that is correct.
And you went from the restaurant to the lake?
Yes, sir.
And you were there all night until you came home?
Until she called me and said,
Go
come
anywhere
home.
else?
No, sir.
And
I mean, we went out on the lake on the boat and did that, but I went to the lake house.
About 10:52, you said you got a call from your mom about the horses. Did she ask you to come home or anything?
She asked, when are you coming home?
She asked when you're coming home.
Yes.
All right, that call's around 10:52 p.m. And you talked to law enforcement after all this happened, told them your timeline, things like that, right?
Yes.
And I think they were able to take photographs of your phone. Did you show your time calls and things to the law enforcement? Do you remember?
I remember I gave them my phone.
Okay. And then about 11:34 p.m. or so, did you get back to your house?
Yeah, it was from the lake house, which is up in Dawsonville, to the farm. That was about you know, anywhere from 35-minute to 45-minute drive.
And we got back at, say around 11:34 p.m. Did you talk to your mom?
So I came in and, you know, I turned up towards the barn. And once I came onto the property, I see the horses in the pasture. And I pull in and I pull up and I see the fire burning up behind the house where the burn pile always was. So I go, you know, I pull up there to the barn. I try calling her, Melody, and she did not answer. So I went around and checked on all the other animals, make sure the chicken coop was, you know, the door was shut and, you know, the goats were good and everything. And I went upstairs to my apartment, and then she finally called me back. And when she called me back, I said, "What the hell? I thought you said the horses were out." And she's like, "Well, I put them up. I was able to get them and put them up."
Do you remember saying anything to her about your dad deciding to burn the fire or anything like that?
Yeah, so, you know, after, you know, she told me she put them up, I said to her, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile of wood, you know, the burn pile? And she was like, yeah. I go, well, somebody needs to pay attention to it throughout the night so it doesn't spread. And then I said, you know, I'm waking up very early in the morning to go play golf, and I'm going to come over and get the debit card to get some cash out. And
So
she's like,
after, if you talked to your mom around 11:34 p.m. on the phone, what time did you go to bed?
It was pretty shortly after that because I was pretty exhausted from being out in the sun all day.
All right, the next morning, July 4th. What time did you go and get the ATM card from your mom?
Very early in the morning. Because I want to say we either had a 7:30 or 8:30 tea time. So, and the sun just rose by the time I got over there.
Did you go up to the house?
Yes, I drove over to the house.
Did you call your mom to come to the door? How'd you get her to the door?
So, you know, the night before, I told her I was going to play golf, and in the morning I was going to come over and get the debit card. And she said, well, just call me and let me know when you come over. And I was like, okay.
Did you ask her to leave the doors open, unlocked or anything?
No, because the house wasn't ever really locked up.
You know if she said anything about she was going to lock the doors or not lock the doors?
I do not remember anything of that.
Fair enough. When you do you know if it was about 6:15 or so when you went to go get the ATM?
Yes, it was like I said, very early in the morning. So it had to been around that time. And I sent, you know, I called her as I'm getting in the truck and said, hey, I'm coming over. And she met me at the front door and handed me the debit card. And
Did you go inside?
No, I never went inside.
Did you go get something out of the refrigerator, a drink or anything?
No, I literally walked.
Did you go get a power drink or energy drink or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Did she let you in?
I never went into the house. She literally met me at the front door and handed me the debit card.
Did you run down the road, get some cash and come back?
Yeah, I ran down to, you know, right there at Free Home, Publix. There's a Wells Fargo bank right there. So I grabbed.
If your tea time was around 7 or 7:30, would that be fair to say?
Yes, and like I said earlier, it was either 7:30 or 8:30 tea time.
And who were you playing golf with?
I was playing with my friends Ted and Philip.
Would y'all do this on the 4th of July? Is this something y'all would do?
We try to make it a tradition, but yes, this would have been our second 4th of July round of golf.
And after you played golf, did you go somewhere?
We left from the golf course and went back to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
So we finished golf and then we went there, and we only went out on the boat only for a few hours. I know we were back.
Did you go to a pool party
So
afterwards?
yeah, so we got back and Ted and I went to our friend's apartment complex. She lived in Cumming, and we went to the pool party that she was having there. And I stayed there not long. I'd probably say like a couple hours.
And about what time did you go home that night?
I was home before it got dark, so it was.
Did you go home to feed the animals?
Yes.
All right. So on July 4th, start off, get ATM money, go play golf, go to the lake, pool, and then you go home around whatever time before dark. Do you remember what time that would have been?
That, like I said, it probably would have been 6, 7 o'clock roughly. It was still daylight outside. And that time of the year, the sun would have gone down about 9-ish.
When you got home, did you have a conversation with your mom about the goats being out or anything?
So when I get home, I see all the goats out in the front pasture, or the pond pasture is what we called it. I get them, I grab their feed and I call them and they all come running. I take care of everybody. Then I ride over to the house. By this time, it's already dark out. I ride over to the house and, you know, I walk in and I go back to the master bedroom and Melody is laying in bed with the dogs. And I talk to her and I'm like, what the hell? I was like, why are the goats out? And she's like, well, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't...
That's what she said?
Yeah. She said, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't y'all put them back up? I was like, you're going to have to start doing this because I'm going to, you know, start my new career at some point. So you're going to have to learn how to take care of these animals. And then I proceeded to, I turned around and, I mean, we talked about something else, I can't remember, but I do remember her telling her that. And I turned right around and went right back out and got on my truck and went back up to my apartment.
All right. On July 3rd, did you see the fire burning?
Yes, I did. When I came home that night, when I pulled up to the barn, I could see off behind the house that the fire was burning.
On July 4th, did you see the fire burning?
I do not remember it burning.
Just maybe approach real quickly. It was July 5th.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening again. Don't look up anything about the case, the lawyers, the parties, the places. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't talk to your family about the case. If they want to know about the case, they can watch it on the internet. You can't. But they can't talk to you about what they watched on the internet. Don't talk to each other about the case when you're in the jury room or outside the jury room or at any point in the case until I give you your instructions and y'all begin your deliberations in the next couple of weeks. All right. Any questions about any of that? Anything y'all need before everything going okay? All right. Y'all can be excused. Yes. 8:30, 8:45.